proud of themselves to already have proven that there are other teams here in Europe.
Just super briefly, before we move on, I just want to say to you, Fresh, right? One team that we all reflect on Manchester so positively.
Yeah.
G2 don't.
No, G2 don't. And the expectations of G2 is to be winning events. It's to be on the main stage, semi-finals, finals, win the event. They went out in phase one. And not just that. I'm going to say it. They went out to an APAC team in phase one and a team in Sandbox that were, FIA-X, that were not known for getting out of groups in any other event. It was a colossal failure from G2.
You touched on it at the very beginning, Fresh. We've seen so many roster changes. 6 of our 9 teams have made some alterations here. That's a big number, Leo. Why do you think there's been so many?
I mean, there is a reason for it. We're in stage 2. Half of the season is gone. And like I said before, 2 teams took spots in the major and took a lot of SI points. 2 teams that weren't expected to do that. And so all of the teams are reacting right now. 6 out of 9 are reacting by making huge roster changes because they know Montreal is their only pathway to 6 Invitational. And that's the moment that it matters. So you put all the chances on your side and try to bring the best roster possible for the end of the season.
Let's take a look at some of the biggest changes that we will be keeping a close eye on here going into play day 1. Let's start with G2. Leo, I'm coming back to you. You think the moves that these guys have made are absolutely crazy?
Yeah, I think it's one of the weirdest trades that I've seen ever. Like you're trading Benja and Virtue for Loira and Blaz. You know, I don't think someone sober would take that one.
No, well, maybe not. I don't know. I think if you look at this team, the way that they crashed out Manchester, sober or not, Leo, they had to make changes. And they brought that front runner of Blaz to them. And I like Blaz. He's a player that every single team he's in, he performs well. He is often the #1 rated player in that team. North American fans, look away, because he carried Parabellum when he was over in the North American League. And the same when he was at the Manchester Major with Geek as well. He was the #1 guy.
Yeah, he performs well in the team, but is the team performing well? That's the biggest problem I see. I always see him performing well. Blaz is an incredibly gun skill guy, but the problem is, can he be a collective guy as well? Can he be a good teammate?
Yes, he can. I believe.
Look, you two aren't going to agree on that, but you'll agree on this. Doki is not that tall. Let's move on to Wolves, shall we? Some controversial changes there too. Bibu was at the, for a very long time, their vocal leader, and he's not there anymore. That was a while ago, that announcement that was made, Leo, but more changes since.
I think there was a transition into the leadership in the team and they shared more burden, but in the end you still remove 2 of the most experienced French players in the scene and you have a shallow talent pool in France. And so you have a decision in your hand. Do you go in English, you go in French, and they commit to 2 new young French players that actually we saw playing Make Your Destiny in the last LCQ to Manchester. That was a huge gamble, Jack.
Yeah, and I think it was a gamble, but ultimately I think when the decision sits with the 3 players that they were going to keep, Mowgli, P4 and Deadshot, they were going to keep those 3 players and it's about what are those guys going to feel more comfortable with. Can they go English? Maybe, maybe not. Obviously they speak French as their mother tongue. Or can they stay French? Will we get more out of them in a French roster? And that was the decision made.
I've got to ask myself, one of the reasons that Wolves needed to change and where I think hitting a ceiling is, I think they were lacking the vision and the direction that they had when they had Rise. Or at least the variety in in-game leaders that would help them to change different playstyles. And recruiting these 2 new players, I don't know how vocal they are, but I'm not expecting them to be big leaders as well. Is that really fixing the problem?
Let's move on now to Wild. Absolutely well and truly Fresh, living up to their name with some wild moves here.
Yeah, well, Wild stands for what you love doing esports. And what they love doing is giving us rosters that we can't necessarily depict how they've come about. If we look at the 2 that have stayed together, it has been Dodu and it has been Packbull. Now, Dodu went on loan during the summer and played for a different team in a Tier 2 competition. Packbull went to Revan and played the EWC quals from Mexico. These 2 players come back as the existing players. And then you've got Leighton, Croxon, and Freck, who all make a step up. And I would argue, actually, for all 3 of these players are overdue a step up into Tier 1. But the ultimate kind of conclusion for me is we don't quite know, because this is essentially a brand new team.
Yeah, I think when your core itself wasn't playing for the team in the offseason, that's already saying a lot about the team. But then you take players that had a lot of potential in T2 and deserve that chance into T1. That's interesting, but what I'm missing here is identity or playstyle, because you're taking players with very different backgrounds, very different culture. I mean, Quark is the first Spanish players to play here since Goga.
Yeah.
So you're taking players that will need to be brought upon and actually bind together and mesh well. And that's something that I'm waiting to see from them. How much cohesion can they get really quickly?
Do you know what I'm happy to do? Just wipe the slate with Wild. Let's forget about last season's
it's a reset.
roster. Let's reset. Let's see what they give us.
I like that. Let's talk about Fnatic now. A legend returns, Fresh.
Yeah, he does. Kanto Rakitic is back on this Fnatic roster. Obviously, with the core of this roster, with Leon Gids, with Deepak, and with Safe as the coach, he won a major under the Rogue banner. He's finally back on this roster and will slot in like no tomorrow. They've also picked up Sarks as well. Now, if you don't know Sarks, that's good because we don't really know Sarks. He's been around in Tier 3, Tier 2. He played in the most recent Combine and he did very well. Got to the final, top frag most of his games. But for me, a very unknown quantity.
So you have this new up-and-comer that you're trying to mold into your playstyle, and then you have this, I would say, old player. I'm probably as old as him.
Whoa, slow down.
There's an old player that you revive his career. He actually joined Rogue, left, and then he joined ITB, left, and then joined Wild. And then again, he's joining another team. He's trying to revive his career again and again and again.
But do you remember what happened last time he revived his career? Because when he joined Rogue the first time,
I remember.
He was washed. He was a player that had been playing with Delta Project, which was Fabian's project back in 2021.
Yeah.
He went and won a major with them. He can do this again. I believe.
I don't think mechanical skill is the real problem for him, really. I think in general, I think he's not washed. I'm just thinking, is it really the upgrade that you're looking for when you're Fnatic, you know? You haven't qualified to the major. You're back against the wall. First season, you're back in Europe. You want to qualify to a major. You want to commit something strong. Is that really the two prospects that you could find? I don't know, and I'm expecting a lot from them.
You think he can be a difference maker, Fresh?
I do think he can be a difference maker. And, you know, we've seen the Fnatic organization.
Yep.
They've sat and had patience with their rosters. They had him on the roster.
They had me, and it didn't
you
work
didn't
out.
deliver anything for them, Leo. So they stuck with you for a while.
They know how to be patient.
And I think that's what this is. This is building the foundations of what can be a good team, you know, later down the line.
All right, let's move on now to our first best of one of the day. Let's start discussing our pre-match topics here going into Wolves versus ITB. Let's start with Wolves. We've already touched on some of the changes there. Let's talk about performances, Fresh. They didn't make the Manchester Major, but they did make it to EWC.
Yeah, and I think that was the big surprise, right? The lack of making the Manchester Major for Wolves, I think, was the trigger point. And you could argue that it was a good trigger point to make changes. You could also argue that it was a bad trigger point. If you're in the camp that it needed the changes made, they didn't make the major. That's common sense. But the team this was the one major they didn't make out of the last 10 international events. So for me, I was a bit undecided whether they needed changes or not. They went with it, and then I think surprised themselves by even making EWC.
But knowing these guys, knowing their ambition, I can tell you they needed a change. Because qualifying to every major was a given for them, and they consistently were hitting a plateau. So they needed something, some change. And I think EWC quals were like the test run for them. Did we take the right decision in not switching to English, in keeping French-speaking players, and in trying to have 2 Tier 3 players come in and we grow them into Tier 1 players? And I think for the quals, it worked. On site, it didn't work at all. Clearly, they didn't perform. They lost 2-0 to Scars. Now they're back home. Confident. Comfortable.
Yes.
In their setup. It's the perfect reset to start to see, was it the right gamble?
All right, well, a reset for Wolves and an upward trajectory for ITB. These guys have been on a progressive climb as of late, and here's how they're feeling coming into Phase 2.
I mean, our expectation going into the year was to make one of the majors, and we already did that alongside the Esports World Cup. So I would say at a bare minimum to make the major. I think probably the biggest surprise in the is probably going to be VP. I think they're playing pretty good right now, and if they can transfer what they do in practice into officials, I think they'll probably make the major, to be honest.
Andrew, always so cool, calm and collected, and humble as well. This team is really enjoying it collectively, the sort of run that they're putting together. I'm seeing them at live events here and there, and they're just a great bunch of lads. But I'm interested to see how far they can truly go. But one thing is for sure, I mentioned it, Fresh, they're on an upward spike.
They absolutely are. That trajectory they're on has seen them make 2 LAN events this year. And I think the big thing for ITB is, are they performing at their ceiling? Are they somehow performing over their ceiling? The collective is getting the best out of everybody. Will they drop back down in performance, or will they continue on that trajectory? Because I think we do have some concerns, right, over maybe individual performances, but not the collective.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you look at the team on paper, when you look at the players and their caliber before joining the stage, you would think, oh, they're overachieving. How are they at the major?
Yeah.
And then yet, I think they're playing so well and consistently hitting better steps. Qualify to the major, great. Perform there and win, great. Qualify to a WC and perform even better and place better, great again. They keep on improving and improving. My only fear here is, is that a ceiling? You know, if they qualify to Montreal, will they manage to be better than at EWC? I'm not sure. And then we were asking ourselves, do you need more firepower? Because you've got great team play, but when you face a team that plays well together and has great firepower, what's going to happen?
And I think that's what we saw. We've seen that when they've come up against some of the better teams.
Yes.
When it happens with a BDS, it happened with FaZe at EWC, where they come up against a team that can match them strategically and has that better firepower, they tend to buckle, and I think that's where their limitation kind of hits.
Leo, where do you think, if you're being honest with yourself, where does their ceiling lie? Have they already gone above it, or is it still above them?
No, I'm expecting in Siege that in terms of strategy and collective, you can go very, very far.
Yeah.
And I think that team is really thriving on that. This team gets well together. They have an incredible positive attitude. Whatever happens, they grow. And I think that's the perfect example to show any kind of lads that has great teammates that they can go very far in this game if they play well together, no matter the skin.
All right, let's get now into map picks and bans here for our first best of one. We are so close now to getting started here on Play Day 1. It's been so long since we've been back in an EUL studio. Talk us through where we're going to see things shake out here, Fresh.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're going to Nighthaven Labs. You can see a hole in your screen. We have not gone down to an 8-map pool. We are at 9-map pool. That's where Lure should be. So we'll just get that out of the way. Now, ITB Wolves, they're going to Nighthaven Labs. And I think the big thing for me is realistically, Wolves, one of their best maps, obviously we've changed out Oregon for Lure. One of their best maps was Oregon. So they're losing in map pool size, and they've gone to a map that they don't traditionally like, Leo.
Yeah, and I think banning Lair was actually the right move. When you're facing a team like ITB that didn't go through any changes, they have had plenty of time to improve their map pool with just that one new map. But them, Wolves, they changed 2 players. They had to relearn entirely the new map pool. So obviously, it's harder for them to get the new map there. And at the same time, nothing too surprising from ITB. They're banning maps that they've lost actually to Wolves, Bank, Clubhouse, in the qualifiers of the EWC. So everything makes sense, except maybe that last decider is a bit of a surprise because mid-low preference for both teams. I'm expecting that they would have worked on it during this off-season, and then they're going to compare who has the best one.
Leo, these are 2 teams that absolutely thrive when they've got momentum on their side. How important do you think it is when you're kicking off a new stage like this as a former professional yourself to get off to a strong start?
I think it's very important, especially when you've got 2 new young kids in your lineup. I think for Wolves, it's even more impressive and important than for ITB. ITB has some kind of longevity this year. They've improved. They've went through a lot of things. They've lost 2 major defeats, and they've had a lot of emotions. But they have a history together. I don't think it's the same thing for Wolves.
Wolves, the thing with Wolves is, do you think there's pressure on them at all now? Or do you think this is a stripped back version that we're seeing of Wolves coming into stage 2?
There's pressure. There's 100% pressure now. It might have been kept within the support staff and the organizational conversations. The support staff will be trying to take pressure off the players, but there is pressure. They made these changes because they didn't make a major. And what does that mean? Not making the major means not making SI, and that's what they're scared of. That's why these changes have been made. So inherently, there is pressure on them to make the Montreal major and then make SI. So I think these players need to, the players need to not feel it, and that's the job of the organization, the support staff, but there is that pressure there.
Who's going to be the true mouthpiece for Wolves, do you think? The true vocal leader here?
I think it needs to be P4, but he needs people around him.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that was lacking, I think.
I think you'd like to see Mowgli and Deadshot mature up now. They were the new players. They've had their time in this roster. They need to mature up and be the kind of senior players and allow the 2 new guys to come in and just play their own game.
Do you know what I want to bring onto this show right now? 2 just EUL legends, guys that you at home watching love and adore as much as we do. Des and Ace, guys, you're just the quintessential casters when it comes to European League. Des, how are you doing, brother?
Not too bad, my man. How are you? How's things been going?
We're good. We're having a great time here on the desk. Ace, it's been a while. How are you?
How could I not be fantastic when it's EUL Play Day 1? Absolutely bounced out of bed, ready to go. Competitive Siege is back. So many stories. It's going to be amazing.
Ace did a front flip out of the bed when he woke up this morning.
So true.
Des, I don't know if you caught it when you were watching along there. Some of the highlights from the Manchester Major. It feels, for a lot of us like it just happened yesterday. Do you still get goosebumps when you watch that back?
One thing I've said for years is we all want a UK major at some point, right? An event to happen on UK soil. We've obviously had like LANs, for example, but for us to go back to the same venue that we were all in like 5 years ago for the Manchester UK Prem LAN was mental. Wicked event. Absolutely loved it. And I'm already thinking what happens in Montreal, because you were talking about it earlier as well, Ian. that's kind of sacred ground, right? That's where everyone wants to win, and it might not be quite lifting a hammer, but these majors are everything, right?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it, Fresh? I mean, you've touched on it many times. That is the home, right? That's the home of
It quite literally is. There's
Yeah.
something, and we'll all echo this, there's something quite special about Montreal. So even though it is just a major, it's not just a major, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Ace, we touched on some of the moving and shaking that's been going on here when it comes to rosters. Any rosters that you particularly got your eye on here?
This one, Wolves particularly, you know, it's one of the biggest shakeups that we've had outside of Wild. You know, 2 players changing, but not just 2 players changing, Bibu going. That's the big story around that roster for so long. Vocal captain, who's going to step up and take that role? Big questions to be answered for Wolves. G2 as well, of course. You know, a couple of changes there, 2 coming in. And again, you know, big moves for a team with high expectations. So how is it going to deliver? A really fascinating night tonight.
All right, everybody, thumbs up if you're ready for game 1 of our first play day of stage 2 of EUL. I can't see Dez's thumbs. He's ready. Des and Ace, take it away, lads.
I do love Chambers, but he's a bit of an idiot at the best of times, isn't he, Tim? Welcome back. It's time, Tim. I don't feel like I've said, oh, it's getting into map, it's time to go, we're going into labs, whatever, for about 6 months. It has been since the major, since we've sat here and had the chance to cast over some European Siege, but it is back, and we're going to one of our favourite maps to kick it off. It's Nighthaven, Tim.
I can't wait for this. Like I've said, just all the storylines coming together, all the changes, Lair coming in, you know, so many different things for us to take on board, so many questions to be answered, and we kick off right from the start. But ITB, I think, deserve a bit of a mention in all of this as well. They've kept themselves nice and consistent. No changes coming in from them. They overachieved, I think it's fair to say, in stage 1. It's certainly one way of describing it. They surprised us. You know, they came out and they just looked better week after week after week, you know, punishing teams, making it difficult, even for, you know, they were beaten by BDS, but they didn't make it easy. And, you know, they really did a lot of work in stage 1. And I'm really excited to see how much they've grown in the off-season as well.
I think that's the same for a lot of teams, though. Some teams have made a lot of changes. You know, they're the ones that we're all wondering what the hell is going to happen. But also for teams like, you know, BDS, who are seen as the ones to beat at the minute. Teams like Virtus Pro have let us down a little bit as well. ITB, a team that haven't had to make any big changes. They're perfectly happy as well. Do they stay in the form they've had before, or does it start to drop off? That is what we're going to find out coming into this game. But we've already gone through our ban phase nice and quick. ITB starting the defense, Wolves on the attack. Now, Tim, for me, the matter of identity for Wolves is, do we still see those fast-paced attacks that we're used to seeing from them on maps like Clubhouse especially? That is their bread and butter. That is what gives Wolves their identity. Now, ITB, they'll be the ones looking to get out of the map, cause a little bit of bother. So that roam game for me is where this is going to be decided in this first half. How much work can ITB do to disrupt Wolves and not let them pull off and execute?
Wolves, of course, you know, we've mentioned the fact that Bibu, you know, Bibu has left the roster along with Shinka, and I mentioned the 2 players specifically because, you know, they were fulfilling a lot, some of those sort of more backline roles that we might expect. Your support role, Shinka, you know, very well known site player, clutch player, always going to be the last alive. And my question is, out of Acer and Lasmu coming in, who's going to be picking up that slack? Because somebody's going to need to. Acer, I would expect to see maybe on some of those supportive roles. We'll start seeing it obviously when we get into game, which operators are being picked up. But Acer, I'd expect maybe on some of the more supportive roles. Lasmu maybe a little bit more flex, sort of getting involved a little bit in the fragging and the killing. But it's a difficult one because you're coming in against Deadshot, Mowgli, P4, you know, a front line of 3 that I would expect to be wanting to get in there and fight for those kills. So I'm kind of like, is Wolves going to turn into this really aggressive sort of kill heavy team, or are we going to see maybe a little bit of a shift with those new players coming in? But they can be difficult roles for new players to fulfill as well. You've got a lot to learn very quickly, and your support players, they've got a lot to take. It's not just run in and see if you can get a couple of kills. You know, there's a lot of work there to be done for support players.
What I love is, we've had a good few months out, Tim, yet we're still so on sync. You're basically making my points before you didn't have a chance to make them, because I was going to say for these new players, like you say, they're filling in a big hole for a start, but they've also got to step in and deliver while coming under all the new pressure of stepping up to a new tier of play as well. There is going to be so much on these guys that if they don't excel, people will start asking questions very early on, and I feel for them in that sense, and I really hope we get to see a little bit of magic out of those two, and we get to see why Wolves have made that bet. Of course, we'll see how things build up, though. For now, it's going to be getting ourselves underway 30 seconds into the round. round. And Wolves, as you'd imagine, got themselves in on the drones here, figuring out exactly what's going on, where these players might be roaming, because Tim, like we said, those roamers are going to be a big part of the game plan here for ITB, and immediately we've got one underneath inside of storage ready to meet against P4.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, looking at ITB, it'd be remiss not to mention the performance that we saw out of Creeds in stage one of our rookies of the stage without a doubt. And if you can get him out on the run, get him into those tricky little positions, we saw a number of times from him in stage one, he'd really hurt teams by keeping himself off the radar and then getting a big double, triple kill when they needed it to turn it around. And I tell you what, with Azza going the way that he has, they may need Creeds to step up with one of those big multi-kill moments for them. Deadshot kicking things off the way that he left them in Manchester in stage one. He had a really good stage and he continues here.
It's a really beautiful start as well from P4 and Deadshot coming together, both dealing with the vertical player covering the window, but also managing to push the man inside of storage. It was Azza who got picked up from the north side as Deadshot came in. So a good bit of team play to start things out. ITB equally, I think, at least had the right idea in how they were trying to hold the room, just couldn't quite keep up with the gunshots coming in from the other side. P4 converting it into another player. I've got really keen eyes on this stage. It's been a little bit feast or famine, I think, between games. You're never quite sure what P4 you're going to get on the given day. Is he going to rock up out of bed like you do, Tim, and spring into action? Or is he going to be really quiet and find himself going like 3-10 or something crazy? I'm hoping here we get to see a bit of a different side to him. Deadshot's down, taken out by Oscar. A 4v3 for Wolves.
Ugly just looking to get himself established a little bit closer to side there. It's actually good from Wolves so far. They've got themselves a lot of ground that they need. They've got themselves into connector, open the wall on up into sight, and ITB, they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure in there now because the angles are being cut down that they can safely stand on. But Acer does take some damage there. Mowgli is going to manage to get one though. Acer still picking up Oscar. P4 finishes things off, and it's just in that flurry of kills, and that's kind of what I was questioning before round one, Des, that we've just seen from Wolves there. Are we going to have an aggressive team going in, getting kills, rather than sort of an execute heavy, let's get a map control, take a bit of sight and get that diffuser down? And it's only one round, but it certainly suggests they're not scared of a gunfight. And with the three that we've got from the previous roster being joined by a player like Lasmoot, that doesn't really surprise me in the slightest. The good first round from Wolves.
And I will just reference as well, we know that the player cameras are currently inverted. That is not the right players you're looking at here. We'll get that fixed across the next couple of rounds. So now we've got VP in the mix as well. How about that? But we'll get it fixed over the next couple of rounds and move forward from there. But as said, for me, for Wolves, it was about how they deal with the roam game. It's how ITB put up a front against it. I think both teams played really well into that strategy in the last round. Storage is where it all really kicked off. Wolves looking to try and make good use from below, making use of the buck, for example, to help get IT opened up. Ultimately didn't need it because there wasn't a whole ton of pressure that could really come in from the Bandit playing inside of IT. So Wolves had a little checklist in their heads, got to clear this out, got to get this wall opened up and then do that. And it just went super smoothly for them, hitting some beautiful shots and winning 1v1s on the way forward as well. So far, tactically and in the gunfights, they're coming out on top. It is only one round though. We try a different site here down in the basement. So ITB have got a little bit more of the map to work with.
Just a little bit more space for ITB to maybe get themselves out in a sort of more effective roam, I would say. You can keep your hold of some of those vertical angles. You can make it difficult and really force Wolves to play into that roam. Really force them to get mid-floor control. Areas like storage that we saw them deal well with last time. Talking of dealing well, Bandit trick, not quite successful. We hear Selma charges still detonated, but I think that was on the Animus wall and the triple wall that will stay close for the time being.
Here we go. Shield. God, we've been haunted by these for most of the year of 2024 so far, but look behind him as well. Oscar's found him out. Didn't quite manage to convert to a second as Mowgli was there for the change, but welcome to EUO, Lasmo, is all I can say there. A bit of a rough start for him. However, they've still got two players on the side of ITB, Tim. It's a 4v3 to Wolves once again, down to a 3v2. Mowgli is absolutely cruising. 3 kills for himself so far, and it's all down to Kenny and Azza to try and hold on for dear life here, Tim.
Yeah, they certainly needed that kill, really. Kenny taken down by a dead shot. 3 versus 1 now as Wolves walk on in. Azza is going to need an absolutely gargantuan effort to be able to close out this round. He does bring it back to a 1v2. He's made this winnable at least, but the big factor against him at the minute, Des, look at the top of your screen. 1 minute 20 left to go. P4 and Mowgli, they've got all the time in the world. They can just put a pause on this, see what intel they've got. They now roughly know his location, so they can start getting the diffuser down. The flashbangs come out, the utilities in play. Wolves are just making this more and more difficult. But Azza, he doesn't mind the difficulty being ramped up, Des. He finds the first, but not the second, as P4 closes it out. A close round, but one that Wolves still secure.
I was nervous then. Fair play to P4, he's pulled it off, but Mowgli's almost cost them the round there. They knew where the castle was. The plant was going down, and when the plant is going down, you are essentially in a 1 versus 1. That is not the time to go pushing when your team has still got 2 players left alive. You've got to play the crossfires, you've got to play the trades, but Mowgli has almost sold his team short there. Maybe wanted to try and pin the castle down to stop him being able to rotate off to go and challenge onto the diffuser going down. I don't know, but to me, it looked like a little bit too much confidence. Not a bad thing because they won the round, but if Azza wins that final 1v1 against P4, Mowgli's to blame for that. Got to be careful here, boys. You've got a good start going. Let's not give it away to silly little 1v1s.
Moving into round 3 then. ITB going to desperately be wanting to lock a round down here. We're going to see them move sites again, this time into storage. So there's going to be a lot of top floor presence from them. We can see them already getting that set up. They're going to be trying to hold on to IT. They've got the bandit there. They're opening up the verticals inside of servers and, the surrounding area to try and look down directly into site, make it difficult. So Wolves here, they need to recognize that. They're going to be aware. They've got to start this with a top floor clearance. They've got to go in there and get that map control. It's going to be very similar to round 1, I would expect. Try and push in maybe from the meeting side, get themselves into connector and start to work across that top floor from there.
Exactly that, right? The top floor is the one to worry about. You can see a couple of blue outlines up on that top floor, so we find that ITB are up there and looking for a bit of a scrap, want to slow the side of Wolves down. We speak a lot about tactical timeouts, Tim, and we know that Kangaroo Kenny's still here stood behind them. I guess more metaphorically he is. Kangaroo Kenny, the coach, who's behind the scenes. Had some very emphatic tactical timeouts, should we say. Some very good celebrations as well back at the Manchester Major. And I know that he absolutely lives and breathes Siege, Tim. He lives and dies by it. And so I know that if he needs to step in after this round and have a few words, you can expect a little bit of a turnaround going into the next few. But I'd already worry at that point, if Wolves have got 3 rounds on the bounce without really looking too challenged, that's a bit of a kicker. I mean, look at the kills that are currently on ITB's side. 3 kills a round. You might wager that feels quite close. I'd argue it doesn't. Outside of that potential last round almost throw from Mowgli, Wolves have been cruising so far.
Yeah, it's definitely looked very, very comfortable for them. And I'd say at the minute, they don't even particularly. We've asked, how are these 2 new players going to settle in? How are they going to play as a team? How's that cohesion going to be? And honestly, take the names off the screen at this point and tell me they've been playing together for a year. And I'd look at that and think, yeah, okay, that's absolutely, I wouldn't find any need to question that. Wolves looking very, very tight at the minute. Whether that will continue or not, we will see. But ASAP for the time being is going to get that IT wall open. So as I suggested, looking for that top floor control here, Wolves. But look at the clock, 1 minute 15 left to go. They've still got players up on that top floor, so thinking about an execute into site, even that kind of safe storage pillar plant inside of the window could still be a tricky one.
Got a player who wants to be a millionaire with his background music, making things that little bit extra tense here. And sure enough, the flashbangs start rolling on through, and there's the entry they're looking for. ITB start out with 1, but Lasmo is immediately there for the trade. Good team play, at least again. I think we've seen that quite a bit across the last few rounds. The trade play coming out of Wolves has been phenomenal. If they were to lose a 1v1 somewhere within a second or 2, there is another player nearby. Still keeping that strong identity as being a very fast-paced, but together attacking team that we saw back in stage 1.
Yeah, exactly. ITB, that's the first time I actually recall them being at a man advantage. As managing to get a big double 3 versus 2 as Lasmu manages to find Creeds, but it's not looking good for Wolves here as they are battling against the tide right now. Inside of storage, they know exactly where Lasmu and P4 are, but that could be a big moment. Has to switch to the pistol, looks for the fight, but P4 gets dropped as it happens. Effectively, a 2v1 with 1 down but not out. Kenny switches to with a shotgun, manages to find the final pump, the final kill that's going to get that round done. And that's going to be ITB securing their first. And I'm sure that's going to settle a few nerves on the side of ITB here in Play Day 1.
Yeah, it's a lot better that they managed to find that round now where playing out on that roam a little bit, trying to be a little bit more chaotic has actually rewarded them. Yes, their entry kill got traded, but at least then you're starting to take these resources away. And this is why roam, if you're new to Siege and you haven't really watched it too much before, it's why the roam game is so powerful. You give the attackers, all 5 players, able to hit the site at the same time and execute. They've got all the tools they need to get the job done. If you can get out on the roam and pick up a couple of drones, get rid of some flashbangs in the back pocket, peel away some operator utility, or better yet, kill a couple of players while you're out there, you're lessening down that resource they've got to pull off a really well-staged execute. And that's why ITB have been quite busy out and about around the map. Now, so far, Wolves have dealt with that very well, but in that last round, things started to get a hell of a lot better for ITB. Starting with the entry, starting with that scrap around storage side, really keeping Wolves busy in and around the map, so they weren't able to fight on their terms, and things got a little bit scrappy. It does give ITB that 1 round breathing room they need, but Tim, I don't think they'll be too pleased if it comes down to a 4-2 half to Wolves here. We've got to see different results on these next 2 sites.
Yeah, absolutely. That's ITB now. You know, no excuse at this point. They've got themselves the round. They had an opening kill. That was the first opening kill. Then the first round they were able to secure. They kept that man advantage throughout, which was really important for them. Like you say, Wolves have been really good trading over those first couple of rounds, but ITB just didn't allow it the same, and Wolves were left with no option really other than to throw it all at the wall inside of storage and just see what stuck. But unfortunately for them, it was not a lot that did stick. As we stand, Oscar is going to be at the top of Aqua Stairs there, just holding on to that doorway. Again, Wolves, I like this, trying to pressure from multiple angles. Last time it was meeting, this time they're going to work over Aqua Stairs. They're going to make ITB think about it, pull them from pillar to post as much as possible inside of that site.
Now, this is that start inside of IT. No different to last time around. If you recall, it's that last time around they started underneath and looked to work in from there. Here, not really bothering with the book so much. In fact, dropped away entirely, as you can see on the operator lineup on the bottom right corner of your screen. So Wolves, they got a few attacks in the back pocket, Tim. Don't want to make it too predictable. Don't want to keep bringing the same strats, because all you do then is invite ITB to adapt to what they saw last time around. Here, much more lateral with how they're trying to start things off. Now, they've got themselves the IT wall opened up. As mentioned before, that's a real big part of this top floor that you need control of. Gives you pressure out towards Catwalk, gives you pressure in towards both sites as well. It's a really good staging ground and lets you start working in towards mesh yourself if you desire it late into the round. For now, at least, so it's all about the prep work as well, they're chewing their way through. I think they're in a pretty good spot with about half the round to go, where they can start thinking about a hit to get control of one of these key parts in the map, starting out with connector here, but they've got a mirror window to deal with first, Tim.
Yeah, and they were a little bit quicker last time with Wolves. It's like when they get that opening kill, it's the real catalyst for them. It's the spark in the powder keg that really fires them up. But it doesn't seem to happen if they don't secure it. And right now, ITB are playing behind utility beautifully. They've wasted 2 minutes 10 of this round with Wolves not really making any major incursion onto the site. ITB still 5 left alive. And Wolves, they're going to have to start finding some kills soon, Des.
It's interesting how they've more like dug in this site, right? They haven't tried to play the aggressive roam out and about around the map. They've kind of invited the challenge from Wolves and said, you want to come and hit us on site with all 5? Give it your best shot. It's taken a bit of time, Tim, but if I know Wolves, they can get it done in 10 seconds flat. A kill going back and forth here. Again, another trade secured by Wolves. They're very, very good at finding these entries, but they've lost 2. And Oscar hits one hell of a shot into Lasmo's shield in front of the face. It's not enough. Another closing kill comes through a trade this time from ITB. Tim, we're all square at 2 apiece, and I did not expect this after those first 2 rounds.
I mean, how many times do we see it where, you know, teams just take that couple of minutes to wake up? 6 minutes is all it takes to lose 2 rounds, Des. You know, it can be over quicker than that, and all of a sudden you're 2 down. But ITB, they've certainly rubbed their eyes, they've rubbed the sleep away, they've got themselves out of bed and ready to go. They've woken up, and they're in this one now, 2-2, and we're getting exactly the sort of matchup that I expected before coming into this. I was doing my notes, my prep last night, and I thought, you know, which way does this game go? Sorry?
You did predictions, didn't you? I think that's why I saw it tweeting it yesterday.
Yeah, I did some predictions this morning as well. I went with ITB, but it was a very difficult one to call. You know, looking at it last night, I thought, I'll give the edge to ITB. I think, you know, Wolves have got a lot to work with the 2 new members. Kangaroo Kenny as a coach, we know how well prepared his team always is. They're going to be coming in here kind of tricky, I guess, against a Wolves side that you don't necessarily know exactly what they're going to do. But, you know, that meeting at EWC, I think he's probably, you know, had a good look at that as well. And I'm expecting ITB to be well prepared. And so far, they're looking pretty good the last couple of rounds.
I don't want to jump on someone too soon. I did speak about in the first round that I think we're very harsh on rookies. We're very quick to judge them, write them off, for example, if we don't see them start strong and they've got a ton of pressure coming onto them. But all the work so far that we've seen coming out of Wolves has been the standard 3 that we've seen in Wolves for a while, right? I'd wager the vast majority of it being P4 and Mowgli in those first 4 rounds, being the ones making things happen on the entry, picking up kills, securing trades, that sort of thing. Poor Lasmo, bless him, I think every time he's got into a fight so far has found himself shut down pretty quickly, even on the blitz. Now, you don't see, of course, too much of Acer as well. He's playing on the Thermite, more doing his job, playing that hard support. But so far, there is still a reliance on the existing members, which makes me worry a little bit. It's not saying that all the carrying work should be done by these more supportive flex players on the backside of things in Acer and in Lasmo. I'm just I don't know, hoping to see a bit more confidence coming out there, a little bit more, because the one thing Wolves were always very, very good at back in the old days when Rise was on side, of course, and we had everything else going on as well, Bibba being on side too, was they were very good at collapsing as a 5 all at the same time, and that is what's rewarded them. But I feel here, ITP in that last round maybe had a bit of a read. We can deal with these newer players. We feel we can shut them down. A little bit of first day nerves, a bit of jitters in them as well. We close that down. Things essentially are a 5v3 elsewhere around the map. And I think sitting on site there just a second ago, really good tactic by them to come out, changing things up. Not just, I think, to deal with the potential attack coming out of Wolves, who no doubt would have read into that defense in the first place, but just as an overall strategy to deal with the gameplay that we've seen coming out of Wolves so far. Now, in case you couldn't gather, we are in a quick tech pause. When that's resolved, we go back in. The players can't talk to each other during this time. It's a little bit more chill. When we go back in for these next 2 rounds, I'm really curious to see what the 2 sides change then, because now the ball is in Wolves' court. They've lost the last 2 rounds. ITB have pulled things back level, and Wolves are the one who've got to find a way to get ahead in these last couple.
Yeah, I mean, ITB have just found the key, essentially, in that last round particularly. And it doesn't surprise me. It's not really a criticism of Wolves when I say this. They've got a couple of new players in, and so naturally, the strategy side of it, breaking down a defense, for example, pushing from multiple angles same time, is what's going to take longer to develop. All of these players are very talented players. Stick them in the server, let them shoot people. They will do, and they'll win rounds. If you can take that ability away from them and you can say, here's some puzzles to solve, here's a clock to play against, that's probably where you're going to start finding cracks. More than likely at the minute, and you know, that's something that they'll work on as time goes on, I've no doubt, you know, being together as a 5. But initially, this is what we generally see with new teams. Throw a load of puzzles at them, throw a load of, you know, play behind mirror windows, bandit trick, you know, play behind these things that are going to stop them just doing what they want to do. It's no surprise to me that as soon as ITB don't lose somebody for the first 2 minutes because they haven't given Wolves a gunfight, those are the rounds that they start winning, because all of a sudden Wolves are kind of like, oh wow, yeah, right, we've got to actually get into sight, we've actually got to break this down. And you know, they don't necessarily have that depth of playbook to be right, what's plan B, plan C, or the bandit tricked us, what's the next move, you know. And so I think, yeah, ITB have lent into that nicely over the last couple of rounds.
Absolutely. Well, should be back into things in just a couple of moments. And of course, Tim, let's not forget, we've got a few more games coming up later today as well, 4 in total. As I say that, we get back into game. But out of the 3 that are remaining, before we get into this one again, what game are you most excited about for the rest of the day? We've got ENCE Secret, G2 Fnatic, and Wild BDS. Which one are you really chomping at the bit for?
I was looking forward to seeing ENCE play again. Obviously, you know, with the Lems coming in, they had a really good run in LCQs where they got themselves to the final. Couldn't quite beat G2 to get that, you know, it would have been a surprise qualification, I think it's fair to say, to Manchester. But over the course of the first stage, I felt like they did improve and they did develop. Early couple of games were difficult for them, but they really grew into Tier 1 Siege, and I was impressed with ENCE overall. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them tonight, especially against the Secret team, you know, quarter-finalists in Manchester. Adrian, a standout rookie in stage 1 as well. Looking forward to seeing what they've been doing in the off-season. But yeah, for me, that one's a real mouth-watering matchup.
And it's a similar story with Secret, I think, to ITB, you know, like, is it just a one-off where they've had a really good spell and they'll fall back into a more expected form, or do they carry on? Do they propel on forwards? Time will tell on that side, but we'll save that game for the next one. It is game 2, it is coming up next, but for now, we'll focus on how round 5 is going to play out. Starting things up top though, no surprises at all. Wolves are going to work their way down from that second floor, down towards the basement, but that does mean working your way through these roamers, Tim, that we keep on seeing from ITB.
Well, this is it, but it becomes a gamble for RTB because, as I said, in the break there, we've had rounds where Wolves have exceedingly quickly got themselves a couple of kills and a successful round on the back of it. RTB have to be careful not to give them those engagements for free. They really need to make sure that they win in them if they're going to go into gunfights because, you know, that's Wolves' big strength at the minute, or that's at least how it seems. So we're going to see how RTB are able to hold on underneath for the time being. They've certainly got numbers, and they managed to find one. Noah is there, but P4, a quick trade to level things up at 4-4.
Colour me utterly shocked, Tim. It's the one thing I'll probably praise both teams for, but Wolves especially, the trade play has been absolutely phenomenal in this game so far. Where one player goes down, there's another one there immediately able to respond. The blessing here, I think, though, is you've got a lot of that vertical destruction that you're looking for. Otherwise, now you're turning towards things like the breaching rounds coming out from the Ash or the breaching charges that are in back pocket. The book being gone does make this a little bit more difficult. They can still work around it, but what have they traded? They've traded away a Valkyrie whose cameras are already down, who I believe a C4 has already been tossed out from, for example. That's already made her use case known in this round, but the buck being gone, you really could have done with him for the end of this round, and that will give a little bit more comfort, I guess, really, for ITB to move around in this basement and not worry too much about being shot from above.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's, you know, where ITB have shown us that strength previously. Now then, we've got Oscar just looking to sneak around a little bit, but well aware he's been picked up by P4, and that gives Wolves an opportunity. 30 seconds left to go. They've got a man advantage. They've got some access onto site. Quite have site control yet, but we can hear that thermite charge detonating as well. A clever little drop from P4. He's just going to use that sound to disguise himself, dropping down the hatch, and it may well be that ITB are unaware of his presence, and we can see Ace has managed to get in and start putting that diffuser down. P4 does the damage. Mowgli doubles down. That's going to leave us 4v1. The final kill comes in. It's a direct trade, but that's all that Wolves need. They managed to take round 5. It's 3-2 and game on.
It's another fantastic example, though, again, of Wolves just being able to say the word go and everyone goes. The drop comes through, they hold spot, not really on trying to push forward at that time. But as soon as they say go and the diffuser starts going down, Mowgli is on a death march. He wants every single scout still alive in the server on his scoreboard, and manages to find a couple towards the close as well. Just really good team play time and time again. And this is why I keep saying the roam game has got to be solid from ITB. Wolves, if they've got 4 or 5 players left alive at the execute, they're very good in that situation, but you are able to trip them up on the roam if you manage to pull off a really good one. I just feel so far it's been a little bit predictable maybe for the side of Wolves. They're now 3-2. I think they'll be happy if the half goes 3-3. ITB, they're going to sorely want to get this round over the line though, Tim, because like I said earlier on, the last thing you want really is to be switching sides and have it be 4-2 to the French side.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think ITB really need to be locking down kitchen here. But yeah, for me, Wolves, praise where praise is due. That last round, the execution there was fantastic. The attention to detail was great. We saw P4 dropping at the same time as the thermite explosion straight into the plant spot. They knew what the plan was, get it down, and it had gone really well for them. They dealt with that mid-floor presence from ITB well, and used the space that was given to them. So really, really well played. Nice round from Wolves there. Leads us into round 6, which is going to be the final defensive round for ITB, and an opportunity for us to see our last site that hadn't been played. We're going to head over to kitchen.
One worth noting from the last round as well, of course, we've got the new patch coming up soon as well. Last round there, the DKB didn't make a call until about 1:30 in the round, still with 2 charges on side. That will be no different once we have the patch come on through. So really, it's going to be the future changes, I think, that will make her very interesting and potentially take away some of that strength, because we did see really good use of it coming out of Wolves. Now, isn't onside in this round. We've got the Grim instead here, as well as the Nomad. So lots of ability to lock things down, and I can never help but really get excited when we see a ram. I know it's not particularly exciting as an operator. Noah's found one for himself in a second as the flash comes on through, finally gets traded, and Wolves have let him through the net a bit there, Tim. Mowgli might get the trade back, but even with things like the Nomad on side and the Grim that we were talking about, it's still enough for him to find 2 kills, and that may just be the spanner in the works that ITB need.
Oh, the damage is done, especially picking up that ram. You really want some verticality down into this site. You can get angles almost everywhere. Kitchen is the one kind of difficult corner to get into vertically, but there's a window, there's a door underneath a hatch. You can pressure Kitchen as well. So yeah, losing that ram is going to be a big loss. And it was just a beautiful 1-2 from Noah. Picks up ENCE on the meeting window and then spins 180 and takes down Deadshot for good measure. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And there we go. Even with the pre-fire creeds, he's having none of it. Slaps Lasmo down, and that's a big advantage for ITB in round 6.
They've got to close this one out now. You're in a 4 versus 2. You play your trade, you play your numbers advantage, and this is yours, unless they can isolate out a couple of gunfights, and I'm not too convinced they will. Right sort of idea. There is a player dug in here towards the side. In fact, it's Creed on the Malusi, 26 HP to his name, but they haven't managed to push him out to him. He's in a great spot here to convert onto a couple of kills. We've got the trade swing ready from Azur as well. This is what I mean. Play for those trades. Use the numbers advantage that you've got.
Coming into that final 35 seconds then, Wolves, they've got it all to do. P4 and Mowgli just trying to brute force their way forward a little bit here. They've just got to try and push and find gunfights. They find one, and Wolves, they've got it all to do. P4 and Mowgli just trying to brute force their way forward a little bit here. They've just got to try and push and find gunfights. They find one, but they find the wrong end of it as Kenny takes down Mowgli. Azur's there for the trade, exactly as you said, Des. Just buddy up. Just look to make sure there's somebody there to play off your contact to get that final kill. ITB lock it down, and it was all over after that double kill from Noah. Picking up the ram, picking up the thermite, just a great play from him on top floor. And I've got to ask a little bit from Wolves there. Are they the right 2 operators to be sending in to try and clear him out? I'm not so sure they are.
It's a tough one. I think they've had a good half there between both sides, really. Some rounds that were extremely one-sided towards the French side, who really came in at pace and blitzed ITB off the park. At other times, ITB have managed to catch them out on the roam, have slipped the net. And this is kind of the battle. Is like, for the defenders, sometimes they only have to be right once, whereas the attackers, they've got to be right every single time. So I feel for Wolves there to walk away with 3 rounds. They'll be absolutely ecstatic. Now, let's see how this one plays out, because Tim, we've got everyone's favorite ranked operator in play. We've got the Caveira on side from P4. And he's going to try and wrap himself in. I'm sure he won't stay inside of IT. He's hiding away from drones here, and he'll try and disappear somewhere else around the map here as soon as the round gets underway, when the attackers are more likely to not be sat on their drones.
Yep, Wolves wasting absolutely no time.
Here he goes.
Bringing something we will call interesting into the play. Straight down into the basement.
Magical cast the word interesting, Tim. We love it.
Interesting.
It has, it's so versatile. It has so many uses.
It basically means this is going to be an absolute flop or an absolute hero moment. There's no in between with the Cav. It'll be an absolute waste, or it'll be, you know, an interrogation and a huge part of the round coming out from P4. P4, we know, has absolutely got the ability. It's now on ITB. This is their responsibility to find the Cav, to know that they've got an operator missing if the Cav hasn't been picked up on drone. If the Cav does get picked up and they're aware of it, there is absolutely no excuse. It is unforgivable not to deal with that Cav. Her guns are poor at long range. You go in from multiple angles to wherever she is roughly, and you just engage her as long a range as possible, and you should almost always be winning those fights. So should be easily dealt with. Could even potentially leave her out in the cold, given that P4 has gone all the way down to the basement with her. So we'll see how that plays out. But the primary factor is, do ITB find the Cav on the drones? Are they aware of the presence?
Not too sure at this point. I mean, to be honest with you, I do worry that playing off trade-based plays where ITB will find themselves able to deal with the Cav, but the longer the round goes on and the more they lose players in little manners like this, like losing the Iron is a little bit of a stinger. This is where he can have an effect. He hasn't got to get an interrogation strictly either. It can be enough just to get the Monty down, for example, or get rid of the KB before too many calls start coming on through. Speaking of which, a call coming out now. You can see one blocked immediately onto Acer as well. Of course, the new UI giving us that little bit of information, but the Monty is in place. Got up catwalk here. Should be in a spot to start feeding that information across towards the team. This is where we're going to have to see some moves coming in, and sure enough, you can see him starting to make a move here. You see the name across towards control, in towards warehouse here as well. Will he be able to find the one upstairs? I think he might at this point as well. Has got himself in behind, and Timmy's managed to find him out. Got one, got two, down to just one left standing, but the Cav strikes true. 2 down, 1 left standing. What a dominant round by Wolves.
Noah's going to pick up Mowgli with the Boss G in through the window, a gun that's come back to prominence, seeing a lot of popularity. If you've got good aim, get the Boss G on because you'll do a lot of damage very, very quickly. But it's not going to be enough damage, not anywhere near enough for ITB as they are punished, Des. I don't know whether it's a lack of recognition that the Cav was on the playing field or just a lack of dealing with it. But the flank wasn't locked down. Cav was able to run upstairs. If you remember, beginning of the round, I said Cav is one of those operators. It's all or nothing. And it wasn't a flop this time. It was the hero play. P4 gets up there. Beautiful double. You could see that moment of, I'm going to get the interrogation here. But the challenge came in and he had to go for the kills on Catwalk. He did what was right by his team. And that's a good round from Wolves. And I tell you what, a nice and organised defence from them. ITB never really got anywhere near sight there.
I think it was a little bit slow and a little bit laboured from ITB. You had things like the Lion and the Monty on side. That really tells you what it was they were looking to do, right? It was about that slow and roaching pressure with a burst in at the end when they felt they had all the information they needed. But Wolves just capitalised, especially P4, on that Cav, completely undetected. And as soon as they realised, okay, they're not really moving, they've got Catwalk, they're not keeping an eye on what's going on, that's when you can strike true. But I was going to say, the funniest thing is, if you'd have said to someone a few years ago, at the top level of Rainbow Six Siege, we will have a Boss G ACOG facing off against the Cav. There would have been tears shed. Yeah, that's exactly what we had at the very closing moments of that round, and one arguably was far more effective than the other. Wolves up to 4 and 3, and here we go with round 8.
Going to move into storage this time around. Obviously, the big weakness in this site is that pillar that you can plant behind just inside of the window. That's where we see teams quite often will look to try and just encroach that little bit on into sight. If they get IT control by opening this wall, then it is usually possible because that's where you would defend it from. Vertically, you'd open up above it and you would prevent people from going in and being able to plant out there. But it is certainly dealable. Alternatively, you can defend it from below. You can open up the floor from down in basement, but Deadshot manages to find a beauty onto Oscar. I just don't think they're aware, and I'm asking the same question as I did about the Cav there. Where's the droning from ITB? Where's the recognition of what's going on ahead of them?
There, I get it. You want to play the fast game. You want to catch the fast executing team off by trying to hit real fast, real hard out on the road. The thing is, Wolves were so ready for it. They were dug in. You saw the Azami and exactly how dug in she was. It was terrifying. You're against Deadshot there, who's not had the best game, but has still basically had a free 1v1 off the back of it. You've lost 2 players. Your heart breach is gone. Arguably, really not the way you wanted to play this one out. And now they're in a spot where things are going to start crumbling, I think. And Wolves will just grind this one out until they're up 5 and 3.
Yeah, Deadshot's played this smart as well. If you remember, I was just as we got those opening kills and I had to kind of diverge away from the point, I was just saying that plant position can be held from down in basement as well. That's what can make it difficult for the attackers to use. Are you looking to clear above or below? Deadshot goes below but gets cleared out by Azza. That is great because that now does open up the plant spot for ITB, and they shouldn't need too much more to be able to think about getting that diffuser down.
Oh, just, again, if they're in a spot where they can get the kills, then this is more than enough that they need. And it's kind of my worry again for Wolves was he had the numbers advantage, played for the trades like we saw ITB doing in the 4v2. Mowgli, of course, they're going to take that one though. He wants it straight away, Tim, and he's gone and found himself too. That is one way to win a round. Is it ideal if he gets picked off? Absolutely not. But he's found 3 kills to close things out. He's feeling himself today, and ITB just cannot keep a lid on him.
Well, there is, of course. I spoke about the 2 main ways to defend that plant spot, Des. There is a third way. You just run into the plant spot, you shoot 2 people in the face through the window, and then get the 3rd kill to round out the win on the round as well. So Mowgli opted for the slightly riskier 3rd option. He didn't have a choice at that point. Wolves needed to make a move because ITB was starting to grind them down. They'd taken out the defense above, they'd taken out the defense below. They'd got themselves a little bit of control, or so they thought, of their desired plant spot in behind the pillar, but Mowgli just took that one by the reins and just went steaming on in there and found himself a beauty of a double, particularly on that window. And ITB, they've just thrown again a little bit too much at it, a little bit too soon. Oscar goes in onto Catwalk, not really ready for Deadshot on the challenge, loses the gunfight. They try to pile in through the window and challenge onto Mowgli, who may be there, may not. He's moving around. There's still 45 seconds left on the clock. You know, they can deal with that position. They've got the vertical above. They can work from IT to try and force Mowgli back out of the site so that they can then go in and secure that plant. Instead, they've rushed in, I think, a little bit ahead of themselves, and they've been punished for it.
I think this is why Wolves sit as quite a confusing identity in a lot of people's minds. Is like, some days they look like they're on top of the world. Look here, P4, 10-3, Mowgli, 11-5. We spoke a bit about the newer players. We'll put that conversation to one side. These two are running the show right now, 21-8 between them. There's no shutting them down. They'll come up against a team that's a bit more put together, that shoots back a little bit more aggressively, should we say. And suddenly like a team that's just crumbling at the seams, and they haven't got the team playing. They're out of sync, and Mowgli's too far ahead of the rest of his team. All that stuff, I'd argue, is still true. Mowgli is being extremely aggressive. I called it out in round 2. It's all well and good going for your 1v1, but he lost it and left his teammate in a 1 versus 1 that, very fortunately for them, ITB didn't convert. That last round could have gone the same way. He loses that first gunfight. They lose the round earlier on. It's ITB that are up 5-3 instead. And I don't mean to sit here and say someone feeling themselves and going for gunfights is a bad thing. It's a great thing to have. That confidence is brilliant. But it's also the kind of thing that will cost your team big rounds in other games. And if you're doing it in games that you might consider to be a little bit easier, and ITB are no slouch, let's not forget as well, it's the kind of thing that will show itself in deeper games as well. So fair play, round of applause for you guys playing so well. I just worry this playstyle cannot carry on across the stage if you want to be one of our top 4.
And they certainly will want to be one of the top 4, of course, not qualifying for Manchester. If we think about those global standings, you know, and Wolves' position in there at the minute, currently, you know, tied 48th in there. They've got a lot of work to do. Where we've got 2 majors that are dishing out the points, I would say, generally speaking, you're going to need to qualify and perform reasonably well at least one of those majors if you want to go to SI. So Wolves, they've already burnt that bridge. That opportunity to miss one is gone, so now they're in a position of essentially needing to make Montreal and have a good little run there, you know, to try and push themselves towards SI. So yeah, definitely big for them to have a big start, but ITB, they've got some answers in the form of Creed. A very quick triple before he's shut down by Lasmo is going to close out the round as Noah picks up the final one, and that was just a flurry of kills coming inside of 5 seconds. You remember I said this, Creed has shown us that ability before to just be able to turn around on its head. He does it yet again, and ITB, they fight back.
They do, and this is what I mean, right? Rounds like that, where you're still trying to look for kills, you're playing off on the roam, quite solo as well, and getting picked off by a team that's very put together. Those are the kind of rounds that will slip away from you when you've got that level of confidence. For ITB, though, they played it so well. They cut off these rotations back towards site. The Roamers had zero chance to get away safely. They had the downstairs angles as well. Everything just came together for them so well in that round because they've started to adapt. The key thing for me that they adapted with, though, was the Dekebi. Previously, it's been the Lion. Now changing over to playing what we saw Wolves play in basically the entirety of that first half. There's a reason why she's being nerfed soon, Tim. She is ridiculously powerful. Those 2 phone calls that you got in back pocket, absolutely brilliant for aggressing on towards Roamers or hitting when absolutely every person on the other team is being called unless they're being jammed away by the mute jammer. So good stuff from ITB, a very small adaptation. I'm not saying that the line is a bad pick. I just think with the current state of Dekebi, you have to play her in these rounds.
5 seconds left.
Right, okay, we're going to see Command. We're going to be back up to the top floor this time for Wolves. Interestingly, this time P4 does drop away from the Caveira. Don't let the colour confuse you. It is Goyo. Very similar colour to the operator icon. At the flash of an eye, you could be forgiven for thinking that he doubled down on that one, but no, it's going to be Goyo this time, so we're going to have the Vulcan canisters. Just a really great area denial. If you maybe, you know, a newer player, you've not used too much Goyo, you're not sure where he fits into the defense, just really good space and time denial of those Vulcan canisters. Once that pressure starts mounting, you put them in a position where you know that's going to be the avenues you're likely to be pushed from. They can be used very smartly on things like a wall, you know, is going to be breached. Put it on the back, the breach happens, the canister detonates automatically and just prevents those rushes coming through. So you're really good at slowing things down.
Double globals, as we know, can do a hell of a lot of work. But really look on the other side, though. Dug in behind the Goyo, for example, a big one as well that really can slow things down. 2 minutes left in the round. Only got 60 seconds gone through so far. We've already had one of the E1Ds come out. A second one coming out here as well. Just expecting any level of aggression to come on through. Nothing so far. In a good spot here. Almost managed to find one off the back of it as well. Maverick. Arguably, it's a tickle slow there and getting it opened up means that he gets away at least with all his legs intact for now. Back towards site. No one taking any damage and things can play out. I'd argue it's been a slow start for ITB, hoping to catch someone out here. Half the round has gone and every single player is still standing.
Also worth noting that we've got Striker joining in us on the ITB lineup as well. One of our recruits that has joined us, Striker and Sentry being the two of those. They have access, their special gadget is access to all secondary gadgets, and they can bring two of them along. So Kenny's going to be on the loadout with frag grenades and flashbangs are going to be the choices. No one manages to pick up one. Kenny taking down Striker out of the action straight away there as Deadshot manages to find him. 4 versus 4. A minute left to go. Wolves are hanging on a little bit here as the pressure mounts from ITB, but they're looking good for it. They're not being sort of overly aggressive. They're managing to keep finding those trades. 2v2, 45 seconds left to go.
Being overly aggressive, did you say, Tim? Problem now is Mowgli's still standing as well. We've seen how much he's done in this first half. There's 2v2 ready to break out. Can't take away from Azar either. He's been pretty nuclear himself, and now they know exactly where Mowgli is. They've spotted him on that quick swing out. Can they get this press in? And will Lasmo equally off towards the left-hand side here also get a little bit of a sting in the tail as ITB put all focus on towards Mowgli?
There come the long shots through, not able to quite find the man, but they will. And that's going to be Azza now taken down 1v2 effectively. And with 10 seconds left to go, Wolves can just play this smart. They managed to finish off the downed Lion, and that leaves them in a 2v1. Creed manages to find the one, but smart play from Wolves. They back themselves away. They know they don't need to take that fight. They can let the clock win the round for them, which is what it does. And it puts them up onto match point.
Breeze almost to the spot to get the 1 versus 1 onto the pillar player as well, which I'm pretty sure was Lasmo taking over the spot once Mowgli had pushed his way out on towards Catwalk. Again, a bit of a nervy moment, but enough to get it done and over the line. There's been a couple of those in this game, but it's still Wolves that find themselves sitting here. I'd argue that a little bit more comfortable than what we're seeing ITB currently stand. And again, this question will keep on coming around ITB. It's only play day 1. It's far too early to say, but will we see them retain that form that we saw back in stage 1? Will they keep on punching up here and taking down teams that we're very used to seeing at majors? You know, think over the last 2 years, Wolves are very much a staple representative of the European region at big events. Whether or not that carries on, of course, we'll find out. ITB are the ones who have got something to do, though. 2 rounds to go. Otherwise, Wolves take this one. They take that clean win in our first game of EUL Stage 2.
Been a pretty good performance from Wolves so far. I've been largely impressed. I want to give Lasmo a little bit of a shout as well. 6-6 so far. A pretty solid introduction to Tier 1 play. It can always be tough. It's worth mentioning as well, of course, if you don't know where Lasmo came from, he came from a team called Make Your Destiny. On that team for and there, the team actually had the, I won't call it, was it a miracle run maybe through the Manchester Major Open quals?
Reasonable.
Got themselves into last chance qualifiers, did fantastically well. It was the team with Baby Shark and others on there as well. Lasmo was on that
classic
team.
Classic household name, Tim.
Yep, classic household name. But who were they knocked out by? They were knocked out by Wolves. And now Lasmo finds himself here playing for Wolves in Tier 1 EUL matches. And it's just a great full circle story, isn't it, really? I love stuff like that.
Warming into it a little bit as well. I know I said earlier on he was getting really domed. I think he was, what, 2-6 at one point. Has now worked his way up to being 6-6. So hasn't found himself going down the entirety of the second half. Clearly very comfortable on the defensive side of things as it stands. More work yet to be done. Got themselves the breach opened up here, and no, on Catwalk there is going to be a player trying to cause a little bit of bother, and the instant jump in, nose in there like a cat. Tim has taken down Deadshot. A second kill comes on through. Not even a trade to follow. Lasmo gets at least one back, but can they convert? Not quite. And they also manage to close down one more. Mowgli picks up one, but the trade is there, and Tim, those trades that we saw back in the first half simply aren't here in this round for Wolves. They're down to 1 left standing, and P4's got it all to do against 2 players. However, both are very low HP.
Not only that, but one of them's got a shield in front of his face as well. Playing against the Blitz is not going to be an easy task. Kenny is just looking to challenge at range. It's never going to be the one for the Blitz. Find a bit of information, but P4 finds his feet, takes him out, and gives himself every opportunity here to clutch out this 1v2, bringing it back to a 1v1. However, he's given Oscar the opportunity to put the diffuser down. Oscar manages to get out of the window as well. That's a big moment for this round. P4, he's going to have to make a move here to try and find a challenge onto Oscar. And as soon as he steps out, his location is given away. It makes it an easy gunfight for Oscar to take, potentially. P4 knows he has no option but to chase this. And as he comes around the corner, Oscar's fully aware and keeps ITB fighting. Really nicely played 1v1. He had to roll the dice. He had to take a gamble on putting that diffuser down, and he got away with it by a hair's breadth.
Cool as a cucumber, Oscar, at the end then as well. I was really worried when they lost Kenny. I thought, oh, the 1v1, that doesn't feel very winnable. But sure enough, manages to pull it off there. Maybe a little bit too much passiveness being shown by the Frost in the close, but didn't expect the diffuser to be recovered and planted arguably that quick. What I love, though, was how ITB played this round out. You're going to see it here. Look, this was a 2 versus 1 that came in very quickly as a collapse on towards Mowgli. I think there was a second player looking to try and play for the trades onto him, just couldn't quite find it. Either way, we're still seeing Wolves players pick up a kill in these 2 versus 1s, so it nets out to be equal, all things considered. But I think ITB have been very, very good across a number of these rounds in finding out where individual players are, isolating them, and then just punishing them with 2 or 3 players at the same time. It's really good team play, not dissimilar to what we saw out of Wolves back in the first half, and that is why this contest feels so close. It's 6-5 to Wolves. One more round, Tim, and we start off EUL in classic fashion with a Desert Ace overtime.
Could it happen any other way? We will see. We're going to go back to storage again. Wolves obviously feeling that they can get that one done this time. Like I said, that was... we talk about fine margins. Those are the fine margins that we talk about there. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Oscar. You know, in a different world, P4 sees the backside of him going out of that window, and it's a cheap kill, and, you know, the round is for Wolves. But sometimes you've just got to take those risks. You've got to have that bit of confidence, and you've just got to say, pros don't fake. I'm going to stick this one. I'm going for it. And Oscar just showing his experience there and getting the job done. Great stuff from ITB. Really entertaining round.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off again, or if Wolves have got something to throw back in their face here and crush that dream before it can well and truly get underway. They're going to be a slower start here. ITB, they know that they're literally one small slip up away from losing it. Because like I said earlier on, when it was the other way around, when it was Wolves in the attack, defenders have only got to get it right once. They've only got to catch you out. A drone not looking in the right spot, or someone flicking onto the wrong drone, or a certain spot not being covered properly, and the whole round can crumble from there. So they have got to play this one really, really carefully. We've already seen P4 in this half pull out the Kabir and do a bit of work on that. And sure enough, they've been ratting out Tim, and P4 is going to find himself falling down. Great play by Kenny. Just to hold and wait there, expecting to see a little bit of erraticness coming out. A great start for ITB.
Yeah, really nice from them there. Just recognising, like you say, what maybe Wolves have tried earlier and punishing for them this time. You know, that's what we want to see. Is a team ever going to be perfect? No. Are you going to make mistakes, miss drone? You know, things are going to go wrong? Absolutely. But ITB are showing that they've learned from that. You know, yeah, they might not have picked up on the Cav. They might not have dealt with it back in round 7. But this time, they are going to find those roamers. They are going to find those players who are going to try and rat their way into a problem spot, and they're going to take them down. But Lasmo Mowgli, they've got answers. Azza and Noah, they find themselves taken down, and Wolves could be on their way to a win here. Deadshot manages to pick up Creeds, and all of a sudden, in a matter of seconds, ITB have got their backs to the wall.
Just running around like headless chickens for a few seconds there, Tim, and it has proved fatal. Think about what I said a couple of times. I said it at the start of this round. The defenders have only got to be right once. A single slip-up by the attackers can prove absolutely faithful. Look at this. They know that he's still outside, but they're not going to find him in time. He's back inside the kitchen, has got away with that one in one piece. But a small flash of brilliance from Wolves has brought it down to a 4 versus 2, and it looks like the French side are ready to capitalise and get this day 1 win.
Information being fed out as well. You can see they're just really stacked up against it. Oscar moves across there, has a look at the plant spot, and there's a bulletproof camera on it that's being watched. They know exactly where he is. It's great work from P4. The Mon that's dead just on those cams, feeding it all into his team. Kenny manages to find one onto Mowgli. 1v4 becomes 1v3. Very unlikely as he just tries to peek around. 5 seconds. He's looking for something. He's looking for anything. He's looking for a lifeline, but there's not going to be one as Wolves, they managed to open up. EUL with a Play-Day 1 win. A great start for the French side. Really impressive stuff and an entertaining game on Nighthaven where ITB played their part.
I think either way, it's come close. We've seen both teams have moments of brilliance, as you say. It has come down to the wire. It's come down, the wire of regulation, I suppose you can look at it, Tim. I think both teams have showed a little bit of promise on that first day as well. We've seen really good trade play. We've seen the aggressive moments, but I think ultimately it started as it ended in that second half as well. Just a little bit of aggression. Those small moments of brilliance coming out of Wolves have really tripped ITB up. And what more is there to say other than they've crumbled there at the most important time? A good start for the French side, though. Are you convinced by our newer players so far? Because Lasmo, especially in that second half, he really warmed into it.
Yeah, I think Wolves were a really exciting team to watch. I'd stand by what I said. A lot of their good rounds came down to sort of 2 or 3 gunfights quite quickly that they won. I think mechanically, they're obviously a very good team. We knew that from the remaining members, the 3 that are left. And Lasmo, particularly ENCE, I'm not saying he wasn't, but he was on support ops. Lasmo's got himself involved in that as well. So yes, they're a team you don't really want to be taking to gunfights. For the more strat-heavy stuff, is that going to start costing them, you know, a little bit slow at times on the attack, that kind of thing? It's all stuff that can be worked on, but a great start for a new roster.
Absolutely, and we'll see if that carries on into Play Day 2. For now, though, let's head over to the studio where they're going to break this one down for you a little bit more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Des and Ace. I think in any competitive sport, esport, when your favourite team makes some roster changes, some new additions, let some maybe favourites go, you're obviously delighted when they kick off their fresh campaign with a W, and that is exactly what Wolves just did here against ITB on Nighthaven Labs. I'm here with Fresh and Alfama to pick it all apart. Fresh, I'm going to come to you first. Wolves really played some standard siege there, but they did so in such a solid manner.
Yeah, you're kind of wondering from this team. They've got, 2 new players in, maybe a new identity. What are they going to do? Well, they played very, very standard siege. And the way that I'm talking about that, I'm talking about, picking up walls, breaching walls, playing close together, crossfires, things that are the fundamentals of any, I suppose, FPS. Playing close together, play the refrags, and play the numbers game. And the team play around that to get them to a 3-3 attack half, I thought was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, you can see it in their game plan straight away. When they banned Tuberao, they were already going with Thatcher and EMPs and trying to opening those walls quite quickly. You can see then, even in this slow and methodical playstyle, that the other players were all on the same page, especially during the execute, which is not always easy. It gave more space to Mowgli as well. I saw him lurking a couple of times, doing his own thing, when the core was working very well together to open up more zones. So I think overall it works pretty well with them. In defense, though, they were way more aggressive and played to their strength. And I was very impressed with Lasmo as well. I think he was consistently taking good decisions, trading his teammates, and even that last run with Castle, he wasted a lot of time in last round.
I look at controlling games, and it was a 7-5 victory, but I thought Wolves maybe controlled 8-9 of those rounds and executed on them, obviously 7 times to get over the line in 7. I thought they were excellent in this game. Like you said, in defense, they got aggressive. They understood that ITB were going to come at them direct. They understood that the Monty was going to come at them, that the Dokkaebi call, and it was going to be the blitz, very in-your-face style, which is what ITB run. Yeah. And they played into it perfectly on defense.
They had their number, and they had team cohesion, right off the bat here, right?
Yeah, I think that's why they had more time, right?
Yeah.
And they use EWC quals and EWC to gain experience. And actually, them losing so many matches there actually helped them to learn very quickly. And I think it shows here that they've had more time to mesh. And what I like is they took young players that they knew were going to buy into their vision. Yes. That's what we're seeing here, because they're playing together very well.
There's only so much you can learn about a roster from one singular map of Siege, Fresh, but what did you learn about this?
What I learned is it's about the level that they're going to want to be at if they are making a top 4 run. ITB were a solid team in stage 1. They've made the 2 LAN events. They're going to be there or thereabouts for the Montreal Major. Wolves have got over the line against them. So it's not about the level that Wolves are at. It's about we know ITB's level, and Wolves managed to beat that.
Did you come away from this map here with a different thought process about some of their pickups here?
No, I think in general, that's what I was expecting them to develop from.
Yeah.
I'm expecting them to grow because they were already looking really good in Tier 3. I think Lasmo was doing amazing with Make Your Destiny. I think he just needed a good opportunity to go into Tier 1, but most importantly, to be with the right teammates and the right staff. And he could not think of a better one in Wolves. I think they are known to drive and grow players. They did it with P4 all the way years ago. They did it with Mugli. They did it with Deadshot. They can do it with Lasmo and Aza as well.
We say it all the time, Fresh, when it comes to best of ones in Siege, you can't panic at all when you lose one. So ITB don't need to reflect too harshly on that performance.
They don't. I think I genuinely think they'll come away and they will be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
I think they tried to make a few hero plays early on their defense of Nighthaven. I think they needed to let Wolves attack them and then punish them. They really let Wolves garner that momentum. There's definitely learnings there for ITB, but I'm not worried about ITB in the long term.
No, I think in general it was a very close game. I think they also reacted quite well in some scenarios. I think after 2 attack rounds, they thought, okay, we're giving too much space. Let's go aggressive. Let's be disruptive. And it worked, and they thought they were back into the game. So I think you can see that they were maybe the team that had more longevity and consistency, but they clearly had not prepared for Wolves that was that prepared.
How do you think the standard of our teams across this stage matches up to previous years and previous iterations, Fresh? Because we've really got some front runners, we've got some real wild cards in the mix, and we've got some, legacy teams that really need to perform as well.
Yeah, and I think if in the context that, that we spoke about in the pre-show was that we're looking at a stage where there are so many teams that need to make Montreal 4-6 Invitational, and Wolves is one of those teams. They didn't make Manchester. They have to get off the ground. There's a lot of pressure on them. And ITB are one of the teams that are going to be looking at following up stage 1, right? So honestly, I think from a blanket, below BDS, there's about 5 or 6 teams looking for those free spots, and it's going to be a right dogfight throughout the stage.
I was about to say the same. I would say below, you have BDS,
you
have Wild, and you have in the middle.
Whoa, okay.
You have the teams that...
Shots fired.
In the middle,
fired.
you have teams that are really looking towards the major. And I'm not saying that's not expectations from Wild, actually. I would want to hear their expectations, but...
I'm sure that they're going to hope you eat your words a little bit later on today.
No, I would hope to be wrong. I always like to be wrong if players are playing well. No, the thing is, I think in the middle, you're looking at the real balanced EU League, way more than it used to be before, with 4 detaching every single time.
Let's just run it back just briefly as well to that Wolves performance there. P4 in particular, beast mode.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed with P4. I think if you look at the stats on the screen, you're looking at P4 and you're thinking 12-7. Now that's not, and again, I'm going to say it, that's not something we're used to from P4. We're used to him going quite negative, but he is the IGL of this team. But what it's about was the performance around Wolves and how they put it in. Because they had an option, and that was to stay with the old Wolves playstyle, or it was to try and reinvent themselves. Either way, P4 stays the IGL in that scenario, and I think he's got to be attributed how well they look today was a large reason was because of him.
I feel like he was behind a lot of the decisions. Even the Caveira was his play, And I think in general, if you look at P4 when he joined the team all the way these years back in Vitality, he was to be the star maker, the star player there before Mugli arrived. And I think we kind of lost that because he had to take more and more on his shoulders. And I don't know why, but apparently he has taken more responsibilities in this roster, right? He should be leading these guys. And yet he thrives on this. He plays even better. So it's really good to see him more comfortable, and Mugli as well, more comfortable, able to be that aggressive, but also less of that flip coin that we knew about him, Very positive.
Well, Wolves win in the best way possible to kick off their campaign here. Who will be next to get off the starting blocks in the best way they could possibly imagine? Team Secret versus ENCE is next. Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Sembarullo! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
To tail can be told they continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. FaZe Clan, W7M, vamos para Sembarullo!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you. God, he makes it. We cannot. We know we can't. Into red time. He can't finish it. He's no brother. Infinite overtime is upon us. We get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier. There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Back live with Blast R6 EUL. This is stage 2 with me, Ian. We got Fresh and Alfama. We have one best of one in the rear view, and now we're pushing on to the second. It is Team Secret versus ENCE next. Let's start with Secret, shall we? Leo, you're very disappointed in this roster.
Yeah, I expected a lot from them, actually. I expected a lot from them because at the major, at Manchester, I saw them perform so well, so well. Everybody didn't expect them to qualify for Manchester. Then there, they actually beat FaZe. They had a crazy run. And also in a really good fashion, incredible confidence, incredible gunplay. Every round felt like a frag movie. And then they didn't qualify to WC. And ITB, that I saw worse than them, they did qualify, and they did do better. So in the long run, I was thinking more of them as like maybe that top contender that's gonna consistently qualify from Europe, and I haven't felt that. And I'm just hoping to see a new version of themselves.
Do you still have the faith, Fresh?
I do still have the faith in Team Secret, unlike my good friend over here. I think if you look at the transfers, they've obviously moved Miracle back on. He's, maybe gone back to Brazil, and they've picked up Virtue.
World champ.
He's won a world champion. That's what I was trying to say. He's won a hammer. Trying to say both things at once. He's won a hammer with G2. One of the top players in Europe. They've picked him up, and they retained the services of Grubby. Now, that seemed a little bit weird because it seemed like he wasn't going to be on the roster.
Yeah.
4 or 5 days before the transfer deadline, he's back on the roster. So that's my only reservation about Secret, is that they've not been playing with this full 5 over the summer. But apart from that, I really do like this Secret roster.
It does feel like a very different situation from the first stage. Well, the first stage, it felt like they had prepared in the shadows, that had an amazing roster change, and then they were coming in with a honeymoon, and it's exactly what we saw in Manchester. Hype club. Everybody was hyped. Everybody was hitting his shots. But now, with that Grubby move that's benched and then coming back, I don't know if they have the same mood. And now we have Virtue, which I believe is, yes, a great step up, but is he going to mesh well with that aggression? For sure, it's an improvement on the paper. Now I need to see about them meshing well and being that collectively good, because what works with them is being able to aggress together.
Well, ENCE are their opponents. Let's find out how this team is feeling ahead of this stage.
Basically, I think this season we have no choice to go top 4 to at least go into playoffs and try to qualify for the major. So I think every team has their chance to come back in the second stage and make the points to go to Canada. But if I have to pick one, I would say think Virtus Pro.
Right, every single team here has a chance of making it to Montreal, and that is, of course, the goal. It's the home of Siege. We've talked about it already, and it is in touching distance at the back end of this year. Now, these guys made a return to Siege back in March for a swing at stage 1. Didn't go exactly how they'd want it to, but Fresh, this time they've got a bit of an EUL star joining their ranks.
Yeah, they've added a LEMS to their roster. Now, they were much criticised in stage 1 as well, because they were running a 6-man roster. They had Frenchie, they had Jax, and they have the 4 guys you see from left to right on your screen. They've done away with that. Thankfully, I think everyone's happy with that. They've added in ELEMS. Now, the reason that I like the ELEMS addition is what we hear about this roster is that they are very emotionally charged. Not even charged, emotionally supercharged. And ELEMS will calm that down. He brings a wealth of experience. He will allow them to stay in that middle territory that you want to maximize the potential of everybody on this roster.
And I feel like what they've done in first stage with that 6-man roster was exactly in the long term what they needed to know what was working and what wasn't. In the end, they kept the players that meshed better together, and then they improved by also adding a top-tier player that has a history of joining top-tier teams and bringing them to new heights. I think ELEMS has joined many teams in his past years of career. He's been there for 8 years, 9 years now. And every time he manages with his team to have incredible major results. And now I think it's even better because Kai's, I think, was one of the most anticipated in-game leaders in France, and he has an amazing shot caller on his side as well. So overall, it brings stability, it brings experience, it makes that roster better. Is it going to make them that much better than they were missing that last step last time to qualify to major? Maybe that's the missing step they were lacking.
Is that what they were missing? Do you think that last puzzle piece was a bit of an old head that could come in and guide the ship?
I think so. I think you saw rounds where they'd lost their heads in stage one, which was the difference between a 5-7 loss or a 7-5 victory. Very close games they had sometimes where they didn't quite get over the line. And I think ELEMS will help them get over that line alongside the experience of having had stage one beneath them now.
I think ultimately, Fresh, what we need to see from this team going in stage 2 is cohesion, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's so important. They've got it now. Like you said, they've settled on the 4 that they like. They've added ELEMS into it. It's now about building. They set those blocks. It's now about building on top of those blocks and getting the results they want. Like I said, they are quite emotionally driven. I know they felt that they should have done better in stage 1, but they do need to remember that they were the new kids on the block, right? They were the new kids on the block, and everyone will see them as such. And they got taught some very, very harsh lessons. As long as they've learned those lessons, I think things will be good for ENCE.
Yeah, I think if you look at them, yes, they were emotionally charged, but that tells you a lot about their expectations. Coming in here, they hadn't faced a lot of tier 1 teams. They used to be a tier 2 team, facing them whenever there was an open qual, but they had no experience preparing a tier 1 match, for example, or anticipating that they would have a counter strat against them, for example. All of this they had to learn on the flow last stage. And they have learned now. Are they ready to really perform? That's the answer I'm looking for tonight.
I really like the term emotionally charged because I feel like I'm emotionally charged about a lot of things. We all are, right? But it's having the ability to channel those emotions in the right way to lead you to victory.
Yeah, it's about not letting games get by you when you've suffered. You know, if you've had a death that's absolute bullshit, or, you know, you've lost a round that's bullshit, or you've won a round from bullshit and you're just at the heights, it's about being able to get back into the middle, get back into the swing of things and just keep playing that game. And that's where I do feel that they got lost in the sauce a lot in stage 1. You know, you saw rounds and they're trying to do too much to win a perfect siege round when they could just win it. And like I said, that's why I like ELEMS, because I think he'll narrow that. He'll bring them into the middle emotionally, and I think they'll see much more success because of that.
Will they? Let's find out where it will all go down here for our second map of the day. Talk us through the picks and bans, Leah.
Yeah, I think overall nothing too surprising. You look at Secret and ENCE and their map vetoes. It usually goes that way. They ban their least preferred map and the best preferred map. They actually match pretty well. Like nothing too unexpected here, Jack.
Yeah, I think it was fairly expected that we would get down to a border chalet, as you say, with Lair being the big unknown. Obviously, Secret first banned it, indicating that they do not play this map. However, the final ban for Team Secret's the curious one for me. They banned away Border, a map that they absolutely love. They'll play it against absolutely anybody. They banned that away to go to Chalet. Now, I would speculate that Secret beat ENCE on Chalet in the EWC quals, and that's the reason. Keep them in that same comfort zone, keep them in that map that we've already played them on, you know, what, 2 months ago? And then we'll play them, and Secret won that map, and we'll beat them on it again.
And knowing Agdar, the coach of ENCE, I think he's the guy that is prep heavy, that has counter strats. And I think he was expecting that those last 2 final maps, he was expecting maybe to go to Borders. And if that's the case, he had starts prepared for it. But Chalet as well, they're not going into a rematch blind. For sure, they have something prepared here.
When it comes to Secret, let's just get back to the roster for a moment. How shrewd do you think that signing was of Virtue? Because when G2 dropped him, how many eyes do you think across our league and beyond were on him?
I think it's an interesting one because of the way that our league works, right? You're looking at 3 teams that are predominantly French, in BDS, in ENCE, and in Wolves. So he couldn't have gone there, or the Russian team. And actually after G2, there's only 4 teams he could have gone to. So I think one of the 4 teams was always going to pick him up because he has that experience. He's played in 2 different regions. He's played at the top level for such a long time, and he's a very level-headed guy. one of the things that comes out of the Secret camp from time to time is they can get quite emotional as well. They can get quite tilted. And so I think Virtue will bring them a little bit more maturity into that roster. There's some guys that are not brand new, but are still pretty new in their careers on that roster. And I think Virtue being, you know, he's going to accept me saying this, Virtue being an old guy in Siege will bring that, you know, closer.
All right, 2 teams with 2 players joining their roster who can potentially help, using their experience, guide them to a ultimate victory here to kick off stage 2. Let's get into this one with Dezinis.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, ready for our second game of the day, Tim. And you said earlier on during map 1 that this was the game you're really looking forward to. And I'm with you. It's 2 real titans of European Siege have joined rosters, and now we're going to smash them together and see who comes out on top. I can't wait to see how it goes.
Hearing Virtue described as an old guy in Siege has done nothing for me, Des. Absolutely nothing. Honestly, Virtue, don't worry about it. You know,
how
you've
old
never
is he?
seen anywhere near
Tim,
it.
do you know how old he is?
Don't.
He's 29, mate. He's old, Tim, apparently.
Virtue, you're fine. Ignore him. You're absolutely fine, mate. Don't you worry. You've got at least 10 good years left in you. I can speak from experience. Hopefully.
And the day will come where else. To be fair, he doesn't strike me as the kind of character that'll get behind the desk and start screaming into a mic like we did, to be fair.
Coming in at 39, I hope they've been my best 10 years and they're continuing. That's all I'll say. So don't you worry about it, Virtue. I've got your back.
Well, someone's got it. To be fair, I look back at Virtue and his time on G2, and many were saying, you know, he's one of the best players there is. He just doesn't really kind of make himself stand out in a sense. He's never really played the sexy entry roles, for example. He wasn't the kind of guy to go and do interviews or be particularly outspoken. He just quietly went about his business. And I think this is a really good chance for him to kind of show that he is this superstar player that many believe him to be. And I'm really excited to see how he steps up. Bans have flown on through, though, as you can see. And Dekebi is the main ban I'm looking at there, Tim, and saying, thank God that's taken away, because we saw on the last map just how impressive she is. That will continue for a long time, I can practically guarantee. I just checked, I didn't realize you were actually 39 as well. I thought you were like 37. Wow. I really am casting with an old man. This is great.
Wow. Wow. Give it a rest, man. Wow.
I genuinely thought you were younger, Tim.
Attackers need to locate and defeat
The big 4-0 next year, Tim. You excited?
I can't get too excited. I'm worried I might throw my hip out.
What are we doing for it, Tim? We're going to play some golf. What are we doing?
Oh, dearie me. Oh, right, let's move on to Chalet before I
know what we're doing for your 40th, Tim. That's what I'm really excited about now.
See, I've never really been bothered about milestones like that, like turning 30 and stuff. I thought it was great. Like, you know, I
tell you what, Tim, I've got it for you. Leave it to me. I'll make sure it's a fantastic day.
5 seconds to go.
I don't want to.
You got no choice. You got no choice.
Let's get into it. We've got Secret, we've got ENCE, we've got what could be one of the matchups of the day without a question. ENCE we saw really grow into the last stage. Struggled a bit, you know, when things first kicked off, but then they had that great run through LCQs, really started to firm things up. Fresh has spoken on the desk there about the 6-man roster, and I think it's a tough esport to do it in, to be trading, you know, players in and out. I can't think of an example where we've really seen it work consistently really well. So, yeah, I think getting in here for them now, they've got the 5 locked, they've got a Lems on. I'm expecting ENCE to push on strength to strength, but it's a tough start for them against last stage's second place team.
That's it. You got a bit of experience now, right, for ENCE. I think there's a lot they've learned from that stage 1. They've now got the vet on side that we keep on speaking about as well. There's plenty they can do, and sure enough, trade play coming in again, like we saw on the previous map. Adrian gets a kill, but there's immediately a response, and Azox has found second, has broke this team apart, Tim. Rykos into another. Suddenly, 3 kills coming out for ENCE inside the first 60 seconds, and Secret are reeling at this point. You've got Savage on the road who's trying to get anything done, but simply is not going to have the chance, and Tim, he's going to be very, very used to this from the G2 days. Virtue is basically guaranteed here to be left in a 1vx.
Azox will make sure that is the case as he picks up Savage. And as you say, Virtue in a little bit of a trial by fire here, coming in first EUL game with the new team, manages to pick up Nako. That's going to get him 1. He's got 3 more to find. He's got 1 minute 25 on the clock. certainly not going to be an easy one to hold on for, because ENCE, they just need to play this smart here. Get the diffuser into sight, put it down, just keep yourself out of those obvious lines of sight. Nitro goes out, that could find its mark.
Tell you what,
1v4 becomes a 1v2, Des. This is becoming winnable. He knows.
Ain't
he
it?
knows.
If he gets the one, it's all he's got to do. No. I tell you what, Tim, your heart was screaming then for the old men everywhere that he'd pull off a 1v4. It just wasn't quite meant to be. But you're right. Heard him running above on the floorboards. Almost won the 1 versus 1. And ENCE almost let that one slip through their fingers. Azox went nuclear to start. It was breakneck pace, as said. 3 kills inside 60 seconds. Just couldn't quite get the convert there. But she's so close to pulling it off.
What an opening round we had there. ENCE, those are the areas that we, need to see that growth continue. It was a good round from them. They won those gunfights early on. They've got to be careful. They've got to be careful they don't become one of those teams that kind of throw those leads away and become known for it. It was fine. They closed it out. The 2v1 did the job. But even then, it felt like they kind of gave Virtue a little bit of an opportunity in that 1v2. Sky's manages to get the kill, but what happens if he doesn't? His teammate wasn't in a position to challenge Virtue, really. Not immediately. So Virtue had time to reposition. He could have then dashed up the stairs and got himself the vertical. There are many options for Virtue, and a player like Virtue with his, wealth of experience is going to have all those options in the forefront of his brain, and he's going to make decent choices, as he already had. So, yeah, for me, ENCE, a little bit more caution in that situation. They had an age left on the clock. We know exactly where he is. He's on solo stairs. Skies can hold on that top position and just wait for his teammate to get into position. It's little things like that just to sharpen up. But let's remember, it's round 1, play day 1 of EUL. It's not the end of the world. ENCE get it done, and it's a good start for them.
It's the kind of thing they'll shake out of their system as well. Like I said, a bit of experience from stage 1 they're working through as well. No doubt trying to figure things out with the new identity, with the lens in seat as well. Yeah, back on that last map, same sort of story for Wolves. We saw a couple of the mistakes coming through. Not going to be able to bandit trick this one away. The left side gets opened up and tries to run, but gets caught out on his retreat there. Adrian paying the price. But just around at that point, yeah, I think for ENCE there, it's a bit slippy trying to deal with Virtue, who was moving. If he was static, they get a great crossfire. They get the 2v1. Realistically, though, in a 4v1, that should have been closed out a long time ago, or certainly not going down to a 2 versus 1. But Virtue definitely making it hard for them and showing a bit of that experience. Either way, they're up on the 1. They've got the entry here. It's another good start for ENCE. Last time round, it was those 3 kills inside 60 seconds. Here, things are breathing a little bit more, and they've caught out Adrian, who overstayed his welcome there on that garage wall.
Got the clash to deal with. That is going to be a challenge at least. Virtue could well just create a little bit of value in the 4 versus 5 situation. If you can just tie up a couple of those attacking operators having to deal with him. I'm looking at their options. They've got the EMPs on touch that can at least disable the electrification of the shield. But more importantly, I'm looking at that fire arrow potentially from Elems. That could be a real key in just forcing Virtue into a bad position, forcing him to drop that shield. Could be a real important moment. Azox does manage to find Grubby, and that's going to leave them now 5 versus 3, and ENCE in the second round. They're doubling down, and they're continuing to look good here, Des.
Oh, yeah, hitting some nasty shots as they go as well. Great one from June, though. Had the read, though. And June, I think I'll give him a shout-out as well. A player that we've really seen go from strength to strength over time, as well as dance his way around a little bit. We've seen him playing in some, I suppose, unofficial teams, you might call them as well. Think back to Delta, for example, under Fabian. He's sung a lot of praise on towards June, just saying he's a player that has really grown into something special here. We saw him, of course, go on to the major as well on the last stage. Still plenty of opportunity for him to keep on growing. We'll see how things pan out, though. With this now being into a 4 versus 3, advantage still sits with ENCE. The problem is, though, Tim, you're against a clash on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we do expect the attackers on Chalet to be picking up a couple of rounds. Really, I think Secret, if they can get away with 3 defenses here, it's not the end of the world for them. But they could do with picking one up sooner rather than later. Savage does manage to find Sky's Doom. He gets involved, and Secret have got these match winners, Des. They've got players who can stand tall in the face of threats, and that's exactly what they do down in the basement. Really nice final 10 seconds there. Secret, they weren't flustered. They weren't panicked. They had their positions. They knew they had that clash shield from Virtue as well, who could play reasonably in the open, feed them that intel, feed them that information, burn the clock down and force ENCE to take a risk, force them to have to make a move, and they punished them when they did. Well played from Secret.
I'm going to sound like I'm really in love with Virtue speaking about him again there, but the movement at the end of round, same as the prior one, perfect. I know in the previous round he lost the gunfight, but his movement upstairs was right. That round there, he moved from blue on the clash straight in towards Garage and got himself into the default plant spot at the bottom of lobby stairs. By virtue, play on words, by very virtue of being there, they can't then use that as a default plant spot. They've got the smoke off onto the mirror window. They're hoping that'll be enough for them. But him being there, feeding information, making them have to look at him because otherwise he can spin out and shoot them, it just gives so much agency to the rest of his team to pull that off. And like I said, even in a 4v3, you're against the Clash. The Clash wasn't the one getting the kills, but was decisive towards that round end. Really well played by Secret to win things out there in a numbers disadvantage. What a piece, though. Another good game underway, it feels like. Tim, that first game was a banger, and this one has already started that way after just 2 rounds.
It's going to be like that all night, Des. Honestly, like I say, I sat and went through all the matchups over the last couple of days. You know, I've been getting up to speed with everything. And at least the first 3 of them, you know, yeah, it's always going to be a difficult start for anybody against BDS, or maybe that last game. We'll see how it goes. We don't know what to expect from Wild, but we do know what to expect from BDS, and it's going to be tough for them. But yeah, certainly, you know, this game, G2 Fnatic, I'm expecting to be down to the wire as well. And so far, so good. They are absolutely delivering, and EQ Siege is coming out with a banger of a first play day as Azox goes in, takes out Savage, but then is traded by Adrian 4 versus 4.
I tell you what, you could send Azox into a firestorm and he'd come out having quelled the whole thing without using a drop of water. The man is so happy to get in and take these really aggressive entries. Doesn't matter what you throw at him to try and slow him down, he's consistently got in and found himself a kill or 2 at the start of these rounds, up to 5 for himself. The question now comes to the rest of his team, who between them only have 3 kills, Tim. Where do those kills come from to bring down the last 4 players on the side of Secret?
Holding a tight angle there to side. Isn't going to catch anybody out on the movement. Grubby, again, just holding this really key mezzanine position, using the Azami, using the Kiba barricades, playing in behind that utility. And it's more smart play from Secret, similar to what we saw in the last round. However, ENCE are able to push themselves forward and start taking a little bit of ground inside of sight here, Des. This is getting pretty aggressive, but they're going to be cut down from the doorway. Virtue, he's not going to be caught out by movement like that, trying to sneak on into sight, manages to find his man. 4 versus 3, and this is going to be difficult now. 1 minute 10 left to go. Secret still on the vertical. ENCE haven't cleared them out. They're going to have to take some top floor gunfights. They're going to have to start pushing and taking a few risks, because without that control, there's no way they can think about getting the diffuser down.
It's how much utility they've dived with that's got me here, really, Tim, as well. Your Capital's gone in. You've lost quite a bit from that. Yeah, a little bit used upstairs. You've still got 3 forest drones in back pocket and EE1D. You've got so much to play with, but they're running in and just taking blind gunfights, Tim, and being absolutely picked apart by the other side. A Lems with it all to do. And again, questions will come. Where was that utility when you needed it most? Because now Secret have got a 3 versus 1, and this round looks like a far gone conclusion. 8 HP left to his name. Lems, it's going to just whisper on him and he'll die at this point. And sure enough, Virtue, I believe they're closing out a 3K in the round, Tim.
Not really sure what the plan was for ENCE there. You know, Baron Gaming, it's a well-established attacking site that you take top floor, you work your verticals, you need control of library. Azox went in and got the kill onto Savage, big start. But ENCE then didn't really follow in. They've, you know, yes, Adrian was there for the trade, so it ends up 4v4, but you've got a bit of space. That's not actually necessarily the end of the world losing in that trade, because you've got a really important kill by taking Savage out. You start to open things up a little bit. Not only that, but the dock is gone as well, so there's a load of extra HP you've just taken off the board. There was an opportunity to try and clear Grubby out from mezzanine. He never really came under any massive pressure after that point. Instead, it was a crouch walk into the middle of sight, and I'm just not really sure what the plan was there, Des. For me, you've got to continue with that top floor clearance. You've got your man taking out a library, look to clear mezzanine, top of blue stairs, and then put some pressure onto Secret. they were able to move around. Virtue was able to walk up and kill the man crouch walking into sight because there was no pressure from blue stairs. There was no pressure from dining, main door, mezzanine. There was no pressure anywhere else. So the movement was easy for Secret and well recognized by them. They got themselves in some good positions and held on very nicely.
Where I feel Secret are really coming out on top, and it's very obvious, I think, again, looking at the kills on the side of ENCE, Secret are winning out in the later round. It doesn't matter if they're a man or two down, they're still happy to win things out. It's true, it feels like really superior team play. Whereas on the other side for ENCE, everything is coming from Azox, the man on your screen right now. He has been the one making things happen in the early round for his team. Yes, no doubt with support from the rest of the team of ENCE, but he's been the one making the difference. So I think if the plan is to shut him down on Secret's side, you start asking, what else have ENCE got in the tank? Where do they come away with a win off the back of this one? So him being on the gridlock here, a little bit slower, going to take things down a gear, take it back a little bit, slow down to a walk rather than a run, and see how they can do things as a team. I don't think it's a terrible idea. If Azox can be unlocked in the mid-bound instead of rather having to be the focal point, the main focus, where Secret are directing all of their attention, where he isn't going to be shut down as easily, that could really change their fortunes.
Doom's just going to be holding this angle from in behind the utility, and again it just speaks to the patience that Secret have been pretty happy to play with over the last couple of rounds. We saw it from the clash, you know, as you said, Virtue just taking his time, getting himself into good position. Secret know that they don't need to be overly aggressive here. They don't need to get up in the faces of ENCE. They can kind of just let them play into them a little bit, you know, and once they try to take that space, then they can start trying to hurt them. Grubby is putting those keeper barricades to work once again. We saw it in the last round, holding on to Library. This time it's going to be holding onto that piano position. And again, a lot of Secret's gameplay seems to me to be focused around where is the plant spot going to be and how do we hold control of that specific space.
ENCE have been really slow at this so far. 2 minutes have elapsed almost here, and they've got no real push or control coming in towards piano. They need this top floor control to make the execute work, but as it stands, they're not really bothered. At least this round we're seeing the utility coming out of the side of ENCE. But Tim, well, less than 60 seconds to go. Rykos has still got 2 Flores drones in back pocket. They are so painfully slow in this round. This isn't what I meant when I said, let's see Azox on the gridlock slowing things down. I still meant let's try and move with a bit of pace, but let's do it together. And here it's just taking a bit too much time. And I worry, Tim, they're going to have to flood site here and hope for the best. And Secret are going to eat them alive.
Yeah, more than likely, Adrian manages to pick up Skies. That's going to leave us 5 versus 4. Opening kill to Secret. And ENCE, as you say, they've just taken so much time to get this done. They're now trying to sort of sit and hold angles across this top floor, but Secret don't need to move anywhere. They've got the verticals onto site. They're holding onto piano. They're just preventing a plant spot. However, they've managed to sneak in here of ENCE. The Nitro goes out the wrong way. Nako sticks it, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough there. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to say Secret were focused on that plant spot in the early round, holding those verticals. ENCE have got away with one there, but I think they just don't have enough to hold on to it in the post plant.
Like I say, Tim, they've absolutely eaten them alive here. ENCE. It's very rare, I think, these days that you see a team be so slow. I mean, it sounds bad, but when I've seen this happen, it's been in teams in like Japan 2 years ago. But they really ground that one down to 50 seconds left. They got nothing in terms of piano. Sure, they had a gridlock track going down in case the swing was coming on through, but that was about it. And I'll come back to what I said about Rykos. 2 of those Flores drones in back pocket with 55 seconds on the clock is not a great spot to be in. If you've got a Flores on side, you need to be getting to work pretty quickly. But Secret, they're more than happy to let a round play out slowly, because like you saw, Tim, they absolutely crushed them. Outside of this little one kill that came upstairs and a missed C4, if that's the most errors you're going to make in a round, you'll take that every single day of the week. And dare I say, ENCE still looks like this team is trying to work things out and pull themselves together. Secret looking like a well-oiled machine so far, incredibly dominant.
Yeah, very good over the last couple of rounds. Like you said, just not overextending, not playing into anything that they don't need to. You know, I think they've recognised over round 3 and 4 particularly that if left to their own devices, ENCE may not take all the space that they need, as was the case in round 4, or, sorry, as there was the case in round 3, or that they may well not push in aggressively enough and may not, you know, use the clock well enough, may not move quickly enough, as they didn't in round 4. And I think Secret, you know, are happy to use those 2 things to just kind of hold themselves back. They don't need to be doing anything special here. Just let ENCE play their attacking game and punish them as they get into that later round.
Still here, just taking things nice and slow. Arguably even slower. Now we've gone from a gridlock to a blitz, of all things. Really hoping for the best here, but of course still got quite a bit of pace on him. Can still get up in the face and be aggressive, but with that shield is a little bit safer. Main concern I'll put onto that one though, Tim, is you're putting your main gunner onto a shield. Is that the best use of him? Maybe not. Time will tell. We'll see how things bleed on. But otherwise, looking across the rest of that team, I feel bad coming back to it, but there's 4 kills across the other members of the team after 4 rounds, Tim. It has been a really slow showing from most of them. Azox really has only been there shining light, and I think in this round being on a shield, it's not quite the place to be in. Either way, as long as they move faster, I'll feel happy.
Going to be moving faster across the rooftop. Well, that's not really going to help them at taking any map control at the minute. A little bit of a relocate, a little bit of a rotation coming in there from Azox on the blitz. I think just recognizing the location of the Vigil and saying we need to use that blitz for a little bit of roam clearance, get the shield in and just get aggressive up into their faces. But a minute and a half into the round, as we've spoken about the clock, we've spoken about time, still we don't have anybody from ENCE confidently inside of the map. They are burning a lot of time here in secret. Are they up at windows? Are they up looking to take challenges? No, not really, because they don't need to.
I say no need. If ENCE are playing this slow, it's like, okay, we'll just sit and wait for you to come to us. It's not that big a deal. So far, it's worked out pretty well in the previous rounds. All this utility still in back pocket as well. Look at it. Outside of an EMP and an exothermic, that's all we've really seen expended by the ENCE side so far with 60 seconds to go. If this was a team like Wolves, Sim, I'd be ecstatic because they'd be exploding onto site with all this utility, really causing grief for the other side. But we've got to see that conviction in them to be able to hit hard and hit fast. 45 seconds to go. This execute has to come soon.
Natro comes out and no choice for Azox but to run away, as you can see now, down to seriously low health though, and that's going to mean that those defenders can just start challenging onto his feet. They've failed to find the utility. There's all the information for Secret here. 30 seconds left to go. The Kiba barricades are causing problems again. Doom manages to find one. Virtue taken down, 4 versus 4, but Doom, it is going to be death from above as he comes into mezzanine and finds another, and this is just going from bad to worse for ENCE at the minute. The blitz trying to work through sight can get nothing going as Adrian takes what little life Azox had left, and it's all up to the Capitao of Alems to come in and try and make something happen. 1v4 becomes 1v3, but Savage is there to close it out. Very little could be done at the end from ENCE, and that is going to be 4-1 Secret, and they are reading this ENCE team like a book.
It looks a bit too easy, doesn't it, Tim? Far, far too easy. The big question that I think will come out of many people's lips is, well, just think it in your mind either way. If you don't want to say it out loud, you can try and say it with me. How on earth have they taken 2.5 minutes to get themselves into a spot to execute, yet they haven't cleared off Doom on the roam, they haven't got rid of Valkyrie cameras, there's just so much still working against them, despite them playing things so what they would probably describe as being methodical. They want to be careful about things, they want to drone everything out, and they want to make sure that execute is going to work. Yet so many things are working against them there because they haven't done the droning properly, they haven't cleared out the map fully, and they've been stung in the backside as a result. Playing fast was where they had their greatest success, arguably. Azox, I want to see him back on more aggressive operators. I think being on the gridlock and across on towards the blitz really weren't it. The first couple of rounds is where we saw the most success for them, shown by that one single round they've got. Since then, though, it has been absolute domination by Team Secret, who are more than happy to sit back and let ENCE try and play their game, knowing full well they're going to take far too long to do it. This could prove to be a really quick map if this carries on.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE just need to get everybody firing, don't they? They've got 2 kills between 3 players. Scarstake and Rakos inside of 5 rounds. It's just not enough at this level. They need everybody firing. You know, and it's not down to everybody to get an ace every single round, but they're definitely going to need more contribution here because, by contrast, for Secret, everybody's getting involved as we've got Savage and Virtue on 5, Doom 4, Adrian 5, Grubby 3. Everybody's having their moment, and so you've effectively got a 5v3, a 5v4 all the time, and it's really good stuff from Secret. And again, Grubby just allowed to escape there. He's got to lose his life in that position.
Allowed to escape?
He's
allowed
gotta
to
lift this
escape. The man's got away with daylight murder. How on earth he survived that? A line of sight direct as it'll come and skies as swift every single shot completely baffles me. But here we go. They've come at pace and shock horror Tim, who's leading the charge. It's no one other than Azox. Onto a faster operator, has got in, found 2 kills, opened things up for his team, and they've managed to make it work. The Grim coming online as well, at least penning this one player who's sat on backstairs. It's Adrian waiting, finds a C4, but they can smell blood in the water, Tim. There is one player left to pick up here. It's Adrian, and he's going to have to dip himself away. Finally,
dip himself far enough away as Nako manages to pick up that final kill. ENCE locked down a round, and it's never a bad one to get round 6. At least you've got the momentum at the switch of the half. You've just broken the back of what Secret were trying to do. They were looking for 5 rounds in a row there. As it is, they come away with the 4-2 half on the defense of Chalet, which I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy with. They just now need to make sure that they carry that through on to the attack. This is actually where ENCE could settle down a little bit now. They can play their own game more. There's less, problem solving for them to do. They can be the one to set the puzzles. They can be the one to set themselves up. It's not a game against the clock for them anymore. It's going to be working for them. So I think we might actually see
shot on him.
Done. I was just trying to breeze past it. So I was just, hoping there. I was just trying to breeze past it for him, but
no,
sorry,
not allowed. But what I will say again is, I was calling for the prior couple of rounds. Let's see Azox get something more aggressive and be part of the team. You chuck him on Ash and you all charge into office, 3 of you exploding forward at the same time. And Secret, after having 2 or 3 rounds, which were basically a snooze fest, have managed to then get caught completely off guard and ENCE have completely blitzed them. It is only 2 rounds. It is Chalet on the attack. You'd hope for 3, if not 4. But I still think there at least a little bit of recovery being shown. And Tim, if I've learned anything from Siege over the last 5-6 years, it's been a long old time. There are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could very well see them crumbling on the other side now, and sure enough, Rykos up at the window collects Adrian for free with the Boss G. That's the Ying offline. Such a crucial pick to find, as there is no Warden on the ENCE lineup.
Yep, you don't get to choose them, but they don't come much better than that. I would put Thermite and Ying at the top of my list as priority picks for a spawn peak, and they've just got an absolute belter there. No less than Adrian as well. We know his fragging capability. Looks like it's going to get aggressive here. The Blitz is ready to go, just waiting for those smokes. Straight in. Opportunity to plant is going to be taken. Savage looking to get it done. Surely they can't get away with this. The glass does get taken down, but ultimately the plant is stuck, and now ENCE find themselves in a position after a brilliant opener and taking the Ying down. They've still allowed that plant to happen, but the fight back is on.
Try and do what they can here. It's down to just the Blitz, and he knows full well that window is a massive security risk. It doesn't matter, as a C4 is enough, done and dusted. And for a moment, Tim, I really thought the comp they had looked like it could pull something off there. They still had like 8 smokes in back pocket, even with 1 player dead. And I was like, yeah, they can pull something off here. They can work some magic, because there is no Warden on the other side, like we remarked when the Ying went down. Still, great closeout. Rykos there, absolutely running the show in that round. Setting the tone, I imagine, for what much of this second half is going to be all about. It's going to be out-and-out aggression from this ENCE side. I love to see it, given how slow they were in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Secret did a good job to get that plant down still. It was kind of like, I think it was kind of like, right, let's just continue with the plan, even though we've lost the Ying, because the Ying would have been the one to support getting that plant down, get the Candelas in. But ultimately, this just goes to show, I did say, earlier in the night, if you've got good aim, you might want to look at the Boss G, because a lot of people are loving it at the minute, and that's the reason why. It's a 1-shot down at good distance, and then you can just pick up the kill afterwards. It was really nice start from Rykos. He's not going to get away with it again. He's not going to try it again. It works once, and it's just brought them around. Great stuff from ENCE.
10 seconds left before insertion.
All right, game on hands. Yes, away we go. If ENCE get this one, things draw up to 4-4, and then it really does start to feel a spicier close to the game. After when we were down at 4-1, I thought, man, this could end up being a 7-2 absolute stomp by the side of Secret. But I said 2 halves to a game of Siege. You've really got to see Secret figure out how they want to play this half now. They've got to stop getting caught out in the early round. Yes, it's only the 1 first kill, but 1 can become 2, can become 3, and before you know it, you never really get the chance to pull off a solid attack. I think their lineup in this round as well looking a lot more conventional, looking towards that soft destruction with the Sledge and the Book on side. A combo you very rarely see these days. Does suggest we're going to see things starting off on the upstairs, which means a roam clear needs to come in first.
Just waiting for that castle barricade. That's the sort of teamwork that I love. It's something that maybe you can take away to your own ranked games. Going up and, you know, hitting that barricade yourself, even if you're the sledges that, you know, that can do it in one shot, you've still then got to switch to your gun. You've got to be ready. But working as a team like that, it just has that surprise factor. Bang, the castle barricade goes. The shots are already raining in. If you know somebody's rough position, it can be a great way to catch an early kill. It was a nice attempt from Secret, just didn't quite pay dividends for them.
And I want to come back to a point earlier about Rykos. I was talking about the use of the Flores drones. Really, inside 60 seconds here, Groovy's got down, got 2 out on field already, about to use the 3rd as well. This is much better in terms of pace. Let the rest of your team start doing the setup work for you. You want to start hunting down this crucial utility. Sure, potentially a lot of it to worry about when there's the Azami on side, because we've still got a couple more of those Kiva barriers in back pocket here for Naquo. But it's more stuff to chew through. You've got to worry about the castle barricade. You've got to worry about the Azami. Plenty to worry about, as well as laser gates to potentially burn through. Yeah, that's what they've got to face off against here. Savage going to find himself already going down here. Crucial soft destruction taken away. The sledge still on side for now. Doom getting the trade back the other side, though, so it's not all doom and gloom for the side of Team Secret.
No, and again, you know, we said it about Wolves. I'll say it about Secret, generally speaking. I think the trade play has been pretty good. They don't tend to find themselves too far behind in terms of man count. They're always giving themselves an opportunity to win the round, or at least have an opportunity to. But Rykos manages to find one onto Grubby and ENCE. They continue to grind away at this Team Secret attack. However, look at this. Virtue has managed to get himself into a position to plant, and ENCE, I'm not sure if they're aware of it. If they are, they're certainly not in a position to be able to do anything about it, and that will be stuck. A second attacking round where Secret have been able to get that diffuser down. ENCE were able to successfully disable it last time. Can they do the same again?
I'll keep on waiting here as well. Adrian's had his shot. I don't think he'll get a chance for a second, and they might just swing. Oh no, he finds his man. A second one coming round as well. I think they've got the idea on this one, Tim. He picks this off, and suddenly this is a complete and utter flip when it really looked like the other side were going on ahead. Another one falls. Virtue working his magic in the late round. Adrian can't hit his shots, and Virtue falls as well. ENCE are bringing things all square at 4 apiece. I don't know what the hell is going on anymore, Tim, but it is proving to be one hell of a start to EUL Stage 2.
Yeah, Adrian really needed to be winning that fight. I don't want to be too critical, but that's the key moment there. There's seconds left to go. If he can take 2 more seconds over that gunfight even, just get 1 kill, it doesn't matter if they both die after that, because there's not going to be time to disable that activated diffuser. But no, it was perfectly timed. It was well done. Azox managing to put up some big work for ENCE there, and they fight their way back in. That's 2 attacking rounds to Secret, 2 plants, but 2 rounds lost. How about that from ENCE?
Yeah, like I say, 2 halves to a game of Siege is a big flip, and understandably, Secret have called in a tactical timeout. They get a little time to sit down, have a chat with the coach, figure out exactly what is falling apart here, because the answer, Tim, seems to be everything. Since that side swap, we've seen them really start to struggle, where it was ENCE back in that first half who couldn't really pull around together. They were far too slow. It just feels like Secret lack a lot of bite. We've seen a cool creative execute coming in with all the smokes, for example, and the glass coming out along with the blitz. But I feel, except for that, nothing has really been going their way for the most part, feeling very, very dominant on the side of ENCE. Understandably, they want to have that pause, get themselves recollected here, get a few words of wisdom coming in, and hopefully go on to a next strong round. Because if this carries on, that'll be 4 on the bounce for ENCE if they win this next round. At that point, the momentum is completely in their favor, and Secret's mental is going to be absolutely chalked.
I'm enjoying this from ENCE. It's real kind of, it feels like it's real kind of, you know, by the seat of their pants. They're getting away with it. The diffuser keeps going down, but they fight their way back in. They had 8 seconds on the clock when they got onto it in that last round. It's just brilliant. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a bit chaotic, but you know what? It's working. We're coming away with results. They're showing an ability to at least be able to think and play on the fly. They're able to, you know, play in a changing environment. What's in front of them and what the problems are that they're facing. But good stuff from ENCE so far. Certainly very entertaining Siege as they managed to take themselves another round. 4 in total now to level things out 4-4 coming into round 9. And given the, you know, the bit of dominance that Secret showed us round 2 to round 5, it really wouldn't have been expected that we'd maybe be in this position.
Absolutely not. Siege has its wonderful ways, Tim, of continually deceiving us and surprising us in equal measure. We'll see how things play out though for round 9. We always talk about this being such a critical round here. Normally when it's a team that's sat at 5-3, otherwise they're running ahead to 6-3, or it comes back up to being 5-4. In this spot though, both teams stacked dead even. Probably means we're going to find ourselves heading very close towards that overtime point again. Last map went 12 rounds. This one feels like it can go the distance as long as Secret can start pulling themselves back. And sure enough, we've got one cooked in here right in the corner. Going to have to find himself trying to get out. Almost shot from the far window, but gets away. Falls straight onto his back. Tim, don't worry about that one too much. I can feel your spine cracking just looking at it. But keeps himself alive, 5v5.
My spine crack's just getting out of bed these days, unfortunately, Des.
But you bounce out of bed every morning, Tim.
This morning I did because EUL was on, but, you know, most of the time it's a
Is that your one bounce out of bed in the week? Is that all that's allowed?
Muscles, being careful I don't pull anything, you know, dealing with the back pain. It's, you know, it's not an easy start to the day.
Well, Tim, thankfully you only have to do that once a week, so you can now go and recharge for 6 days and come and bounce back out of bed again next time round we come to cast. Still, those things start out, no one going down just yet. Half the round elapsed as well, and we saw the attempts coming out from Azox earlier, making use of this blitz. Of course, we saw Secret equally try and do the same with an execute of their own, just not quite to the efficacy they were looking for. Savage has got to find someone though. Of course, Blitzer is most powerful here when your job is to run down, flash someone out and try and get the kill, but also extremely good playing at distance for more of the information game. Seen it across both maps that we've had played so far today, and it's good aggression being shown by the side of ENCE just to keep Secret at bay.
We get a little bit of aggression there from the Blitz, but Adrian does manage to take down Naquo. June picks up Skies, and so that is going to be a big loss there for ENCE. 5 versus 3 now, as the pressure created by Savage there has just given that bit of space for Secret to be able to take advantage of things. But it's that man once again. How many times are we going to say Azox's name? 11-4 at the moment, and once again he drags his team back into this a little bit. 35 seconds left to go. ENCE going to allow another opportunity for the diffuser to go down. It'd be 3 rounds in a row.
They've got to be so careful here. I don't think they realise that he's still nearby. They really want the plant to come on through, and sure enough, they get away with it. I think a bit of a trade coming in as the Blitz does eventually fall down, but Secret, they've got the numbers, Tim. Azox springs into action, finds one for himself. Is the plant going down, though? It's in the back pocket here of Striker, but he's going to find the vertical angle. Can he get the shutdown in time? Has he got any idea where the man is? I don't think he does. Bout comes on through, finds one for himself. It's down to a 1 versus 1, but Virtue's going to give him nothing. Gets the round, and Secret finally break that win streak of ENCE.
Yeah, Secret desperately needed that. It was their first attacking round that they've managed to get the win on, and it just gives them a little bit of that power back in this game. Virtue locking it out in the 1v1. Certainly not going to panic in that situation, but it was a great effort by Azox there. Drops down, gets the 1, and does everything he can really for ENCE. But as I said, ENCE feel like the last few defensive rounds, or all the defensive rounds so far rather, have been a little bit seat of the pants. Diffuser going down, just having to respond, having to react, and you just felt there was going to come a point where they would probably come short on one of those rounds, and that's exactly what's happened there. Unable to pick up the clutch that time, and it is going to be Secret successful this time after getting that diffuser on the ground. They put themselves back ahead, 5-4.
5 seconds left.
Just saw him really closing things out and winning it for the team there, but of course it had to be Virtue on the other side that was left in the 1 versus 1. Things stay tight. I'd still argue that for the most part there, ENCE were the ones ready to play Disruptor. If nothing else, the real fast burst forward. Wow, words are hard today. The fast burst forward coming out from Secret was what gave them control of Library incredibly quickly. Then we had a couple of players from ENCE still left downstairs, and Azox was the one kind of out on their own, like, well, okay, top 4's a little bit harder to retake here. I've got to play it nice and slow, but punishes that drone throw timing, gets the second inside of sight as well, drops for the 3rd. Really looked like he was going to upset the apple cart there and really break the odds against the side of Secret, but full credit to Secret in the first place. They had to force him to make a play like that in the first place for him to be in a spot to have a potential big clutch coming out. So a much better round from Team Secret, and that tactical timeout clearly proven to be a bit of use for them.
Rakos just having a little roam around on the Valkyrie there. A bit of attention towards the window at the top of West Main. Knows that there is the potential for a player being just outside of there, or maybe looking for an entry from that position after the barricade was shot out. It's going to be Doom who's playing in towards that position. I'm not sure that the players are quite aware of each other's presence, or at least not how close they are to each other, but we'll see whether they come together in an initial engagement or not. But for the time being, Secret just using that first minute to position themselves, get a few extra drones out there, just what intel they can gather. There's certainly no rush in them.
Bomb located by attackers.
Block then as Adrian manages to pick up a kill onto Lens. It's going to be our opener, and again a long way into the round before we see that first kill coming in and the numbers sliding against ENCE, and you just feel like this game's getting a little bit too much for them at this point as Virtue elsewhere is getting that diffuser down. Kills continue to rain in, and once again ENCE having to play reactive siege here. Skies does manage to pick up one, but going to be a little bit difficult after he gets down to find any more. Adrian is there with a double. Virtue in the middle as well. That's going to give us the round. That's going to be Secret taking themselves onto match point. I'm not sure if we're hearing Des or not. There we go. I don't think we're hearing Des, but we'll get him back as soon as we can. We've got a little bit of a tactical timeout coming in as well from ENCE here. No surprise, given the position that they're in. The tactical timeout last time around was for Secret. It was just before round 9. They've gone on to win both rounds back-to-back from that point and get themselves into a situation now whereby they are close to getting this win done. They need one more round to lock it down. So we're looking at ENCE now and wondering whether they can have that same sort of effect, whether they can have that same sort of turnaround after that timeout. Akhtar is going to be doing his best as the coach, having his input now to try and stop the flow of Secret momentum here, but I don't know, I feel like it's maybe a little bit much for them at the minute. We'll see whether Des is back with us. Does he feel it's a bit much for them? I see his lips moving, I don't hear his voice, so I'll continue for now. We'll see where we go. We're going to have a basement as potentially our last defense coming in from ENCE here. They are going to be looking to hold on to the entire map. We can see them just looking to set up around Kitchen and West Main for the time being. Opening the hatch, just again trying to create a few problems for Secret to solve. If you open that hatch, you can't just go in and take control of the garage, for example. It's going to allow the rovers to drop in behind you. Got to be careful. Make sure as attackers that you're dealing with that entire map and taking out all of those rovers.
Hello.
He's back.
Am I back? I see I'm actually back and you're not just trolling me.
No, it'd be a hell of a guess for what you were saying. It'd be some serious lip reading going on.
Is that how you were figuring it out? You were just watching my lips like yap away on another screen and going, yep, you're still talking. Ah, he's not talking anymore.
There's nothing worse than like having two casters like going at it over each other. So I thought if it's 20 seconds of silence and the stream can't hear Des, it's not the end of the world. We'll see what transpires. So,
well, yeah, just unfortunately for you, Tim, and all of the viewers' ears, I am indeed back in the game.
Are you just pretending now to see?
Nothing more to be said. Obviously, Mars said 2 minutes to play between Secret here and potentially that game win on day 1. We saw it come to a pretty close affair in our last game. In fact, it was 6-4 to Wolves at one point, up to 6-5, but then Wolves only to snatch things away with a couple of kills coming out of seemingly nowhere in the middle of that final round. At least an idea coming through as to where Secret are. So they've got the right sort of idea in mind. It's just about trying to pick off one of these players that are looking to be a little bit cheeky. Main breach already found itself opened up as well. Still 5 versus 5, though. No early deaths going down. Could be on the way for a real bloodbath, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the potential down here in basement. You get that main wall open very, very quickly. It's just applying that little bit of phantom pressure. You don't actually have to play anybody there if you don't want to. There is a plant option there. You can make a move from that side if you want to. But even just by opening it, it just gives them something else to have to worry about. They can't completely take their eyes off that breach. Now then, this is a real move from Secret here. They've managed to get a drone down into sight. It's not been picked up on, and that is feed feeding a ton of information in for Secret to know exactly what's going on inside a site, and ENCE really need to be picking up on that sort of utility.
They do, and this is what's looking towards now. Smoke starting to come on through, which says all signs are a go. Execute is potentially at the ready, or it's just bait on the other side. Maybe a little bit of a preemptive one. Still no Warden on the other side, it's worth noting as well, Tim. So with those smokes on side, a lot of work can still get done here as long as they play it out right. But look at the mobility coming out of ENCE here, particularly in towards the Azami as well, moving away through the top floor. Rykos might be trying to get a little bit busy up above here, while Trench is the main focus for this Secret side. But Tim, they're going to have to go soon. We're down to the last 20.
Yeah, Krubby getting the kill onto Rykos is going to mark that goal point as he manages to pick up a second onto Elems, and that is huge for Secret as Azox manages to find him, but the damage could already be done. The question is, can Secret confidently get a plant down here? Sky's picking up that kill onto Savage. Is probably going to stop that happening. There is no option for Virtue other than to try and stick this. He just starts throwing it down. Naquo manages to find one, and again, ENCE, they are holding on, but Secret come back at them with a big blow as Virtue manages to take down Naquo, and now Secret just need to keep this diffuser alive. However, Virtue is going to be dropped as he goes out of the door. It's all up to June. We know that he's a match winner. Can he secure this? He's got himself the vertical. He finds one. Can he get the second? He's going to need to be challenged, but time is running out for ENCE. They have no choice other than to play the diffuser, and Doom gets the final kill to pick up the win for Team Secret.
Massive turnaround from that TAC timeout, Tim. We speak quite a lot about the impact that coaches can have when they get involved during those TAC timeouts and point out what's been going wrong, but there was a bit of magic. 3 rounds on the bout, ENCE almost managing to get back into it, but Secret take the round win. Now, I do hear the desk is ready nice and early, so let's throw over to them right now.
Designates, thank you very much. We are ready nice and early. In fact, we're always ready, especially after a nice matchup like that. We have been treated to some magnificent siege to kick off this play day here. Secret beat ENCE. I'm here with Alfama and Leo. Leo, I'll tell you what.
Alfama and Leo?
Yes, we're two now.
Sorry,
we're two now.
Off I go.
Right.
Bye.
That's just in my dreams. Sorry, that's my bad. No, Alfama, we are seeing Secret looking like their old selves here, having fun.
Yeah, you know what? I told you I was disappointed in them because I expected more from them. And that's the good thing, is if I expect a lot from them, it's because they're a good team. And it's exactly the right team that I saw here. The team that I saw before in Manchester, that I saw during the stage, qualifying to the major. That's the team that plays well together and plays well around huge individuals, and that plays around aggression, but not in a dumb way. Always calculated, always together. Every time they were so cool and collected when it mattered. Every time there was an execute on the bomb side, they retook together. The cohesion there was really cool.
It was convincing.
Yeah, it was very convincing. I look at controlling games, and then I look at the two halves. I look at the defense half and obviously the attack half, because you can't have anything else. But in the defense half, Secret managed ENCE. They did a time which is force them to execute. They forced them to execute, allowed ENCE all the time in the world to make those mistakes. Secret didn't make any mistakes on their defense, just allowed ENCE to make them, and they got a 4-2 split on Chalet, which is very, very good because people like attacking into Chalet. It's a fun map to attack into. Once they got that 4-2 for Team Secret, they then stuck to their style that we're used to seeing. Those fast rushes, those like kind of exotic plays that are a little bit off the cuff, maybe a little bit pre-planned, but also a little bit weird and a little bit funky. They stuck with that, and it worked really well with them, particularly when they were trying to get the plant down. They succumbed to a couple of retakes, but that was it. So when I look at control of the whole game, Secret control basically every round for me.
I think Siege is all about balance, and who controls the pace usually wins. But that wasn't always the case. I feel like you said, especially when they were in defense, ENCE was the one in control of the beginning of the round. They were the ones initiating in the very first round, the knock rush that won them the round. But very often, having these crazy executes with smokes, with glass, with blitz, they were the one initiating all of those. And yet every time, Secret reacted the right way. No panic. Let's wait, and let's take them one by one. That round 2 on Clash in basement is the perfect example of it. Isolated gunfights.
Even that very final round that we just saw, that was a post-plan in a 1v2 scenario, and they knew how to see it home. If you're looking at all of these highlights here, win or loss, it's because Secret have navigated it to a point where they planted in the round, and I think that's a great thing that they've got going for them.
Standout player for you was ASOX.
Yeah, I think he deserves praise here. Even though they lost, he deserves a lot of praise because I think he was the one carrying hard that team. He was the one bringing their rounds back. Even the last round, it's a 1v1. It should never have been a 1v1. He gets 3 kills with Jäger and should never get away with it because his flank was super effective. And he was even the first one that won the round 1 on knock, lurking around the bomb site, going in and killing everyone.
Look, it's not often I like to bring behind the scenes conversation to a broadcast. But I'm going to have to do it right here, right now, because something that Alfama said blew my socks off my feet. I'm not even kidding here. And I know that Fresh is going to agree with me here, but like, I was talking about Virtue, right? And I was saying, look, Virtue on a brand new roster, what do you think? How is he going to fit in? And you said, on paper, that Team Secret is better than the G2 roster.
You're really calling me out on this one.
Explain yourself.
No, I've got to say,
Fresh nearly spat his water out.
I did not agree with.
I would say that 99% of people would spit their water if they heard that. But hear me out, okay? If you take Doki and Alemao out because of 2 of these guys, like, I mean, come on, they're in the top 10 players in the world.
Yeah.
You cannot challenge them. If you take the 3 main players, Uno, Loira, and Blaz, and you compare them to the 3 best players on Secret, for example, I would say that it outweighs them. I'd say that Virtue could be better than Uno in terms of mechanical skill and back support. I would say that, anyone from Joom, for example, could be better than Blaz as a ranked hero and could bring more to the team. And I would say that probably someone like Adrian, that played amazing, by the way, this game, could have been better than Loira. So I would say that you could argue that strategically, I wouldn't say anything. Strategic depth, I wouldn't say anything. Experience, I wouldn't say anything.
He has got a point.
No, he hasn't got a point.
He's got a point.
Pure mechanical skill.
Your whole argument is, let's take away the 2 best players of G2 and let's take away the 2 worst players of Secret.
It's a 5-man roster.
And then Secret are better, though. That's the whole argument. No. Also, we'll come back to it, but Blaz top frags every team he's been on, and Loira's one of the most highly sought-after Brazilians in terms of potential. I'm not having it.
You know what G2 is playing today? We'll see how good they play.
We will.
We will see. And maybe at the end of the stage, you know what? I'm waiting for the G2 versus Secret, and if Secret wins, you and me a beer.
Look, absolutely, and I'm down for that. But we talked about the Wolves roster and the new look roster. What did we make of them after just the 1 game? We've now seen Team Secret in action with a couple of changes as well. Fresh, how are you feeling about them now?
I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling about Secret. We obviously had a worry about Grubby coming into this roster late.
Yeah.
But one thing that we maybe didn't develop on is he was a critical part of this roster for a long time. So that's a natural slot back in.
Absolutely.
And Virtue was a clear and objective upgrade for me. So Secret, already a top 2 team in the stage. They went to the major and they've upgraded. And you could see that today. It was a very thorough and professional performance, I thought, other than a couple of attack rounds that went wrong. And apart from that, I think they will be over the moon with that performance.
And these 2 guys were our main talking points because I would say that the 3 others are quite reliable, right? But Grubby, one of the things that I wondered was he was benched and then he came back. What is his attitude? What is his mentality? He looked happy. He looked like he was having fun.
For sure.
And that was very important for me. And for Virtue, he was already impactful in so many rounds and a difference maker, especially early round in defense. So he slot back in very well, very well.
If you have just tuned in, where you been? We're cooking on gas here. We've already had 2 absolute banger matches, and it only gets bigger from here. On paper, this next one, barn burner. G2, Fnatic, is next. Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
To tail can be told they continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you. Comes, he makes it. We cannot. We know we cannot. Into red time. He can't finish it. His own brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. And we get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier. There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Welcome back to Blast R6 EUL. It's phase 2 with me, Ian. We got the biggest brain in the game, Fresh, and the fantastic Frenchman that is the former pro Alfama here, ready to get right back into it. We are halfway through play day 1, and there's still plenty more to come. We've got some really strong fixes. The last 2 should be bangers. G2 versus Fnatic. On paper, it's got all the ingredients for something pretty cool here. Before we talk about it, right, let's meet G2. Just remind ourselves why I like to call them R6's rock stars. People take note. When these guys are about to do some business. And, you know, I call them the rock stars. You only see them on camera. They are rock stars. Just trust me. That's all I'm going to say. And they have shaken things up a little bit, Fresh, coming into stage 2. Their player personnel, a little bit different. I want you to talk about it because I know that you've got a strong affiliation with G2 when it comes to, you know, your past and stuff. But Leo, you're not sold, right?
No, I'm not sold. And that's why I'm super eager to see if actually I have the wrong opinion about this roster change. Because I think, like many people, one of the first things I mentioned about G2 and taking a new direction is that I felt like they could either remove the IGL and the head coach and change completely the vision, or they could remove 2 players that were problematic to buy into that vision because it felt like they were meshing well together, and then bring 2 newer players that could be molded into that vision. And they chose the latter, and I was surprised because you removed Benja, a South player, who was the MVP of some of the most, if not the most important tournament in Siege history. And at the same time, you remove Virtu, a backline that has been their lifeline for so long, that saved them so many times. And you replace them with 2 new up-and-comers. I would say Blaz is quite experienced, but hasn't had the same amount of success as any of their previous prospects. And obviously, on paper, it looks like a bad trade. But I want them to make me wrong, right?
I think the reality of the situation is that they had to make 2 changes after such a catastrophic failure at Manchester. And that's what it was, you know. That's what was coming out from the G2 camp. That's what everybody thought. That's what the fans thought. That's what literally everybody thought. Now, would anybody have put these 2 players in as the transfers in? No, they wouldn't. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I think Blaz is a top player and has been on every single one of his teams on an individual perspective. And I know you're going to pull me up on that.
Individual.
On an individual perspective, Parabellum, hard carried. GK, hard carried, was playing well at the major. He can shoot, he can frag. If he can be molded into a team player, and I know that's your criticism, if he can be molded into a team player, great. Loira's a player with a lot of potential as well. So are they G2 signings that I would expect, you know, when they go and get some of the best players on earth? No. Are they the signings I would have gone for? No. But do I think they can work? There's a part of me, and it might be my G2 affiliation, but there's a part of me that thinks it could.
I remember once when you took off your shirt and you had a G2 jersey underneath. I know that you guys have got high expectations for G2. I know that the fans at home do. What are their expectations coming into phase 2?
So our expectations for the season is winning UL, because we are trying to chase the SI points. So that's what we're looking for. We need to beat everyone and win the tournament. I think let's go to the top. I mean, it's gonna be 8 or 80. Either we're gonna be on top or we're gonna be on last. There's no in between.
Interesting there from Alamau is he's hit the nail on the head, and he's very honest there as well, Leo. You know, G2, we either finish right at the top or at the bottom. And I think that's like pretty accurate, right?
He seems so unbothered about it. But like, knowing the guy, he's the champion man. Like, he wants to win, obviously.
Yeah.
But it also tells you that, you know, I'm not wrong in the feeling that it's still a big gamble. Even himself, he feels like it's a big gamble. And you have to remember, like, I would even argue that Manchester was a trigger, yes, but like, it was a long time coming that they needed to make a chance. They went through so many last chance qualifiers, so many lower bracket runs. Some of them were really magical, but in the end, you could see something was not functional with this team. Something that could not replicate the same amount of skill and amount of achievements that they had when they were the world champions in 2023. And that's the biggest thing for me, is he's trying to replicate that, and I don't know if he still already believes in it at 100%, or if he's trying to convince himself that they're going to prove this is the right idea during the stage.
Well, their first step is up against Fnatic. Now, this org made its return to Siege here in EU earlier this year, and they already feel like it's time for change, and they've done so. Jigsaw and Tyrant out. You got Sax and the legend Kanto in fresh. How are you feeling about these changes?
Yeah, I think this team is one that is a big question mark in everybody's mind. Again, you look at G2 and the history of G2 against Fnatic and what the two orgs represent in esports. They represent the pinnacle. They want to be at the top in every esport. Do these signings strike me as two signings that are going to get this team to the top? Well, no, because it's an old head in Kanto. As much as I like it, it is an old head in Kanto that was not in a top team, and it's an unproven player out of tier 2. That being said, let's take that aside. I do like Kanto. He was the one that came into this core when he was washed the first time, and he's got back into it. He's washed the second time, and he's in it again. And we all know how that ended with Rogue winning a major. I think he'll slot in personality-wise, fragging-wise. I think he's a really good fit. The shoe just fits with that guy in this team. Add in Sarks, who we don't know too much about him. We really don't. But he's come in from tier 2. He played in the Combine with Project X. He did well in every game, got to the final, came second place. So he's probably one of the best up-and-comers in tier 2 right now. He was top of the Proving Grounds leaderboard. And from what Fnatic is saying as well, he's a very moldable player. So if you add those two in, I think it's a case of Fnatic just being a much more balanced team than they were in stage 1.
I do want to touch more on the Italian Sax, who's looking to, obviously, this is a real opportunity to make a name for himself here as well. But a man who's already made a name for himself, you've talked about him there, you said he's been washed several times, but you can never kill this guy off. Is he unwashable? What do you think?
I don't think he's unwashable, but I think that certainly he has worked a lot. I think he has worked a lot to get his opportunity back. He left ITB, he left Wild. He was expecting, I think, at some point to make it back, but he didn't expect to deserve it. He actually worked really hard to get back there. And doing it with Fnatic, with a core roster that he won a major with, no better way to do it. Actually, I expected him maybe to get back with Wild or with a lower roster, or maybe spend too much time in tier 2. But no, he's back again, and I think he's going to value that opportunity a lot, because like you said, it's maybe the 4th or 5th time that he's brought back into tier 1 after his incredible stance in the first ENCE days.
All right. Just look at this. Look at the wide shot. Look at these two logos. It's iconic when it comes to esports. This is a great matchup we've got ahead of us. Let's take a look at map picks and bans here going into this best of 1 fresh.
Yeah, so going into this best of 1, we're going to see Consulate as the map played. Now, the big thing for me, and the big thing for you, Leo, we was talking about it. Consulate was Fnatic's permaban. So if we ignore all of the map bans and just focus on the one played, Fnatic have chose to go away from Chalet and take us to Consulate. So that shows they've been working on it.
Not only that, it was their most banned map with 16 times banned, but not only that, it was one of G2's best maps, 71% win rate. They picked it 4 times. They're super confident in it. If you look before that in the map veto, it's all normal. G2 bans their weakest map and the new map, okay, fine. Fnatic bans also G2's undefeated map in Cafe and their weaker map. But that's exactly what, like you pointed out, that's the final decision to go to Consulate, one of the strongest maps in G2, and the usual permaban from Fnatic. That for sure was a trap. That for sure they wanted to go there. They have prepared something in scrims.
So what's your prediction, Fresh? What's happening?
I don't know. It's a crazy one, because when you know a team has a permaban, as Fnatic did, and I'm not saying it's their permaban now. I'm saying it was their permaban.
Yes.
You don't know what has been. You don't know what to expect. We ultimately don't know if Fnatic have taken this summer, because they didn't go to EWC here, and have reworked it and just re-established themselves on this map. They could have sat and watched Furia. They could have sat and watched FaZe, BDS, any of the top teams on this map, taken those strats, made it work to their own playstyle, increased their level of theory. And what that means is, and it depends whether Fnatic have scrimmed G2 in the summer on this map, G2 might not know what's coming. And I know what the G2 guys can be like. If they've been caught off, it really will be playing off in the heads. Why did we leave it open? This is Fnatic's permaban. We shouldn't have gone there. So, I'm not saying G2 have been caught off, but if they have, it's advantage Fnatic right now.
It's exciting. It's one of the best things about Play Day 1, isn't it? You don't really know what's coming. And we all learn so much after just one Play Day. We all go to bed tonight and we get excited for Play Day 2, and we've got so much to talk about after the fact. But we learn what these teams are really bringing to the table. You only get one Play Day 1. I know it's an obvious thing to say.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the only Play Days where you see two big names of Siege, two big names of esports that make both 2 roster changes. And play each other on the first Play Day.
Or you just flicking the stream off there, I'll be honest.
Watch out. No, but what I'm saying right now is you should be really worry about this because it's one of I think it's the best match of the day right now because of the names, because of them making that many roster changes.
It's one of those scenarios where we're on the desk and we need to predict what happens, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, we haven't seen G2 in this lineup in an actual competition, and we haven't seen Fnatic with this lineup in an actual competition. And we're going onto a map that we don't have any track record of Fnatic on. There are so many unknowns in this that it's kind of like we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. We can speculate that G2 might not have had the roster changes we'd have gone for.
That Secret has better players than G2 players.
And we can speculate Fnatic might not have gone for the players that we would have gone for in an ideal scenario. But we ultimately don't know, and that's the beauty of a Player Day 1.
Just talking about G2 and their roster changes, you know, I said at the very beginning here when we started talking about this game that some big personalities, the Rockstars and all that, they are, you know, they're strong people to get involved with, right? And they've got their way of doing things. Do you think for players coming into that roster, when you've got players such as Doki and Alamau, that it's tough to sort of blend in and it's quite an intimidating environment?
To exist, I'm not sure. I actually think that if you have a big ego or if you come from teams where you were the star players, it's a great idea to get tamed, actually.
Yeah.
Because you're in front of people that actually have better ego, a bigger one than you, and better achievements, and that have proved themselves way more than you do. And you have a head coach that won majors, that won SI. Like, you cannot be the same guy that you were. So there's a way to just follow the path, follow what their vision is.
Are you speaking directly to Blaz here?
Yes, of course.
Because this is not about Lyra, this is about Blaz. But that's the thing, right? If Blaz comes into this team, what has Blaz won?
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's nothing. He's sat there looking at Alamau, who's won Major and an SI. He's looking at Romalio, who's won stuff when he was on old teams. Doki's won an SI. Uno's played forever, was in major finals, lots of main stage, all that type of stuff. He can't be the one with the ego. He's not the star of the show. And that, incidentally, is why I think Blaz might succeed on this G2 roster.
How much do you love pickups like Sarks? You know, a player that came from T2, you mentioned as well in the finals at Combine. And the easy thing to do when you are a big org like Fnatic is think, all right, I want as many star-studded, big names as we can pull together here. But I think giving players like this a chance, Fresh, suggests that they're more about the long game and they're not wanting to rush everything.
Yeah, it's a very strange juxtaposition that Fnatic find themselves in that they've given a chance to an old guy that's maybe washed and a new guy that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that people need to focus on is they've given a chance to Sarks, and the reason, and I know from Fnatic, the reason they trialed him is he was the #1 player in a hub that the players play, you know, a 10-man's hub. So they gave him that chance, and he just impressed them so much in scrims. They went, hey, we can roll with this guy. And I think that's really crucial because, you know, we see these tier 2 competitions. We saw Combine, you know, we've got the others coming up. And there are players that have made the step up because of their performance in these competitions as well. So Sarks is one of a number of players we'll see tonight, and hopefully in the future into EU as well.
And it just goes to prove once again, Leo, if you can perform at these lower levels in Siege, an opportunity might come where you get put to come and play in EUL.
You have plenty of examples of it. You look at Joom, you look at Adrian, you look at Creeds, you look at these guys. Like, these guys were up-and-comers in T2 play. Even you would say almost the entirety of the ITB roster comes from that. And it gives you the right opportunity if you're in the right team to show yourself and prove you deserved it. I think Sarks pick up. Fnatic is trying to replicate the same right bet that other teams have done in picking good prospects coming from hubs, coming from tier 2 play. Now, I would say that the other players, they showed themselves a little bit more. I think that Sarks was still flying a little bit more under the radar, so it might be a bigger bet for Fnatic.
Well, I'll tell you what, two guys who definitely aren't T2. They're T1 through and through. Let's bring Des and Ace back on, shall we? Look at him. Look at him!
I don't know about Des.
What are you frowning at, Des? What are you frowning at?
Mate, I struggle to get out of goals. Don't ever say I'm T1, let alone T2. Jesus.
Guys, you've been the lyrics over the music for the first two matchups there, Ace, and we've started strong, haven't we? What a cracking first couple of games.
It's been exactly as we expected. We knew we were going to come in to some fierce competition. Everybody knows how big a start you need, especially those teams at the minute that maybe didn't make it to Manchester. I'm looking at teams like Wolves. They know they need Montreal to have a realistic chance to get into SI, and they've come out absolutely firing. They have no choice, and they've delivered. It's been a fantastic first couple of games.
Des, what do you make of these G2 changes? We'll get to Fnatic shortly, but what do you think of G2 coming in here?
I was really excited then when you were saying make of these and you're going to gesture towards like Fresh and Leo, so I can just go in on Fresh for like 30 seconds. But since we're talking about teams, all right, what team do you want G2 first? It's really hard with G2. It's always really hard. They've got arguably one of the best IGLs in the world. Doki has been a staple of Siege for absolutely years. It's a core that everyone knows and trusts and believes in, right?
Yeah.
And it's that same question that we had for new players earlier on, that we asked in the previous games. So much pressure gets put on these players that I always worry that it's arguably a bit too much. They're coming into a new team. They're the newbie. They don't know the way things work so much. They're very quickly trying to learn. There's a lot of pressure and expectation on them. I think it can be really, really hard. I feel for Sarks mostly. I know Blaz has obviously got quite a bit of experience previously, but Sarks coming in on the other side, for me at least, is going to be the one that I'm most mindful of and keeping a very, very close eye on. But I think there's a few chances here for some stars who made here, because as you said, Ian, these are arguably the two biggest esports orgs in all of European Siege, and it's absolutely amazing to see them go head-to-head every single time.
I like your point there, Des, about pressure. And I think it's an interesting one, isn't it, Leo? Because you've got these new names coming in, and then you've got these guys who are still part of this G2 roster. You know, there might have been fans in some parts of the Siege community calling for their heads at one point. You've got your Doki, you've got your Alamau, and you've got your Una. Who do you think's got the most pressure on them? Is it the new bodies coming in or the old guys?
No, I would say actually it's still the new guys. Especially when you're wearing the G2 name for the first time. It's always the same story. Such a big name. It's even worse when you're a younger one. I think Loyera, for example, and Blaz, he has deserved a chance on the top tier 1 team for so long. For sure, I'm going to be looking at this guy.
I can never tell if Ace's camera's frozen because he's just locked in position at all times.
He just does this, doesn't he? Because he's got nothing moving. He's got no hair to flop around in the wind. He's just like...
Yeah. He's just locked in.
Because of all that wind that's in your bedroom, Des.
Des, what aircon are you popping off? I don't see your curtains blowing. Anyway, I've been told...
I've heard it all now.
I've been told that the game is ready. I could talk to you guys forever, but Des and Ace, this is what it's all about, right? G2, Fnatic, let's get tucked in.
Thank you very much, Ian. I tell you what, Ace doesn't need a fan, because I am your biggest fan, Tim. You don't need any of the fans.
Like this all the time, aren't I?
It's not like you're too agitated, you can't sit still, and Ian therefore will know that you haven't actually died and been replaced by a Tim-like robot clone.
Well, shall we get into things? G2 versus Fnatic. It's going to be a big one for the day. I did dig up an interesting little stat coming into today, Des, as part of my prep. So Fnatic... And I mean this as we've kind of got to follow the line of the roster. So the Fnatic and Koi before them and Rogue before them, but pretty much the same core. You've got, you know, Leon, Deepek, Kanto, you know, all the way back to 2022, at the beginning of 2022. But they have not won the opening game of an EUL stage since Stage 3 2021. That was the last time. So I came into my prep thinking, I know that Fnatic always seem to struggle on the first play day, because I remembered from last year, if you remember, Wild beat them. We had the same like fixtures in Stage 1 and Stage 2 last year, and Wild beat them on the opening game, both games. And I remembered that, and then I thought, well, they lost to G2 Stage 1 this year. So then I started digging back further, and I thought, yeah, I always in my mind seem to think they're a team that seems to struggle to get going at the beginning of a stage. And yeah, it goes all the way back. The last one that they won was Stage 3 2021, and that was against Virtus Pro. Was the last team that they beat in the opening game of a new EUL stage. So we'll see whether they can buck the trend against G2 today.
That's the big question. And G2 are the team to beat, I feel, as well. Like, it's a team that's made changes, remarked on a few times here, gone through a little bit of an identity change, but I imagine Blaz really probably being one of their frontline players alongside Doki. Back in the day, we'd look Benja being that kind of player. Of course, times have changed since then. It's a team probably still finding its feet a little bit here and figuring out exactly what it is. The same can be said for Fnatic, though, as we said. A couple of new players, but I think a team they acknowledged needed changes. I think in the post-Spoit era, it has been a struggle for them to get back to the form that we saw, of course, winning in Berlin a couple of years ago. Well, let's get into it then. Consulate coming out. Do Fnatic surprise G2 with this one or not? We will find out as the attacks get underway. G2 are on the defensive side, and you've already got Doki looking for some mischief with that Boss G.
We've already seen the power of it. Rykos, of course, in that last matchup, able to pick up a beautiful opening kill onto Adrian with the Bosch G at a serious range as well. So it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see it being put to some serious work in Doki's hands as well on the Vigil. He's just going to try to make as much of a nuisance of himself as he can. I will say what I always do about Vigil. Where is the value in Vigil for a defender? He's not bringing any utility that really helps the team so much. He needs to be finding kills and he needs to be wasting time. Those are the two commodities that Vigil brings to the table. It's going to be Lyra though to kick things off, and that's going to take down Starks, and there Doki gets that value out of Vigil and finds one for himself as well.
Yeah, two beautiful kills to start things off. You probably argue are not the most impactful operators as well. You still got the E1Ds, for example, the Grim for putting pressure in, the Ace Selma charges on side for opening up that hard breach, but still 2 kills and 2 guns that are taken offline. And, you know, also the 2 new players on Fnatic, the ones that are going to be a lot of questions around. I spoke a little bit about the pressure that comes for new players when they join teams, especially those that are less experienced, like Starks. Kanto, I doubt it just runs off like water off a duck's back at this point, to be honest with you. I doubt he really feels the pressure too much. But to go down so soon, that's a bit of a stinker. 2 more kills fly through, and G2 have just not given Fnatic an inch so far. Deepet will find 1, but he's got 4 more to go through, and he's only got 7 HP to his name, Tim.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for him. I don't think there's anything that he's going to find out of this one. Yeah, you know, the Vigil being brought along as well, it's a fascinating pick. You got to remember, it's one of the, I won't say often forgotten, because I don't think it's often forgotten, but it's, you know, another counter for Vigil. Yes, we think about him on drones. Immediately, that's what you think of. Vigil removes his visual signature from drones. You can't see him. You just get the little white lines, but he doesn't get picked up by the Lion scans either. So, you know, again, it was just a nice little pick into that attacking lineup. Not something necessarily that G2 could have specifically prepared for, but it is going to, you know, you've got to think about where the attackers have repick. If you do pick up on the Vigil, it's something you got to think about with your operator lineup coming in.
Doki thinks pretty correct. Unfortunate way to be reintroduced back to the league. He's getting absolutely domed by the Boss G of Doki. Solid start, though. I mean, that first round for me, you don't really get much to take away from it. G2 have had a bit of a run around. It's like playing against 5 absolute ranked demons that have just come and snapped your head off at every given opportunity. But that's it. Pause, reset, go again. Pretend round 1 didn't happen, and try and fight your way back into things here in the second. Going to find themselves, at least for now, getting them to reinforce up inside of blue. Uno on the Kai will be able to block that one off. Thankfully, we have got the 6th pick coming in, though, for the Thatcher, which means this wall will still be able to be opened up as long as I get that EMP in the right place, which is pretty hard to get wrong given the radius of it compared to the micro EMPs.
Again, Doki just trying to squirrel away inside of the map. Sorry, Lyra. It's actually switched on to the Vigil, trying to confuse me there. Interestingly, Lyra, of course, coming across from Black Dragons. They discussed him on the desk. He was the top-rated player for Black Dragons, but he was also nominated. The Brazil Esports team, the league, do their own awards each year, and he was nominated as Rookie of the Year in 2023 last year. He lost out to Vitaking of FaZe fame, of course, but yeah, certainly, you know, no slouch when it comes to his siege that he's played so far out in Brazil.
Just a very different ball game when you step over into EU, of course, but of course it started out pretty well so far for himself. This time around, it's his turn, Tim, with the Boss G. They're passing it around there and sharing it around the group, and sure enough, gets the down and not quite the finish off on towards Jegs, who I imagine will get recovered by one of his teammates. But look at this, Tim. Kanto's also managed to work his way in, I'd say pretty quickly, but he is on the sledge incredibly slowly, has got himself inside the building and is hoping to find someone lurking in down below. Right sort of idea, but no one's home.
Yeah, nobody there for him to get a pickup onto at the moment. But if nothing else, he can at least hold on to that position and prevent any potential movement or flanking coming out from G2 Romas. Jegs will get picked up back onto his feet. That'll put him on 20 HP. Could be an important one. The Ace not really being brought along for the breaching capability too much in this. They do have Leon on the Thermite. Ace often brought along for other elements. You know, you've got your soft breach, so you can do some vertical work. You've got a great gun. You can go in and take fights. He can hard breach for himself. Very self-sufficient operator is Ace. So not necessarily close to being too big a loss, but could definitely be useful down here on base.
He was lucky someone didn't hit the deck there as well. Maybe we'll have found him off the back of it. Goes for a C4, hoping to find someone above, but nothing to be found. I think off the back of Jegs going down, they've lost so much time here, Fnatic, that it's going to come down to a little bit of a rush push at the very end of it. Both Heart Breachers down to 20 HP at this point. G2, not a lick of damage on any of their players, and they've still got quite a lot of the map in their control here. The push across from servers coming on through, as we've got Fnatic now starting to coalesce inside the servers, and the push through has got to start happening soon. G2, though, are dug in and ready.
Yeah, G2 just going to hold their positions now and wait for the push to come forward. We can see they've got Blaz on the mirror just on the left-hand side of your screen there, looking for this push to come through. Doki manages to find Leon, only had 20 health, but that's the thermite gone. There's the mirror that it was actually Uno, sorry, manages to get that kill. Alamo, Lyra, all getting on the action, and this is great for G2 because plenty of players are seeing that action, getting involved, finding those kills. Deepak manages to find a double, but that's going to be all she wrote as G2 lock out round 2.
Very comfortable, very composed so far. Is all I can really say. Maybe those fears about the hidden Fnatic consulate have now suddenly fallen away. Of course, things could change in the second half, but G2 to meet him, they don't really look like they're suffering from any challenge so far. The fact they've got away with these kills so early in the round and there has been basically no response from the other side of Fnatic really tells you the whole story. Will it be an early timeout coming in for them? Very possibly, because I feel at this point they need some new ideas, some new life being breathed into the gameplay, because G2 has said, do not look bothered so far.
Yeah, no, it's been very, very calm and collected for G2. First round, you felt they managed to get a couple of kills out around the map and, were able to get active. Second round, they didn't really need to. They just played themselves down on site. They had nice crossfires established. They were able to support each other and just wear Fnatic down, really. As the time ticked by, Fnatic had to start moving forward, but again, I go by the metric that I've said before, and that is, I kind of look at it, and it's not something you can put a number or a value to, but how bothered were the defenders on site? You've always got those core defenders that are going to stay on site. How bothered were they during that round? How affected were they during that round? And the answer there is, not at all. They were able to just sit still for most of the round. It was hands-off keyboard stuff, watch cams. They just weren't really pressured by the attackers. There wasn't any breaches opened up. There wasn't any angles gained that really forced them out of position or forced them to react. And where that happens, generally, your defenders are going to come away with an easy win because the site just isn't being pressured.
Kanto winding back the years here, charging forward on the Ash as well. Of course, got Leon coming along on the Blitz. So one thing I've always kind of said about Leon, a bit of a criticism, I guess, but also a more of acknowledgement of difference in play, is that as the IGL and more supportive player on the team, he's really aggressive. For the longest time, was often involved in the most entry engagements for his team, which always baffled me a little bit. And in the last stage, to be fair to him, that got pulled back. Got really good at staying alive longer in the round, being the true support for his team. And sure enough, here he's going quite aggressive on the line forward. Not going to find any damage there with the C4. So Leon will stay on full HP, at least for now. But in this round, at least, Tim, it feels like more aggression is on the cards for him.
Well, Mike's just going to sit in wait here. He's got the glasses activated. He knows he's potentially going to be pushed by the blitz of Leon, who's looking to come around the corner. I'm not sure if he's aware of Alamo's exact position, but he is going to be feeding into a shotgun. The shield could protect him, but for the time being, we're being tantalized with a carrot on a stick here, Des. They're trying to get us excited over an engagement that at the minute just isn't forthcoming.
At least for now, yeah. I mean, burnt a lot of time getting prepped for this, but this comp wants to go fast. That's what it's built for. And he runs straight into him. Alamo's dug in deep, and they haven't seen a thing. All the work being done by the Mute and the Mozzie to keep the information back. And at this point, Fnatic are starting to run out of ideas. They had so much riding on that blitz doing work. And G2, once again, are just going to sit pretty and say, boys, no problem. Our feet are up. Our hands are behind our heads. Off the mouse and keyboard. Feel free to give it a go when you're ready.
Yeah, again, watch for that element that I spoke about. How bothered are the defenders on site? And right now, it's not very. Kanto manages to find Blaz. Deepak is down to 1 HP, though. Sarks is found by Alamo. G2, once again, keeping the pressure on, not giving any space to Fnatic. 30 seconds left to go. Kanto manages to find another. You said that he was rolling back the years. He continues to do so. Keeping Fnatic fighting here with 20 seconds to go.
Is this enough for them, though, as well, into a 2 versus 2 when Deepek's only on 1 HP? It's going to take a lick at him to see him finished off. Doki finds one more and takes him off the window as well. Of course, the Scotsman goes flying. 2 to close out, and yes, a much closer round, but G2 still in control. 3-0.
Yeah, definitely better from Fnatic. A little bit more promise, but it was all down to a couple of kills towards the end there. Kantor managing to get himself involved, but again, you know, were they in a position to confidently start putting that diffuser down? And, you know, whilst, yes, Jegs tried to do it, it kind of felt more out of necessity. 20 seconds left, 2v2, we got to make a move. I'm going to try and get it down. The cover just wasn't really there. Yes, they certainly affected Sight a bit more. I will give them that compared to what I spoke about in round 2. But still, they didn't have control of it. Doki able to mop up an easy double for himself at the end. Get himself, and Doki's a dangerous one to get. I'm not saying that they gave him that double kill, but he's a dangerous one when he starts finding kills. We've seen this from Doki over the years. It's often all or nothing, and it doesn't matter where the kills come from. It doesn't matter if they, you know, nice shots or just easy pickups. The point is when you start seeing that number, a player like Doki starts seeing that number just increasing at the side of his name, the confidence grows and he becomes more and more dangerous in the game.
It does. I think Kanto's got to restart, as we just saw in the chat then for a second, so we'll give it a minute or two and then get back into things. But if nothing else, it's probably a little bit of reflection time, I think, for Fnatic, who has said have really struggled to find themselves coming into it so far. What's your take, though? Because at least what we saw there, outside of that single kill that Kanto found in that round, everything has gone the way of Deepek. I know that Kanto got the finish onto one of them, but I believe the down had already come forward from Deepek, which is why he then got the 5th and confirmed kill. It's another one of those games where we're not seeing too much involvement from the rest of the are gone.
I wish I could.
7 are gone.
I wish I could look at the top left corner. Oh, never mind. Don't worry, I'll glance up in that direction.
90% of people have no idea what you meant when you said that.
For anybody wondering, I'm partially sighted. I can't see the top left corner of my screen unless I look in that direction. But don't worry, I keep a regular check on it.
Just twist your head, Tim. Hello?
Sorry?
Just twist your head to the side of it. It'll be all right.
That's what I do. That is what I do.
Watching you drive must look like someone's just having like a bit of a meltdown in the driving seat, right?
I'm very safe whilst that. Very, very safe.
I just imagine you twitching your head left all the time.
Right, here we go then. Who's going to get it? Are we going to have any Twitch kills this time? That's going to be the question, not the operator. I mean, more the reflex. We've had a couple of nice shots landed so far throughout the first 3 rounds. G2 are looking sharp overall. We'll see whether that continues. Right now, they are certainly head and shoulders above the performance that we have seen from Fnatic. Just in concern there, Fnatic, the attackers, about any potential for nitros from below. But good progress being made here. They've got themselves into top floor. They are attacking onto Piano, but they want the verticals. They've got Book in the hands of Sarks, so they're going to be looking to get him confidently into meeting, into console, to start opening up those angles. Kanto continues with the good game he's been having so far and takes down Lyra.
That's it. They want G2 off this top floor, but they're still holding on pretty aggressively. Like Doki, you just saw, is only just backed away. 2 of them heading down the stairs, and no one's there to collect them on the rotate away. At this point, no one being tagged up either as well. So in a good spot, and they've got themselves away. They may have lost someone in the process, but Tim, they've waited a good 2 minutes, 20 seconds there. That's still enough for Fnatic to execute, but they haven't got too much visibility in towards sight at this point. Everything they're looking at now is still a little bit fresh. Still got to get used to some of this utility to get themselves in a good spot to execute, but it's going to be a Hail Mary, Tim. No room for errors, and there is error number 1. Leon has fallen.
Yeah, Doki took a lot of damage along the way there, so that does help Fnatic, but Uno coming up big when they needed him to, picking up a beautiful kill with the mirror. 3 versus 4 then as Uno manages to get himself a second. We know that he's got this in his locker, but Deepak, he's going to shut him down, and the diffuser's going down. Sarks is managing to pick that up, and that's going to leave us now. Nitro goes out!
Beautiful!
And a big double from Blaz! How about that? We've been focused on these new players, and Blaz, it's his time in the spotlight. What a beautiful finish to send G2 to 4-0.
It's like we said, Tim, when you leave things down to the last 20, 30 seconds, there can be no errors, no way in that you let the defenders back in towards site or have any way of disrupting the execute coming on through. In that case, a C4 from downstairs with a freshly open hole, that's a little bit of a new one, but it's enough to get the round over the finish line. So yes, they lost a player upstairs, but burning 2 minutes and 20 seconds was the most crucial part. And try as they might with this, nothing's coming off the back of it. Great play coming out. G2 still in full control.
Down to the basement we go then. Same rotation continues for G2. We obviously on the desk spoke about Blaz and his extensive experience. He's challenging our own Leo Alfama for the title of Mr. Worldwide. I think he's certainly cropped up, you know, all over the place over the last few years. It's many teams that he's been on, and seeing him here, he's having a decent start to things on the side of G2. Difficult to find kills at the minute, to be honest, but 3-1, and I mean that because everybody else is getting them around him as well. But yes, going very well so far. I mean, Blaz goes a long way back, Des. You know, we're talking, you know, all the way down to appearances on Penta, for those who that, you know, that were around when Penta were involved. You can go even further back if you want to get down to the real original stuff. Teams like Dizlown and Mocket Academy were teams that you know, Blaz was exactly. We're really, I'm showing my age now, this siege age and physical age. You know, we're going way back there. But Bandit Trick is going to be successful. Well picked up from Uno, and he's another one that's just having a great game today. We talk about Kanto rolling back the years, so is Uno. Fantastic performance so far.
I mean, really, the whole G2 side, yeah, Laura's at 2 and 3 is a negative, and you maybe raise that, but Still saying the first couple of rounds, you hit a pretty nasty couple of shots, so certainly no complaints. And it's also hard to collect many kills for yourself when your team are absolutely flying off the handle. Whereas on the other side, again, really all eyes turn toward Deepak. He's the only one making things happen as the flex player for them. Here on the Thatcher, still trying to get their way inside a bunker, blue, box, secret, whatever the hell you want to call it. Still trying to make that work, enough so that they may have to rotate things away. In fact, if Justin Leon's got himself in at the bottom of yellow here, so yes, they've abandoned that initial push altogether just because of a cheeky little bandit.
Deepak is going to pick up the first kill onto Blaz. Kanto doubles down and manages to pick up Doki as well. 5 versus 3, and this looks like it could be a first successful round for Fnatic. 1 minute 30 left to go, so plenty of time. They've got map control as well, and they can start really pressing this advantage. They've got time if they wish to sort of put a little pause on things, get the drones out, you know, have that moment to gather the intel, start opening those angles. They've got the book, they've got the ace, they've got the utility they need, they've got the Monty to play in behind. They need to make sure they don't start giving bodies away. Alamai manages to get one. If he picks up a second, this could be a bit of a throw-in coming from Fnatic.
Don't forget, Tim, the last 3 players on G2 here have all got C4s in back pocket to make use of as well. There's a lot they can do. He's going to push aggressively here, and Starks has got no idea. Doesn't hear him coming down the stairs and pays for it with his life. 2 more kills go through. Fnatic, not like this. You had a 5v3. You had a Monty to spearhead the charge for you, and still you're losing man after man. Jegs, with a little bit of balance here, brings it down to a 2v2. But Tim, keep an eye on those 2 C4s in the back pocket.
And we're in that same position again. Keep your eye on the clock as well, I would say. 25 seconds left to go. Yep. And Fnatic are going to be in a position of having to just throw a Hail Mary here and just try and force their way into sight. Like you say, G2 could potentially just drop down, play this from beneath. Jegs has come up big here. He's showing that he can be a real match winner. Nitro is not going to be successful. Uno really needed something from that. But, Jegs. Whew. Will pick up that final kill. 4 seconds left to go. Comes off the plant because the man got downed, as she quite rightly picked up Des, and that was a big decision moment from Jegs, and he's come up with a big round win for Fnatic. Not an easy position to be in. 2v1, you're planting the diffuser. Your man gets downed by a Nitro. What do you do? Do you stick the plant or do you come off ready for the fight? And Jegs, he knew that he was going to be pushed, and he picks up that final kill. Good stuff.
Such a shame as well, for arguably for the last man on the side of G2. I don't think he realized, but Deepak went down. He ran into one of the Legion Q mines and almost saw himself put down. I believe removed it, then stepped into another and found himself put onto his backside. That was a 1 versus 1. All he had to do was run the clock down, but again, I don't think he was fully aware that Deepak had hit the deck. Came that close, just not quite close enough. Fnatic get at least 1 round of breathing room for themselves here going into round 6.
Yeah, they desperately needed something, realistically. 6-0, you know, is obviously always a massive problem when you get to the half. But I think the problem for Fnatic was, up to that point, you know, rounds 1 to 4, I just didn't feel like they were really generally very close to picking rounds up. G2 felt, certainly for the first 3, to be, you know, very much in control of things. You know, it was very much playing to the beat of G2's drum, whereas Fnatic have been able to upset that a little bit, and that's going to be big for them. If they can get a second round here, 4-2, take 2 rounds heading into the second half, that bit of momentum, it's a bit of a turnaround for Fnatic, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, that last round was theirs to lose as well. Again, not forgetting with the Monty on side and the 5v3, it should never be coming that close any day of the week. Here, maybe trying to aim for the same, knowing that the ground underneath has been made soft. I don't believe it's by the buck. It may have already been done, but they have got the buck underneath now as well. So Sarks is down below, the one looking to threaten those that are playing inside of sight before they look for an execute. We've seen this a million times, Tim. The thing I'm really keen to see is how Leon makes use of the Monty here. It's not really conventional to send that flying in through the window. So is his goal to come pushing up yellow? I imagine so, and that will give them a little bit more pressure to make this push work. And here he is indeed, top of yellow, trying to put down some pressure.
Yeah, that's it. He's just going to be calling out any utility that needs clearing. It looks like his path has been made safe, so he can start to push forward towards site when the time comes. But for now, G2 pretty happy to hold their positions. Uno with smoke canister ready in hand for when that call comes out. He's going to be there as a direct counter to the Monty. He's going to be about as effective as it gets at stopping this shield pushing forward. And you can see the players up in his Fish just going to be feeding that information back in. The Yokai drones of Alamau as well, just making it as difficult as possible for the Monty to stay in that position. And trying to take the drone out is a little bit of a risk and reward. Leon doesn't want to overcommit to it because he knows when that shield drops, he could be swung. And Alamau's doing some work on the Yokai drones here.
Ain't he just? He's controlling the Monty and the plant at the same time. In comes the Monty that will finally get his kill off the back of it. Blad's going to hit the deck. 60 seconds to play with means there's still lots of time, though, for this to go one way or the other. Uno gets the side swipe on towards Leon. Monty removed. That's what they need. Another smoke comes on through, and Deepek down to 25 HP. And in a spot where they've got one more smoke on side, yes, they do. G2 can play this dance all over again, Tim, and they've still got the Yokais on side.
Yeah, a lot of utility for the Fnatic to deal with here if they want to be able to get that diffuser down. It is going to be collected by Deepek, so they're in a position to at least do that, but that's clever. Just dumping the Nitro out there. It's not a throw that now needs to be made. Lyra can just wait. It's unlikely to be cleared, but as soon as he knows that they've come in through that window, bang, he can trigger it. And especially with Deepek on low health and diffuser in hand, it's going to likely find its target. But I tell you what, I don't need my Nitro. I'm going to use the gun instead. Picks up a beautiful double at top yellow. Lyra just really pushing the round over the line for G2 there. That's going to be G2 going 5-1 on the half. Absolutely dominating on Consulate.
Unreal. What I love about that round from G2 was every player was in the right place at the right time. On the other side, Fnatic was still trying to kind of figure things out. They were dancing around yellow, not quite sure what the push was going to be. They managed to pull off a couple of like half executes through the window as we're used to seeing, trying to bait out utility from the other side. But either way, you had Uno in the right place with the smokes to be able to stop off the plant going down, but also to contest the Monty when Leon went a bit too far forwards. We had Lyra in the dream spot, dealing with the flash on the Warden, and also able to push out aggressively, a C4 at the ready. Just again, everyone, right place, right time, extremely comfortable. Another really dominant round. And Fnatic, it is a very big hill to climb at this point, Tim. They're down 5-1. I'm not quite sure they can pull it back that strongly unless, again, two halves to a game of Siege comes to light and we just see a very different and arguably disastrous G2 come out here on their attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and I totally agree with you, you know, we do see those turnarounds, and I'll reserve judgment for the next couple of rounds, but the reality is that Fnatic just haven't been at the races compared to G2 so far. And so for me, it's not just about a side switch here. There's going to need to be a switch in mentality and performance from Fnatic because they've just not been winning all the gunfights. They've just been losing too much ground, not clearing utility. And so for me, I think very difficult. And look at the confidence that G2 are moving with already. 25 seconds into the round, we're seeing those external walls opened up. We're seeing intel gathered. G2 just feel like they are on for a speed run here. They want to get this one done.
And I don't blame him as well. The less you can show as well, the more effective it becomes when you play teams on this map again in future, potentially. Not always the reason why a game should go to 7-1 or 7-0, for example, but it does mean you get to conceal quite a bit. Leon chewed up, spat out, 1-7, not the dream start to EUL Stage 2 that he was looking for. And Tim, that stat you rolled out earlier on may well increase into 2025 at this rate if it keeps on going this way.
Certainly could do. Fnatic looking to continue that unfortunate streak in struggling in the first game. You know, at the end of the day, it's not all bad news. Don't forget, you know, this is a roster under Rogue that won the Berlin Major. You know, they are quite capable of turning around a loss in the first game of the Blade Day. But, Fnatic are in a similar position for SI that I've spoken about for other teams like Wolves. They really need a qualification to Montreal. And so with only 8 games ahead of them, they need to be winning as many as they can, as quickly as they can, to give themselves the best opportunity for qualification to the Major. And right now, that's not looking good for them.
It is not. However, it's day one, of course, plenty can change around in that time and in that space. But for now, you got to worry about Alamau, who's bearing down a second ago on Cantor on the upstairs. Didn't believe slowly being forced away here. They're splitting out here, one towards the left, one towards the right. The Monty soaking all the attention, but they don't quite hit the shots, and Laura's going to whip it up there a bit. Sucks. Finding his opposite man, and now Alamau going to have to get a bit of reinforcement coming in. Blast comes in for one, Alamau into a second. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself. Pistol comes out, they get the kill, and now the Monty is the one watching over the plan. What timeline am I watching right now? Can he hold him away? Looks for his man, not quite able to find it. Into a 1 versus 2. It's not going to happen. and Jegs will find his man. Smoke will burn out for a smoke. Fire will burn out for a couple of seconds, but Fnatic will be able to stick this disable.
Well played from Jegs there. Knew he needed to get aggressive onto the plan. Timeout did all that he could behind the shield, but it was just not going to be enough. Don't worry, there will be enough time. The Vulcan canister there will dissipate, and they can get that activated diffuser disabled, and that's going to give a second round for Fnatic. It was a little bit hairy at the close there. 2 versus 2. Diffuser goes down, but Jegs realistically isn't going to lose that situation too often, because there's nothing Alamau can really do other than drop his shield to make the challenge, or just try to cover Blaz until Blaz can get guns up. And ultimately, Jegs' movement was just a little bit too quick. He gave it the juke, he gave it the little step around, and managed to find the angle onto Blaz, gets himself the kill, and it's well finished for Jegs.
Heartbreaking for Loira, because he hits even one of those 2 shots that he goes for. Suddenly this is a very, very different round-ending situation. Shield goes up, they can hold on forever. They're absolutely laughing, but just doesn't quite hit the crucial shot when it's so needed. Good hold, though, by Fnatic. They do stave off that G2 assault, and they get themselves on the board here in this second half. Yes, it's still 5-2, but is that a sign of things to come?
Moving on to round 8 then, G2 going to be looking for a first successful attack. The problem for Fnatic here is, because they only won 1 attack, G2 only need to find 1 site that they can beat them on. They can just find the third choice site, they can come in, get themselves onto match point, and then they just go and win there again. It's as simple as that. You know, if Fnatic's first 2 choices are console and garage, they can go and win those both. The real question is going to be that tertiary site, is going to be that third choice. Where do they go, and can they lock it down? You know, is it going to be piano? Probably. Tellers would be an option potentially, but G2, they only need to find their wins there. They're not going to be bothered about whether it's 7-2, 7-3, 7-5. They just want their 3 points and to move on. So G2 will happily pick up those third choice sites, but you better believe they're going to give it everything to get it done before that.
This one being cheeky on towards the double doorway. Nothing to be found. No one come charging on through, so no joy for Kanto, who's really hoping to recreate a little bit of the essence from G2 in that first half. Boss G in hand as well, hoping to find someone with a snap to the neck, but nothing to be found as Blaz has worked his way down in the other side of the map right here. G2 have just basically ignored that top floor. Kanto's still trying to find anyone, someone to talk to up there. But at the starting point, at least, G2 have put their attention elsewhere.
Fnatic, yeah, pretty focused downstairs. However, Leon focuses on the bullets coming towards him. They hit him in the head as Uno manages to take him down. Loira, Blaz getting in on it, and G2, they're just sweeping over Fnatic like a tide right now, Des. And Fnatic are trying to hold it back with a bucket. And believe me, it's getting ahead of them. Doki picks up that final kill. Fnatic now first in match point. They are struggling.
I'm just wondering if they had a mirror window facing out towards server side. I believe no. Because as I said then in the moment, like, how does a mirror die first here? How does Leon go down so early? And it's because of that lateral push that we sort of hinted towards. Kanto was looking for anyone on that top floor to engage with, but G2 was so focused on going laterally, going on the same floor down in that basement, and just hitting it from there. They completely caught Fnatic off guard, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't have any information of their own towards that side of the map. No bulletproofs, no mirror windows looking out that way, and then Leon is the first one to go down. 1-8 in this game, not been that dream start to stage 2 that he was hoping for with these roster changes that may be coming in. But for G2, it's looking like dreamland, Tim. They get 4 swings of the bat here, 4 bites of the cherry to get things done in regulation and take a decisive first day win.
Leon has been 4 of the opening kills as well. G2 has got 6 of 8 opening kills. It's been giving them a massive advantage at the beginning of each round. And out of those 6, 4 of those deaths have come for Leon. It's been a tough game for him so far today. And it just doesn't feel like it's getting any better. G2 at the moment, they are 1 round away from securing a great opening day win. You know, coming in as with any team that's had 2 players changed over, we didn't know exactly what to expect, exactly what we were going to get. I think there's been a number of things here, and that is, you know, G2, I think, have performed reasonably well with their new players. Blaz and Loira both getting in on the action. G2 looking pretty solid, but I think it's got to be said that Fnatic just have not been up to speed either, Des, and G2 haven't really been tested very much.
They haven't, no. I mean, this is the thing I think for a few teams we've seen today, like, tested has been the word that I would use to describe most teams that we've seen play so far. G2 are the one that looked the most comfortable and arguably the team that had the most question marks around them, I'd say. Yeah, Leo was not a Blaz believer, for example, on the desk, and admittedly it's not been the Blaz show, it has been everyone else stepping up and going big. But I think overall as a team, at least in this game, they're looking pretty put together. Now, does that come down to Fnatic not quite being at the races? Most definitely. They don't quite look at it today as the way that I'd describe them, but it's going to have to come from somewhere, and a lot of that, I think, comes from a really good start by G2. Blazer speak about him, puts down his opposite number in Jegs, who's had a pretty good game so far, was at 6 and 6, now 6 and 7. A great start that's going to cause even more problems for Fnatic.
Really important as well. Blaz is on the Ram. It's an operator that they want to open up those verticals. They've got other options with the soft breach on the Hibana and the Ashe, but having that Ram there just speeds up the process. It brings more to the table. You've got that noise that you can play behind as well. And so Blaz taking that fight confidently and winning it and getting himself another onto Kanto. He's looking good for it. Alamai manages to find Deepak, and this is all but done, Des. There's a minute 15 left to go. Leon, who's had a tough day, 1 and 8, now finds himself in a 1v4. This is rough. Lyra closes it out. G2 with a confident victory against Fnatic.
Extremely confident, Tim. I agree with you entirely. I think the big test will come when they come up against teams that are, I don't mean this badly, shooting back. For the most part there, like you saw at the very close, it was a freebie being pulled over. In the first half, it was peeking out with Boss G's and collecting freebies as well. Fnatic not quite looking like the put-together team that we were hoping to see today. Their woes may well continue, and they've got to find themselves improving quickly. I know it's only play day 1, but as we said, it's a tall order for them to get towards SI here. They've really got to put on a show this stage, and based on today, that's going to be a real tough climb.
Yeah, I think we've just seen, you know, in one match, the big difference that can come from changing 2 players. G2 done well, Fnatic, it's not gone so well, and it's just been a really rough start for them.
Absolutely. I mean, again, to give it full credit to G2 as well, that was really an excellent game by them. A lot of question marks. Biggest org that we've got in Siege, for example, 2 changes coming in, not quite achieving former glory. There'll always be question marks around them. But at least based on that starting showing, I think things are looking pretty good for them. I think we should go over to the desk though, Tim, so I'm very keen to hear if Leo has changed his opinion on Blaz at all, or if he'll say, you know what, give it a couple more days, and then we'll see. So let's throw over to the desk now.
There's an ace. Thank you very much, you sexy bastards. We have just seen our third matchup done and dusted. Consulate, G2 absolutely flying. They said it was levels above confidence there, fresh, and it was like G2 showed it, that dominance, that level of dominance right from the get-go.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved the first 2 rounds, the start that G2 had. They went out with one intention, and that intention was to shell shock the shit out of Fnatic, and that's exactly what they did. The run-outs, the jump-outs, the aggression, and what did Fnatic get in the first 2 rounds? It was just Deepak there picking up exit frags. That was the only thing that they got. G2 then reined it back in. They played close, they played tight, they played together. They really had Fnatic guessing the whole time on their defenses, and they got a 5-1 Consulate split. After that, it was really only a matter of time, because we know G2 are good at attacking Consulate. This one wasn't just a game 1. This was utter domination by G2, and it all happened in the mental of those first 2 rounds.
And Doki still loves it. Look, he just absolutely loves it. Leo, I'm sorry, I've had to cut you off here because there's something wrong with your mic. I think maybe Fresh blew a fuse when he said shell shock the shit out of them.
Yeah, I think maybe I did,
Yeah, but just to pick up on the dominance piece there, they just, like, Fnatic really looked lost. They couldn't ever really find their footing, could they, Fresh?
Yeah, no, I had hopes. I won't say high hopes for the Fnatic roster, but I had hopes for them. And the one thing that I will say out of them is that they looked lost. They looked like they were misreading in the attacks and the defenses. They looked like they didn't control any of the pace, whether they were attacking or defending. They tried to play shields. It didn't work. We saw Leon die on a Blitz. We saw Leon die on a Monty. Opening deaths, just nothing went right. That was ultimately a horrible, horrible day for them.
Leo, we can hear you now, so tell me what you thought about G2.
Yeah, no, I was just saying in general, like, you could see that gameplay and that playstyle coming in just in the ban phase. Who bans Dokkaebi? A team that wants to be so aggressive that you don't find them when they roam. And that's something exactly that happened. Now, about what you were saying about Fnatic bringing shields, they were trying to find a problem. They could not get into the building, so they brought shields. And I would argue that at some point it even worked. Round 5, they bring Monty, they're in a 5v3 position, And they should expect G2 to get aggressive. They should punish that. And they don't. Once again, they let their teammates down and they lose a 5v3. And that was something so consistent that disappointed me is the lack of direction, the lack of confidence that we saw from them. And then the lack of understanding. We need to be able to punish the aggression here.
Back to the positives, Loira. First game in EUL, signed a few months back. Left you feeling super impressed.
Man, we were thinking about pressure before. We were saying that a young player like this, joining a big emblem like G2, it must be a lot for him. Evan coming from Brazil. And I was so impressed by him. He was so confident in the gunfights that he was taking. I remember him at the beginning on defense with this boss G, just picking everyone from outside. Overall, super impressive gameplay from here, and I can't wait to see more from him, to be honest.
Thank you very much, Leo. Good point there. Loira looking strong in his first game here on Playday 1 at EUL. We're standing by now, me and Fresh, with this guy. Doki joins us live on the show. Doki. You scared yourself? It's like looking it's like when you first step in front of a mirror in the morning when you're brushing your teeth. No, Doki, welcome to the show, mate. It's good to have you here. That felt pretty easy for you guys.
Yeah, it was easy. Yeah, don't know what they're doing. Picking our best map. Very weird. Very weird.
Doki, we spoke earlier, and you said to me that you felt Fnatic was a good game for you guys to go against first. How come you felt that?
I don't know. I just think like they also have new players on the roster, right? I think they are definitely more nervous players on their roster than us. Like you highlighted Loira saying like he's a new star and a lot of pressure on him. The guy doesn't care. He's playing Rocket League to warm up for his EUL game. Like he doesn't care. He's just good at the game and he loves playing the game. So it's like there's no pressure for him. He's just playing. So I think they had a lot of pressure, and I like to play against that. And we're better than Fnatic. So
I might need to get Loira in my stack. But then, sorry, just a quick one. Is that why you then played the way that you did in the first couple of rounds? Is that why there was the Boss G spawn peak? Is that why there was the run out from Loira in the very first round?
I mean, we practiced Fnatic like a little bit, and they were playing that way, aggressive in scrims. I think we practiced them with a slightly different roster of theirs, but still the core of the same team. So they were playing like that, and we said, you know what, just throw it right back at them. Like, let's see what they can do to deal with it. So
a new, different iteration of G2. How does this rank with the ones you've been a part of, Doki, and how confident are you?
Yeah, I'm really confident. Like, obviously, I can't sit here and say, oh, it's better than our previous roster because we won the bloody World Championship with that team. But I absolutely love our lineup right now. I think we're going to go far. I said to Fresh in DMs as well, like, just give us a little bit of time. Let's play. We have a hard game tomorrow against BDS, so let's see how we fare there. That's a good test. And Blaz and Loira are just great additions to the team. Like, both are insane players. Like, Blaz is always going to keep the mood up. Like, I've never seen the guy in a bad mood once. Unlike other people, Alamo. No, I'm only kidding. But yeah, like, I just having a lot of fun playing, and I think that's the key to success, right? Just enjoy it whilst you can.
Absolutely, Doki. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your win. You're probably not going to like the next thing I'm about to say, but we will see the best team in all of EU competing up next. BDS are taking on Wild.
Right.
See you soon.
All right.
Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Virtus Pro versus W7M.
To tail can be told they continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Comes, he makes it! We cannot, we know we cannot! Into red time, he can't finish it! He's own brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, they think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Welcome back to stage 2 of Blast R6 EUL. It is play day 1. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are in the world. In fact, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Don't be too precise. That would be a little bit weird. Just give us like a country or whatever so we can maybe take a look, give you a shout out. My name's Ian alongside Fresh and Leah. We are 3 down, 1 to go, and it is Wild versus BDS. I'm looking forward to talking to you two about this one. But first, let's just tee you up. EU's juggernauts, BDS, arguably the best team in the world. And one of their biggest moments recently was the semi-final of the Manchester Major. Luckily, I was there for it. It's BDS! Star-studded, flexibility, confidence, raw gunpowder, aggression. BDS are on a mission to put themselves back on top of the Major for the first time since sweet Sweden.
Player left, he's stuck here on beepers in a 1 versus 3. For all the time that BDS had, for all the information, it's going to come close, it's going to come down to the wire. Stun goes in. Leaky Fact, he's found one. He's got to try and split these two apart. He picks the first. He's down to the SMG. There's 5 seconds left. It is Swungo. Leaky Fact. What a play. The 1 versus 3 that never should have been. It sends BDS through into the semi-finals.
Yes, apologies. That was, of course, the quarterfinal. They did make it into the grand final after being successful in the semis as well. It was one hell of a run. They couldn't get the job done there. But since they've proven elsewhere, they're arguably Fresh, best team in the world.
Yeah, obviously they went to the next S-tier tournament. They went over to Riyadh into the Esports World Cup, and they went and won that. Didn't drop a single fixture throughout their time over at the Esports World Cup. Incredible. Final against Furia, 3-0. Like, these guys were running the show. There's something about Sonny Shaiko that just changes the landscape of these guys. But I would say, on form, these are the best team in the world right now.
I think it's nowhere. There's no team near them this year. You look at stage 1, they only dropped 1 map. You look at Manchester Major Grand Finals, and if it wasn't for Biscos and a crazy momentum, they should have won that event. And then they win EWC quite convincingly. Clearly, no other team is that confident right now and that dominant in Siege.
That's crazy, because we were talking for so long about just Brazilian dominance, right? And it's just switched gears right now with BDS on top.
Yeah, I think the thing is that if you look at the Brazilians, they've got a style of play. If you look at the Europeans and you look at BDS, I think they've got a very different style of play. It's a European style of play, but it's fast, it's aggressive, it's confident, and it's the best 5 players in their respective roles, whilst, and this is the big thing, whilst also every individual in that team is a match winner if they need to step up and be, and that's just what makes them so scary.
They have to win a major, though, if they want to prove that.
Of course they have to win a major, and they have to win SI. In this year, they need to win SI. Everybody is expecting them to win SI. So it's right now like playing this first matchup, especially against Wild, I mean, that's a given. Like, they need to beat them, like, for sure. But whatever we expect from them is much bigger than this. And it has to do with the roster itself. So many big names on that roster. And for a first time, we have a star playing team that works together, right? A team of star players that finally meshes well and can play any style of Siege.
And that's the funny thing about EWC as well.
Yeah.
Who was in the conversation for the MVP? It wasn't even Shaiko.
Yeah.
It was Leaky Fact or Users. They were the discussions that we were having.
Yeah, just a group of beasts in it. It's a bit of a juxtaposition, and I mean no disrespect at all to their opponents here, because they're coming here to do business, of course, as well. But Wild, you know, we talk about BDS and all of the expectation on them. Wild, the biggest unknown here, Fresh.
Yeah, they're a huge unknown. I think if we look at the Wild roster, and they're going to be up on your screen right now, the 2 returning players of Dodo and Packball actually both left Wild in the summer. Packball went to Revan and went and played EWC quals in Mexico. Dodo went to go and play in Tier 2, went out on loan. They're now back, and they form the returning player base alongside Freck, Leighton and Croxon that all get the call up. And realistically, the one thing that I will say about this Wild roster is this is a brand new 5. This is a brand new team that's kind of pushed together these 5 players. And the reality is we can't look at the Wild of last stage or the Wild of last year as a basis for this team, because this is a brand new team. Leighton's going to be IGLing, so it's a brand new IGL as well, and we just don't know.
Leo, it's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. What I find wild, actually, is that it looks like a team mixed of all the best T2, T3 players they could find out of after the roster change and all of the other teams, what was left, and then what could they build with it. It really looks like this, like a patchwork team. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to work. They have an interesting new pickup as an IGL. I'd like to see a lot from Leighton, actually. And I think Rock is very interesting as well. Like I pointed before, he's the first Spanish player in 4 years to play in Pro Siege. So I think a lot of things around this roster are more interesting maybe than the one before, but I just don't really know where the identity or playstyle is there.
And there is a template for that. There is a template for that. Go and look at ITB when they very first entered this scene. They didn't have a clue what was going on with the roster, with the team, and they meshed it together and they said, what works? Then let's change out one more bit. Then let's change out one more bit. And I think that might be what Wild are doing. They're giving the players a chance, the players they like the look of, the players that were available that Wild could get. You know, they were a bottom of the league team in stage 1.
Yeah.
They're not going to have the pull power of a G2, of a Fnatic. You know, they've got to look lower down that order. And now, if they can just start building, that's what I hope for them that is.
It's play day by play day for these guys, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's all about the expectations. You were saying like a team roster like Wild, for example.
Yeah.
You'd see that they have the least expectations out of all the teams here. But at the same time, is it really the end game for these guys, especially the up-and-comers, to stay in that roster if it's going to stay in the bottom league? Or is it maybe to show themselves in Tier 1 play and get picked up by better teams? So pressure is still them for these guys to perform, especially because for most of them, it's one of the first really big T1 opportunity that they get.
When you do win big and you make big earnings in Siege, we see it a lot, especially at SIs and the like. You know that you then have a bit of a hangover. Maybe you're not as hungry. Maybe you're not as driven going into the next season. Is there a risk of that with BDS, or do you think they've still got so much to prove here where it matters in these leagues?
You're shaking your head, and I'm thinking yes. So I'm going to let you go first, Leo. You're saying no.
No way. You look at these players, you look at their careers, you look at what they've achieved, and you look at SI. SI is in the way. Finally, they have a roster that can make it. They can win SI. Finally, they can get to that final crown. We're not speaking of a team that have been crowned world champions before. They want to do that. They were really close before, but they are the nearest that they could be with that roster, and for sure they have only that in mind. Only that.
Okay, so if I go
Give it to me fresh.
Yes, there is a risk. And I'm saying yes, there's a risk.
Yeah.
This roster is, they were the major finalists. They will be at SI by, you know, whether they do well this season or not, they will be at SI. And that's the key one. Is there a risk they take their eye off the ball? Of course there is that risk, and we have seen it. Will I think BDS do it? No, not a chance. They're such a new team together. The two new guys into it have not experienced this level of success. To be honest, even the three old guys, apart from winning one major, haven't experienced this really before.
Yeah.
So it will be on them, and they will be as hungry as ever.
Yeah,
I know they will be.
And Sweden was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It feels like it, doesn't it? A lot's happened in Siege in Sweden. Let's take a look at picks and bans going into our final best of one of the day, Fresh.
Yeah, so we're going to see the picks and bans coming in here. Of course, we were hoping for a Lair. I think that's the latest it's made it in any of the ban phases so far, but we don't end up seeing a Lair. The thing with this map veto is we don't really know Wild's map preference, because like we said, it's pretty much a brand new team with a new IGL and a new way of playing. So we're going to see the map go to Nighthaven. Now, if we look at BDS on Nighthaven, they absolutely love that map. It's one of the highest preference maps, and they're going to start defense.
When you look at the statistics on BDS, you just wonder which map do you want to take them to, because they've been winning so much. I mean, the guys literally they've got a 10-map win streak on Bank. They've got a 5-map win streak on Oregon. They've got another 9-map win streak on Consulate. Like, you don't want to take them on any of these maps. So you go to Nighthaven. Actually, in the last 12 maps that they've played, they've only lost once, and it was Nighthaven, but it was against FaZe, not against Wild. And let me tell you, there's a big difference in rosters.
Yeah, Wild are much better, of course. No,
Of course, yeah.
I'm joking. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Is there is no good map to play BDS on. So what we can take from this is actually Nighthaven is probably the most comfortable map for Wild in this moment of time, irrespective of that opponent. When they're looking to prepare that map veto between the team, they know there's that golfing class.
Yeah.
They know that there's likely a golfing map pool and map strategy and that type of thing. So it's just about get us on the best map we possibly can get on, so we can give a best account of ourselves possible.
Well, I know that some of you in chat get a little bit annoyed when we carry on yapping, but it's just because we're waiting for that lobby to fill up so we can get you into the game. So we're going to do some more yapping with two of my other favorite yappers. We got Des and Ace here once again. Ace, I'm going to come to you first. BDS, best team in the world. What are you saying?
I think so at the minute. I think, you know, obviously Furia are still very much up there, but BDS, you got to remember, it feels like it's a roster that was kind of in its infancy as well over the last 6 months or so. Now they're really starting to hit the ground. They're really solidifying that. They've had the, you know, period of time off. They've had EWC. So, yeah, I think for me, BDS are absolutely lethal. I'd say this is David versus Goliath. I think that much is fair, but I'd honestly say that about probably 5 or 6 of BDS's matchups coming over at UL. They're just so good.
All right, well, Des, Ace, it is time for you to lead us through our final matchup of the day. We will see BDS, like we're hammering it. We are saying that these guys are the men to watch, but we've got a wild card in the mix. Can we see an unpredictable team cause a crazy upset here on Play Day 1? Let's find out. Des and Ace, take us home, baby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers. Yes, last game of the day. It feels like it's really flown by, Tim. I know we've only had 3 games so far, but I think after that last game especially, it just feels like things have rolled on ridiculously quick, and we're back to where we started with Nighthaven Labs. Only thing is, the teams are different.
I think it's because we're back, Des. I think because it just feels like we're so back. You know, we've had this big break.
So back.
We've had this big break. We come back in. We've got competitive siege back. Tonight was always going to fly around. It's been an absolute joy. Not that it's not always, but, you know, I've been sat absolutely gasping for this day to come round. And it's been an absolute pleasure. We've had some bomb games, a blowout.
Are you sure that's not just your asthma and your old age, Tim?
Could be a bit of both. Could be that I've just walked upstairs too quick.
Throwing your hip out in the process.
Hey, I'm at the gym 6 times a week, I'll have you know.
And our 2 bans come through so far in the Monty and the Deimos. Deimos been a frequent ban so far today. Not at all surprised to see it taken away from Shaiko. He's going to pick that one up from time to time and put it to devastating use. The Monty, I think, more of I'd say a respect ban over towards the other side. Just get it off the board. Don't give him that chance as well. Valkyrie, unsurprisingly, a pretty popular ban today too. And Mira, maybe a little bit of a surprising one, Tim, but that to me says they don't want to give Wild any ability to dig in outside of sight and make it difficult for BDS to do their job. They want to go in, guns up, and win their fights. The big one being the Dekebi is still online. I think Wild are in for a bit of a bruising when they've really started to see BDS get moving. However, we've all written Wild off essentially coming into this game. You know, BDS, one of the top few teams that we've got in the world right now. No one's going to beat them. When all the chips are down and when no one expects anything from you is when you can hit the hardest. So don't write them up just yet. We'll see if any kind of craziness comes out. Wild start on the attacking side of things. BDS don't strike me as the kind of team to get up in your face like we saw G2 do against Fnatic on the previous map. But they will let you know they're inside that building when the time is right.
Look, I often say the same about traditional sports. You know, coming into a matchup, coming into any matchup involving BDS, you know, we're going to sound silly sitting here saying, oh, yeah, this is, you know, really close. BDS are just, you know, they have been phenomenal, and that's not just based on reputation. Their results have shown that. Their performances have shown that. But what I would always say, and I say the same, I'm a big traditional sports fan as well, and I say the same for them. The fact is there's 2 teams in this server. They're going to come out, and it is always possible. Everything is possible for anybody to walk away with a win. You know yes, you're going to look at it and say it's more likely for others than not. But Wild, as you say, may well just come in here, and they could well catch BDS on the bounce. They could have been prepping Nighthaven for weeks for this game. You don't know, and we'll see as it plays out.
We definitely will, but the Premier League started again recently, and I think this, I really hope Dom is watching as I say this. This game feels more like a United versus Liverpool, like we're going to find that everything is done and dusted before we've even got ourselves started. Anyway, let's get into this. Round 1 is underway, and already BDS, of course, you can see for the most part, are dug inside of sight here. Not looking to get too aggressive out towards Wild, but again, they'll let you know they're inside the building when the time really comes. So for the start part, at least, Wild will have a little bit of freedom. 2 really quick and early calls coming out on the Dekebi before any walls are opened up as well, Tim. 60 seconds in, there are none left on side. No walls have been opened up yet. That feels a little bit preemptive.
A little bit, yeah. I texted Demo earlier to make sure he was okay after the football. I won't tell you his exact response, but he was fuming. Put it that way. Never mind. Right, in we go then. As you say, Wild, just good work so far. A lot of droning going on, a lot of intel coming in, just clearing out a bit of utility. A bit of work's been done on the IT wall as well, but then you start to see the problem that you're up against. Breedy absolutely removing Croc from this one, takes him down for the opener, but Dodo manages to get the trade back out.
I love how he did a video for us earlier saying, hey,
yeah, we saw your video, Dodo, don't you worry, we've got you covered.
I did what? Oh. Patbull just showing Shaiko how it's done. A little one-tap round the corner, and Shaiko was not ready for it. Gets absolutely deleted. In what timeline does Patbull do that to Shaiko? In what world does Solotov then also fall down to Dodo? Like I say, Tim, Giants might be hard to take on, but David's got a pretty strong slingshot ready to go.
I said it coming in. There are two teams in the server in every game, and anybody can win it. Wild right now are hitting shots. BDS are stunned. 1v3 becomes 1v4 becomes 1v3 as Freak gets taken down for Wild, but still Leakafak has got a mountain to climb, and he's got 3 HP to climb it with. He's out of breath. He's out of equipment. He's got a nitro in his hand, but that's about all he's got going for him. Out it goes, unsuccessfully as it gets shot out before detonation. Diffuser goes down. This one is done. Move on, go next, because BDS, you've already lost round 1.
Oh, man, I'm never going to forget that Patbull shot onto Shaiko. That's just one of those that you don't easily forget. A 3v1, though, as you say, and Leaky Fat's got nothing to do. An absolute drubbing from Wild in round 1, coming in through Connector, making everything work, just with the tiniest slither of a Maverick opening onto the wall as well, and they get so much from it. And it started out strong. Brede, he hit a pretty nasty shot of his own, but BDS reminded there is indeed a second team in this server. What a first round that was.
This is it, you know, we can't forget about that fact. We've got a roster that's, you know, really coming to absolutely beautiful, and it's just so sweet. You know, we've got a roster in Wild that are coming together from, you know, kind of, as we've said, a little, kind of on the face of it looks a little bit all over the place, but Croc and Patbull were, I believe, at Revan for a very short time together, and then I think it was Croc and Leighton, I'll double check, you know, they were together as well previously. Croc and Freak were on Team Secret Academy together. So, you know, a number of these players have, you know, played together at different points on different rosters. So it's not like, you know, completely sort of just thrown into the mix here. You know, these are players that do have a little bit of a history. And, well, there was the history of some amazing shots being hit by Wild there in round 1. And if that continues, BDS, they're going to know that they're in for a game.
Here's to hoping. I think many expected walking into this to see a 7-1, a 7-2, one hell of a tough ride for Wild, but to start things off in that first round pretty convincingly, you know, give it to the new boys as well. Leighton and Dodo both hitting some pretty nasty shots as far as shots go. It's a really good start for them, but look at this aggression coming out here as well. It is Shaiko challenging off against Patbull. We're still 1-0 towards the ball so far, and he's going to back off, not wanting to say, you know what, I won't stretch my luck. I'll take the one, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Having the angle being held, Solotov, it's a little bit too easy. Wild have had a reasonably comfortable first round, but they need to be careful they don't let things get away from them. You can't be hopping in through windows without proper intel on the inside, and that's the only way that kill happens, because Solotov was stood pretty much in the open holding that angle. So if you're going in there, you're obviously not aware of his presence. Still 2 for BDS up on the top floor that need to be cleared out, because otherwise they're just going to collapse back down when there's 30 seconds left to go in this round, and you're going to get hit from behind. So lots of work for Wild to do.
18 points of damage taken through. A shot comes in at long range as well. Patbull's finding one for himself. This time it's Leaky Fat going down. It's clearly got a bit of a skull hunter on the go soon. Once every single player of BDS before this game is done and dusted. Halfway into the round, a 3v3 already. So actually BDS not exactly coming out of this unscathed. Pretty ideal start, I'd say, all things considered.
It's looking good for them at the moment. Certainly not as bad as it could have been. 3 versus 3, 1 minute 20 left to go. Wild have, as I said, still got a bit of work to do here. They're not in a position, you know, to be able to think about putting a diffuser down or anything just yet. But BDS looking like they've got all 3 back to site now. So they're going to be playing the rest of this one, the remaining minute from down on there. But that means that Wild have got to work even quicker. There's no fights to be found upstairs. There's no more sort of advantage to be gained from being up there. That said, Eustace, he looks like he's just looking for a little bit of a creep up the stairs there, but at the top of Exor Scares, the gridlock is out, the track stingers are in position, and that's going to prevent that flank coming through.
Some work done on the verticals here, but you can see from BDS that back in round 1 we said the same. They were quite dug in, didn't really want to play out around the map. It's not really their style to go hyper aggressive. Sure enough, they've all dug themselves way back in as the ceiling comes down above them from that round. But we're into the final 30 seconds, Tim, and looking back at our last game between Fnatic and G2, you can't afford to make many mistakes. Defenders only have to get it right once in this case, and Usus has got it right twice. 2 kills for himself. Freak might get 1 back onto him, but he's in a 1 versus 2 with Shaiko and Bride both waiting. This one looks cooked. It's going to be 1 apiece.
Yeah, great double from Usus there to really push BDS on towards the finish line. Bride manages to finishes it off. You know, again, that great side player that we've seen so many times. Bride is one of the most solid backline siege players that we've ever had. And, you know, he gets a kill there at the end just to close out the round, as he's done a million times before. And that levels things up 1-1. Wild, they now know that they're in a game as well.
Don't they just... Sort of replay on my side screen of that shot from the first round. Honestly, I could watch it over so many times.
Beautiful, weren't it?
Such an unreal shot. The thing is, I think he wasn't going in obviously expecting to take a gunfight at that point. It's a classic kind of swing round, take a shot, step back in, reposition, swing again, take another shot, for example. Didn't expect that Shaiko would still be stood where he's sitting just before his drone had died. Just absolute magic. That round, though, much more composed. And I think a lot more of what BDS were hoping for back in round 1 as well. Didn't need to go hyper-aggressive, like I said. We're happy to let Wild play into them. Here, though, they had a spot to fall away from. They did play out around the map a little bit and try and cause a little bit of bother, but had the ability to step back down towards the basement when required, only for users to pick up a very comfy 2K down there and shut down any big hope of a comeback from Wild in the round. 1 apiece, then. Not a bad start for either side. Now let's see who can really grab this game by the horns and run it towards the finish line.
We had the clash brought along by Bride. We're back up to the top floor, so it's going to be a repeat of round 1 where Wild were able to actually get in, get the diffuser down and get that round 1. It was, you know, on the back of a couple of very nice kills along the way. They're going to be looking for more of the same, but they need a plan to deal with this clash. Looking across at the opposite side, they've got the Thatcher, EMPs, any that are left over from any breaching work that's going to be done. We'll be able to at least disable that electricity. They've got the Nomad, the air jabs potentially could be used if you can just position those in behind the clash, potentially knock her off her feet. Otherwise, could be a little bit tricky. So definitely something that WoW needs to be paying attention to.
They do, for sure. And at this point is where I probably would have started to expect BDS to get a bit more mobile and start causing a bit more bother around the map. Even if it's just one player that you're sending out to try and be that headache inducer for them, just them to give something wild, something else to think about, because I think so far it's been relatively direct for them. They can focus on the site itself, knowing not too many players on the side of BDS. They're getting busy around the map, and just like that, you got Leakafat being a little bit of a bother on that first floor before working his way up Aqua as well. So they are trying to make sure that Wild aren't just getting a free pass in towards site here, that there are more points of consideration that have to come through in these rounds.
Connector wall is going to be getting opened. Not too bad in terms of time. 1 minute 15 inside of the round. So reasonable progress going on now as Wild start to just open up a few more angles that they're looking for. Largely the same push that they were looking for in round 1, getting themselves stacked up on that side, making it difficult to play an electrical connector in behind pillar. You know, looking to just squeeze BDS back out of sight effectively. They got a couple of kills along the way as they did that last time. But how about this? Shaiko, he's looking to get aggressive. He's pushing forward down to 60 HP though. Needs to be careful that he doesn't overextend here. BDS can use the clock a little bit more. They've still got that clash shield to play behind as well that's playing dividends at the minute. It's just holding that pillar position and preventing Wild from aggressing forward, and a big double comes in. Shaiko, Leakafat, the dynamic duo really setting BDS forward in round 3.
More of what was expected back in round 1, I feel here. The clash really more of an insurance choice than anything. But the kills that they didn't manage to find back in round 1 are certainly being found here. Dodo's down. Leighton's all alone against 4 players on the French side. It's looking again like this goose is a little bit cut, and to make things even worse, well, it's Shaiko peeking out behind his teammate Shield. What more can you say than that? A comfortable round for BDS, and now have settled their nerves a little bit after that first round.
Yeah, definitely a different performance round 2 and 3 from BDS. Very, very comfortable there in round 3. They're going to lock down that top floor, so that's down in the basement. top floor, both locked down. So we're going to see their third choice site now. That'll either be kitchen or it'll be storage. I'm not sure which one they will go for. I would hedge my bets on storage if I had to. But yeah, BDS really starting to look dangerous. You look at that first round, Wild did well, don't get me wrong, but it was a round built on a couple of really sweet shots that, you know, got them that man advantage and gave them the space to be able to push in. And you can't necessarily rely on that every single time. You know, it's going to be tough against this BDS team because their time to kill is, it's in the fractions of seconds sometimes. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous when you're looking at any of these players.
Whew. All right. Are BDS settled, or have Wild got some more damage to dish out? Yet to be shown. However, looking at the lineup here, if they are bringing along that blitz, and that's something at least to get up in the face and be a little bit disruptive to the side of BDS. No, obviously, clash on their side this time around. I mean, this might be a little bit frustrating to deal with. Also got the Ying on side. So a lot to throw if it comes around to the executes in. That's the thing. When you see a Ying on side for me, you can make use of it to clear out parts of the map, to chuck a Candela in towards the room and force any roamers that are in there back. It's great for that. But the main purpose why you see her brought along and why you've also got two smokes in her back pocket is that she's there for the execute. That's a lot of flashes. It's a lot of smokes coming on through. There is a Warden on the other side in the hands of Shaiko here, but that means keeping this Ying alive until the late round. Something that, for the most part, BDS have let them get away with, but I feel we're seeing them growing confidence here and playing further out and about around the map.
Shaiko out on the roam a little bit there as well. Always a dangerous prospect to deal with as he is on the Warden. He's just playing in and around, so that semi-roam in and around site, having a little peek into warehouse, a little look out into lounge, just see if he can catch anybody on the way in. But for the time being, Wild are going to have to clear out the top floor. Last time it was Leakifak who was up there. I'm not sure who is going to be supporting him, but the pressure is going to mount as Wild now try to push on forward, but the damage being done by the barbed wire will just give away the presence. It's Breeder who's up there in support. Nitro goes out, finds its man, Croc taken down. Shaiko manages to use the explosives for a freebie along the way as well. And that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2, as one is picked up by Solotov on the Aqua stairs. BDS cruising again.
So you say that, Papple's hitting some shots today. He's taking down a good few names on the BDS side. A couple for himself in the round, but the problem is, while he's been getting away with that, elsewhere, 3 members of his team have fallen. 2 to C4s. The Ying dying up on Aqua. We touched on how important she would be towards the execute at the end of this round, and it's simply not going to be a thing anymore. Only real plus side they've got is that Users has got no more smokes left in back pocket here. So they've got the ability to play a little more aggressively. They've still got the Blitz on side, for example, but this still means that you need to isolate players on the side of BDS. I don't think it's going to be very easy.
No, not at all.
Here we are.
Steps up and shows how difficult indeed it will be to isolate him as he takes the head off Packbull, leaving it all up to Leighton, who is just trying to get anything going on the catwalk there, just hops over, has no real choice but to go for the challenge, and Shaiko is there ready to pick up that kill. Shaiko is going very well so far today. He's another one of those players that I would put, you know, in the bracket I was speaking about earlier, where, you know, player like Dorky, once they start picking those kills up and the confidence starts flowing, then boy, are they a dangerous prospect. And Shaiko is definitely looking dangerous today.
Really hard to get the shutout indeed. I imagine this is going to be attack timeout coming in for Wild here. And understandably so. They need to find a way to keep on building something into this round now. That's the 3 in the row that they've lost on the bounce. And pretty handedly is probably as far as I've described it for BDS as well. Yes, round 1, they got absolutely slapped. Yes, Packbull hit the shot of his career to delete Shaiko from the server. But since then, it's been hard to see them really finding a way into this game. It feels like BDS are in control, as many expected to be the case. And they've got to try and figure a way through here. I think even getting a second round would be great for them to then switch sides and see how they do in the second half. But 1 is not going to be enough, I'm afraid. Not against BDS.
No, definitely not. As you say, it's just the gulf is starting to just widen a little bit now. You can see BDS just, you know, hitting 2 Nitro kills in that round. Again, it's about positioning, it's about timing, it's about game sense and understanding. And they're just showing how on top of it they are. Shaiko, as I say, that confidence is just starting to roll now inside of this game. 5-1. How many times have we seen Shaiko go from 5-1 to 10-1, 11-1, to, you know, and just put up silly numbers without that? It starts looking casual for him, and it doesn't matter who he's against. And right now, it's certainly a dangerous prospect ahead of Wild.
Well, let's see how they can do in these next couple of rounds and before we have that half-time switch. For BDS, it's been, again, a little bit of offside roaming, not too extravagant, I'd say, for the most part, not covering across the entire map. I don't expect we'll see someone on the upstairs, for example. In fact, 4 of their players currently hovering around on the ground floor. We are defending down in that basement. Hatches are reinforced off, so not too much of an aggressive amount of play, I imagine, going on the upstairs. You probably have 3 players drop down, play on side of site, and just a couple more up there to waste a bit of time and pick up a couple of drones early in the round.
Of course, the coach for Wild able to have a discussion with them. Nello, of course, former player. We've seen plenty of times in EUL. Has stepped over to be the coach. We saw the nitro come in. Shako sends it out of the Maverick hole. And we have Leighton trying to do everything he can. And it's not actually going to be the sniper rifle that does the job for him. He flips to his secondary and manages to find a return fire through the Maverick hole. But the damage is done. BDS find 2. It's going to be Dodo. It's going to be Packball gone down. Maverick is off the board. That's their hard breach options done with. This is going to be a tough round from here.
I'm just not... I'm never 100% sure on the game plan because a lot of these rounds, Wild have brought the Maverick along, opened up a small slither of the wall, for example, and taken gunfights through it. Now, Shiko whiffed a couple of shots there, didn't quite find his man, and aptly so got domed back in reverse as well to make sure that the response was there. But outside of that, they've found really nothing with it. I don't think we're hoping to catch BDS off guard entirely, and that would be their way into the winning this round. But as it stands, as you're seeing right now, they're being bullied around the map, Tim. 4 players left alive, and BDS barely challenged in that round. But with only the 1 hard breacher on side, your attention then surely turns towards the upstairs, but you've got 2 players playing on the downstairs, the Maverick and the Glaz, of course. So they're a little bit split in what they're trying to do here, and I don't think really basing their play around one particular tactic or strategy. And this is just letting BDS have the run of the map and do, realistically, whatever the hell they please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect a team like BDS to be caught out, but it's a classic sort of ranked combination. Maverick and Glaz, it's something that, and that's not to say that it doesn't have its place at pro play, of course it does, but it's common, you know. So as soon as lines start getting opened up in that wall, BDS are going to expect smokes, they're going to expect a Glaz on the other side of it, and what are they going to do? They're going to dump a nitro out through the wall, and it's going to do the job because Glaz has got to be pretty close to those Maverick lines to be able to use them. As it wasn't Leighton on the Glaz got caught out, it was Packball on the Maverick. But yeah, it's just, again, it's a little bit telegraphed for me against a team like BDS. They're going to know what's coming, they're going to know to expect it, and they get the job done. So 4-1, well played BDS.
Alrighty. Now, what comes next then? Do we see the 5-1, which we're all anticipating, or the Wild manage to pull off something a little bit special? Find out as we're up on this top floor defense. Shields being brought along and drop down, ready for a reinforced defense off. Of course, with no mirror on side, you might see a little bit more aggressive defenses coming out, should we say, overall. Again, knowing that BDS like to play around site, a lot of that will be based around these shields and around utility, rather than sat and hiding away behind these mirror windows, because at least in my opinion, that's what they're looking to do against Wild. They're looking to bully them when they haven't got the mirror to be able to fall back on. Here we go with the start into this wall, though. Already the Maverick line across the bottom, no doubt on the back of the stairs as well. This side of the wall not being opened up here, and probably feeling then get away with this. Shiko feeling a little bit cheeky here. Is he feeling himself? Might well find himself one. No, just about misses out on his man.
Liquefact just getting really aggressive here on the breach. He's not going to be moved out of IT. He's going to be staying put on that breach. He thought about going for the bandit trick, but unfortunately for him, the Selma was placed on the opposite side. But I tell you what, Wild, they've opened it. It's fine. It's a bit of phantom pressure, but BDS are not feeling the pressure. That's the problem right now, and Wild may well presume that there's nobody playing inside of IT after that, because, you know, why would there be? The breach has been opened up, but Liquefact, he's just sitting waiting.
And why not? Wild have got something opened up and they're not looked to play it. Why not look to use it back against them and catch them off guard to try and push their way back through a little bit later on? Does mean that Wild have got to be pretty careful on their step forward here. Still got to face off against that clash that caused them so much bother last time round. Shiko got 2 kills from playing around that shield of Brede. Just made it simply impossible for Wild to get anything back onto the other side. Half the round has gone through, and Wild are starting to get control here, making good use of the Nomad air jabs. 2 deployed down so far, but they've still got to find themselves an entry here. Some ability to get moving in, and that last air jab taken out there, not deploying in time.
Yep, Shaco able to just take a quick and easy shot at it and just allow himself to stay in there. They've got the Zofia this time of Wild in order to deal with the clash, so I like that adaptation. They've looked at what the problem was last time. They've recognised it. They've brought something as an alternative to deal with it. We see shots coming up through the floor. Leak it back down there. Nitro won't find anybody, but Shaco does. He takes down Dodo. We can see the stun effect on the clash, but it's not going to force Breede to move. 2 kills come in. Users leak it back. Wild are keeping themselves in the fight, but it always feels like they're just swimming against the tide here, especially with that clash on side. They're going to try and put the diffuser down here, and Leighton, he might be able to stick this there.
What? How's it come down to the 1v1 and Freak gets away with it? That's unbelievable. So much work being done from the IT door. And they were so scared of Breede as well as a clash should do. He was soaking up so much attention, but still managed to connect their shots and get the round closed out. By hook or by crook, and maybe a little bit of luck, they've walked away with it, but BDS there, they'll be kicking themselves they couldn't convert that out at 5-1, but it gives some good breathing room over to the side of Wild there. 2 rounds on the bounce, Tim. You never know what's going to happen in this second half.
No, absolutely not. I mean, BDS, in the last 5-10 seconds that round, BDS felt a little bit rattled. Wild went in there and they managed to pin Breede back. They were using the Zofia gadgets well to, prevent his movement and prevent him having too much of an impact. But Leighton just sees an opportunity to get the diffuser down, and it forces Breede to kind of drop the shield and go for the weapon, but they're in position to deal with that. And yeah, it just felt a little bit like, I won't go so far as maybe panic setting for BDS, but it was certainly a bit of confusion going on, and Wild took full advantage of that. Great stuff from them.
All right, second half, the side swap. We get to see a whole new game begin. And BDS, I think the one thing we could describe their attacks as is methodical. They're not this hyper-fast team like Wolves that we saw earlier on. They're not maybe quite as... I don't want to say they're not exciting, because they are very exciting and very satisfying to watch, but it's not as explosive as you might see from other teams. Again, that does not mean a bad thing. If nothing else, it is a good thing, because they are so composed when it comes to attacking. It can feel like you're fighting against 10 players at once. It can feel like they're coming out of the walls at the best of time, because they can be so in sync with one another. And that's what Wild have got to face off against here. Of course, again, that mirror's been taken away. They don't have the ability to play safe behind that and see BDS coming. The first time they see them, it's probably the fair chance to say a gunfight is going to be ensuing around it. First bit of pressure comes in, a 1-for-1, a trade guaranteed as well. Freak does find Solotov, but Alikafak is right there ready to get the kill back for his team.
That's it. You just feel like, Wild maybe need to get that opening kill and consolidate on it as well. Get it locked down and keep that man advantage rather than losing on the trade, especially. Powerful, though, picking up the blitz. Not the end of the world. Get rid of that shield. Just such a magnet for attention that's not going to be there. So difficult to deal with at times. But right now, BDS, a minute into the round, are really starting to clear out a lot of utility. But Leakify taking a lot of damage from, I think, inside of sight there, just on that long angle. I think it was sort of baffled him for a moment there. He thought it might be lower warehouse, but ultimately no, it was Dodo just looking down this long angle, and he's looking for almost a replica of Blackbull's shot from earlier.
I was about to say he might find it if he keeps on trying his luck. Leakifak, as you say, is down to 37. One more bullet would have been more than enough to see him finished off. Still trying to hold into this angle, but instead going to rotate his way out towards Aqua, but must surely know that there is a player sat round here waiting. Shotgun at the ready as well. Got to be really careful and respectful of that.
Yeah, especially on such low health, it's going to take a tickle from that shotgun to take Leaker back down. So it's going to be Breede that takes over that position on the catwalk then to continue the push from warehouse. But 2 minutes gone here, and Wild are set up well, and they're holding back BDS here. BDS have tried a couple of different pressure points here. They've tried to aggress on in and take a little bit of sight, but it's just not happening right now. Packbull, he manages to find a nice kill. 4 versus 3 as Wild. They dig their heels in and say, we're not going to be moved here on the top floor.
This pistol might be enough to finish off the line if he steps too far back here. They've got to be really respectful of Packbull and the fact that he's dug in so deep. Breede might find one for himself, but yet again, they're just trying to slither their way up catwalks him. This and IT, I don't think are really enough to fully pull this off. And sure enough, Packbull's going to pick them apart as they get ever so close. Usus gets one back into a 2 versus 2. Which way this goes is anyone's guess.
BDS are just having to rely on gunfights at this point. As you say, they don't really have enough in terms of site control to think about getting a diffuser or really taking space. But the problem is that BDS are very well capable of relying on gunfights as Users goes in and brings it from a 2v2 to a 2v1. But Brede is down. Users goes for his last man, but Dodo, he stands tall and finds the kill in Electrical, closes it out for Wild, and they bring themselves back within one.
I think, honestly, a lot of the work there, a lot of the pressure came from Patbull, just sat inside behind that dash, just watching on the drone hole, watching on the push forward. Yes, he eventually dies to Aqua, but it took so long for BDS to figure out that that was really their play, and it all came off the back of Users. He was the one who got a 2K in towards the closing parts of that round. Outside of that, BDS just looked outdone. They had IT, they had Catwalk. That was all they really had. And all we saw from Wild was them staring every single gun down towards those two areas, ready to collapse onto anyone who tried to push in through one of the doorways or through the rotates in the wall. Really good stuff. Very composed from Wild. 4-3 is already looking better for Wild than many would have anticipated before this game got underway.
I think there's been a lot of promise. I think, you know, like you say, there's been good sort of management of the game. Like you say, understanding Patbull, just recognizing his position and the power of it there and playing it really well. And, you know, what I mean by that is, wow, just not getting carried away, not thinking, oh, this is a, you know, snatching at rounds because they feel like, oh, we're close to getting this. So we're just going to grab it. We're going to chase the kills. We're going to go for it. They know they don't need to. They know that BDS don't have enough, and they know that they can't take it whilst they're in those positions. So, yes, it was close. BDS are always going to make rounds close because they're going to pick up kills. But, wow, just nice, calm, collected, held on, confident in what they had, and used it well. Good stuff from them.
Right, Gary's going to be at least a starting point of aggression here, and Freak's the one trying to put a little bit of name around storage and around Garage itself. Enough to kind of chew out a couple of drones, I imagine, then slip his way back in towards the shadows of Nighthaven Labs. For BDS, obviously hoping to try and collapse onto him before that becomes a reality. But the Solus as well, of course, changes aren't yet live, waiting for that new season to go through before we see those coming through. First call coming out here as well from Users. So also worth noting as well, 3 players on BDS have got the Kebby in their top 3 most played operators. No surprise at all to see that 3 different players picking it up so far in this game. This round, it's Users on those duties, and the first call has been used. A second one now about to come out as well.
What an absolute beauty of an opening kill from Solotov there, just looking through that angle and just finding his man. But Croc Layton managed to find a 2-piece between them to get it back again. That late trade, Users manages to pick up Layton, 3 versus 3. BDS, though, they're going to be on the negative side of that because whilst Wild can hold on and keep it at a level man count, it will be more difficult for the attackers because whilst this all happens, they're losing utility that they need for this push. The book is gone. So that loses them a lot of verticality. Croc manages to pick up Shaiko, finishing him off with the pistol. 3 versus 2. No option really for verticality beyond what the Ace can provide with the Selma chargers, which is not much, opening a hatch. Wow, they're looking pretty good right now for leveling this up.
You've got to hold up against 2. We've got really nothing to throw at you here. A single drone between them. No more calls left. No more hard breach. No flashes to make use of as well. This is as good a chance as any to be able to, I think, collapse down onto Wild here and onto BDS and try and do some damage as they come in for their execute. It's looking like a drop might be a thing. They've still got a little breach rounds they can use for the vertical, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Patbull's found Users here. What a game he's having, by the way. Up to 7 and 6. One of our top fraggers in the server so far, and it's all down to Brede. He's got to bring it on against 3.
He's playing really well, 7 and 6 Patbull, and the kills are influential. They're important kills at big moments. And again, another good round from Wild. They level things up 4-4. Like you say, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people sat watching who may be a little bit surprised by this. You know, they'll have said coming in that, you know, we expect BDS to have a comfortable win. It was said on the desk beforehand that BDS need to have a comfortable win here. They're staking a claim to be one of the best teams in the world. And yet, here Wild is, standing tall, with a new roster and taking them the distance on a map that BDS are generally very, very good on. This is impressive stuff from Wild, and there's going to be other EUL teams that are sat watching this thinking, we need to be careful against this team.
Yes. It's all I can say to that. Yes. It's kind of baffling to think, because again, we've all said, and you've heard on the desk, you've heard all the build up to the show today, BDS one of, if not the strongest team in the world right now. Yes, it was Beast Coast who we saw come out on top recently at the recent major, but I think BDS is still the one that everyone's looking at and saying is the team to beat if you go into an international stage. And for a team that many have, again, looked at and said, okay, it's the kind of pull together of a bunch of players that no one else really wanted. Wild are standing up and definitely making themselves heard here, so no big surprise that it's BDS with this TAC timeout. They need to get things back on track. Otherwise, before you know it, BDS are losing their opening play there to Wild, and they are going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't start things out on absolute fire. A few nice shots coming through, absolutely. But when it really came down to it, it was Wild that are the ones that are coming out on top, and they are standing toe-to-toe with some of the best gunners in the world.
Yep, absolutely. And like you've said, you know, Pac Bull has been pretty influential so far in a number of these rounds. It's going, you know, really well for him. I don't know how much his position within the team has changed. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that Leighton's the RGL. So, you know, maybe where Pac Bull has sort of been involved in calling and stuff before, if that's the case, then, you know, maybe the shackles are off a little bit and it's just Pac Bull go kill. And right now, he's certainly getting himself a couple of them. Wild, they need to consolidate on what they've got now. It's 4-4. They've leveled it up. You know, they need to not let the matchup get away from them. Don't get carried away with it. You know, yes, this is a great performance against a very good BDS side. Don't let that get in your head. Just continue doing what you're doing. You're pointing in the right direction. Just got to keep on walking.
Make a really good point on the RGL side of things as well. I think most people would agree that trying to talk about what you're doing or directing others while you're playing the game and trying to focus on your own gameplay is really hard because you're thinking about 2 or 3 different things at once at any given time. So there may be some very fair credit to that team. Having someone else on the team who's being the RGL and making the calls may well unlock Pac Bull. Of course, can't guarantee it that it'll carry on every single play day, but at least for today, things are looking good. Shaiko starting out the entry though, getting rid of Dodo, that bandit offline, which also means a C4, I imagine, removed from the field as well. In fact, did he have barbed? I think he had barbed. Yes, he had barbed.
5 versus 4. Then advantage BDS. Wild have been pretty good at getting the trades so far, but this time BDS able to keep themselves the advantage there. Pot shots being taken from outside of RT. Not going to find any ankles, not going to find anybody that they can impact on. Instead, we're going to launch a couple of Candelas on into sight and see if we can get any takers. But look at this. I think the sound was just covering Leakifac's approach, but he misses his shots onto who else but Pac Bull, who slams him with an instant headshot, activates the glasses on the warden, and is again in a key, critical position to hold BDS out of storage.
Absolute stinker as well, like getting dead to rights, and Pac Bull still flicked and found his man. But the biggest problem there, in my opinion, is that BDS weren't looking to play together. The Candelas came through after the push had already come through. It was too late there. No one was going to follow through and try and dive it in from there. And so Pac Bull is becoming the raid boss, gets the C4 over the top. The Ying is down the deck as well. There is one man left standing. Tim, Wild are about to win 3 defensive rounds in a row against BDS. Not a line that I thought I'd say today.
Absolutely not. I'm sure there'll be, you know, a lot of people out there that will be surprised. But what I will say is you may be surprised before the matchup. Unfortunate there, timing, just going to flash himself on the way in. Breed is going to be picked up. But yeah, you know, before the matchup, you could be forgiven anybody, you know, for expecting a strong BDS performance, a strong BDS showing here. But I don't think it would be fair to say that having seen the performances in front of us, that the scoreline is actually overly surprising. Because Wild, at least for the last few rounds, certainly have been the better team. Pac Bull doing a fantastic job in there. Like you say, you know, I think, yeah, the Candelas kind of covered up the sound of Leakifac's approach, but we're a little bit early for him. He wasn't quite there, and so he still has a freebie onto the warden. Should have got that kill all day long, but no, Pac Bull just wheels around, just whips across and takes him out. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
More of that, please. This is making for a very entertaining first day. We had a great couple of first games. We saw G2 dominance coming out in game 3 to remind us that they are still here and still a threat. And now that crown that many have already placed atop BDS's head is very quickly starting to slip. Yes, they're only a round behind, but Tim, they're still behind to a team that, again, many had written off and said had no chance coming up against BDS. 5-4 to Wild, defense on the top floor.
And the thing is, you know, from Wild's perspective, I sort of feel like maybe they can play without pressure. They're a new roster that's come together. Everybody coming in, no matter who it is that's playing BDS, is saying, "Oh, BDS is going to win that." So if the expectations are already there, it kind of takes a lot of the pressure off. You know, from a Wild perspective, just turn up and play your game. Just do what you want to do. You know, at the end of the day, if these guys weren't confident that they can win games, that they can beat teams, that they can, you know, take on the best players in the world, then they wouldn't have made it to this point. They wouldn't be playing Tier 1 Siege. And it's certainly showing that they're, you know, happy to go in and stand toe-to-toe. And right now, that's what they're doing. We're going to see an attack onto the top floor here from BDS, who desperately just need, I don't mean slow things down in terms of pace necessarily, but just in terms of momentum for Wild. BDS really need to be taking around here, get themselves leveled back up and just start sort of asserting a little bit of dominance again over this matchup.
We're really starting to sting them is all I can say. I think looking, like I mentioned that last round with the pushing towards storage to try and get rid of Patbull, it was a little bit isolated. It was one man making a move. The Ying Candelas were all out of time and out of whack, and they didn't manage to get off the team play that we're so used to seeing BDS pull together, which makes you start to worry. Is that what's seeing them kind of slip a bit here? And a Wild just expertly navigating through that and picking off players wherever they can. Just like here, Solotov's gone down. Yes, they got rid of Patbull, but it's an attacker offline, and the Grim too. What a pick to find early in the round, Tim.
Well, Freak deserves a shout as well because he picks up the trade there. He's 8 and 7, and he's putting some work in alongside Patbull. You know, yes, Patbull's had a great game, and we keep shouting about him, but there are other players on WoW. We've spoken about it all night about how you need 4 or 5 players chipping in on kills, all delivering. And right now, that is happening for Wild across the board. They are all getting involved, and it's certainly paying dividends for them. So 4 versus 4, it stands at the minute, and 1 minute left on the clock. BDS, again, not really in a position yet to put that diffuser down. Breeder is always one of the players who's going to come away with an absolute ton of plants in a stage, but so far today on the attack, there hasn't really been many clear opportunities for him. As it stands, they're going to try and brute force their way in, but it's just not working, Des.
It's not. They've lost basically everything at this point, and they'll find the closing shots as well. Wild are up to match point. Not a lot of thoughts say today, Tim.
BDS are rattled right now. There's no other way of putting it. They've just got to a point with 30 or 40 seconds left where they've just tried to brute force their way into sight. Breeder's just gone in, and he's had users, I think it was, following him, and it feels like they're just getting to the point of, right, we're just going to have to win this with gun skill. We're just going to have to go in and brute force it. But guess what? You're not going to win it because Wild are standing tall, and they're soaking up the damage, they're soaking up the danger, and they're dishing it back out.
To go toe-to-toe with BDS is not something really many teams can claim to be able to do. For Wild to be the team to be able to do that on day 1 of stage 2 is absolutely massive for them. Admittedly, like you say, a little bit all in from BDS there, just really hoping that they could flood in and overwhelm Wild, who maybe might not quite have the communication depth that BDS have built up over the last year or so. Of course, they changed from speaking in French to speaking in English now, but it's fair to say after the last event, a lot of that synergy is already built in. But they're going toe-to-toe with them, Tim, like I say. 2-round deficit for BDS. Can they get it back over the line here? I'm not so sure.
I tell you what, Wild need one more round, and they've not got a bad sight for it, Des. They're down in the basement in tank now. We saw them play it in round 8. Solotov picked up the opening kill, and Wild was still able to get the successful defense done. As I remember, they managed to take the Buck down particularly. We don't have Buck on side this time. It's going to be Ram instead, but they need to make sure that they're getting that vertical work done because it didn't happen last time around when BDS were attacking this site. And it just, you know, it really wasn't the play for them. EMP goes out. That's going to allow the wall to be opened up into Animus at least. So good start from BDS. 35 seconds in. They've started the utility game. They've started just applying a little bit of pressure to Wild, and that's a good pickup there on that drone. Just spotting the feet so they know that there's somebody playing around cargo.
By sheer nature that wall being opened up applies a little bit of pressure. Look back to the first half that we were talking about and saying, well, get the Maverick wall slightly opened up. It gives BDS the ability to shoot back, not really able to get a wall open off the back of it. By contrast, BDS have just gone for a full opening there to try and apply a little bit of pressure onto Wild as the defenders, knowing they can't easily play around Animus anymore. That opens it up for a potential drop later into the round, but Tim, later in the round, doesn't really seem to be going BDS's way so far for the most part. Now we've got ourselves focused out towards the far east side with the round trying to get things opened up. BDS just being really careful here and trying to make sure they're not going to find themselves getting stung by Wild, pulling off some crazy stuff, just trying to give themselves the best simple chance they can to get this one over the line. I don't believe, I say that, I don't believe there are any roamers upstairs. I've just seen one off the top right corner of my screen, which suggests that Wild could yet pull off a pretty nasty backstab if this carries on. I believe it's at the top of cargo stairs.
Smart play from Leakyfact there. He just threw that that last boogie drone in so that he could go under cover of the noise down Exo stairs, and it's worked. They've no idea, I don't think, that Leakyfact is in as deep as he is. They are aware that there's some on Exo stairs, but Leakyfact's in a position to really hurt them potentially. Solotov sees one, can't find the kill. This is looking difficult for Wild. They've been pinned back into sight. The kills start coming in. Solotov double users, gets one, 4v2, diffuser down, and in a matter of seconds, BDS remind Wild that they still have teeth and they know how to use them.
That was a much more BDS level attack as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful checklist, making very little to no room for error and just accounting for absolutely everything. They had the verticals, they had flank drones going down, they had crossfires onto 2 or 3 different angles there, they had potential flanks covered to where the execute spot was going down. There was basically nothing that Wild could do there without first having to win a couple of gunfights to even have a chance of getting a C4 onto the plant that was going down. Far more composed, far more convincing. Where has that BDS been across the last few rounds? Because now they've got to do it again to even be in with a shot at overtime, Tim, let alone even think about winning the map.
I mean, who'd have thought that BDS would be fighting for overtime, you know, realistically? And you could have put them against anybody today. Literally, you could have put them against anybody in EUL, and I'd been saying the same thing. You know, BDS are at that point where there is a lot of pressure, there is a lot of expectation, because the expectation is there for them to win every single game. And they're certainly showing at the minute that they are human. They can still, don't get me wrong, hit their shots, do their damage. They just showed us that in the last round. But they are certainly beatable as well. And Wild looking like they could still go on and do that. They're going to be heading into round 12. We've got all of regulation here. And this time they're going to be trying to hold on to top floor, but the site is going to be underneath that. It's going to be a storage site.
Almost in March then. Let's see if anything else comes off the back of this. It's feeling a little bit ropey. I was quite curious actually to see what the prediction was like in Twitch chat for this. And interestingly, 15% of people did back Wild. One hell of a payday coming out if it goes that way in Twitch chat. We'll find out, no doubt, after the end of this round if it's still going to be up in the air. Overtime could yet still await us. It will be the first one of the evening. Everything else has ended in regulation. Solotov has already found himself falling down here as well. Frack picking him up quite quickly early on. And that's the buck taken offline. Vertical destruction removed.
Yeah, big start for Wild there, and they can just sit back. It's like I said, when you start losing attackers, you start losing utility, but you start losing a little bit of onus because you're the one who's got to go against the clock. We're going to have the Rotero drones going to be used to open up the soft wall instead, so whilst the book was lost, it doesn't matter too much. There is at least an alternative, but Freck is going to be continuing in that catwalk position. He's got the Kiba barricades, and he needs to be cleared out. BDS, they have to come forward. They have to win this gunfight. I don't know if he's aware that he's going to be snuck up on here, but out comes the Kiba barricade, but it's left a little bit of a line through, and if he's not aware of that, he's going to find himself getting taken down quickly.
There's one more coming up as well on warehouse stairs as well. They might be able to find the back of that one. They see him flash in front of them, but nothing to be found. So far, so good. They've danced around these 2 phone calls coming in from the Decay Beast, and not a bad start at all from the side of Wild. Yes, they lose Frack in the process, but it's still a 4 versus 4. And that's the worst of the utility done and out the way. This now becomes a firefight, Tim.
Yeah, great patience from Shako there. He knew that the opportunity was going to present itself to take this army down and levels things up 4 versus 4. But with 50 seconds left to go, BDS needs to get moving. And as I say that, Shako steps up, manages to find himself a second in the round, taking down Dodo, and it creates a lot of space for BDS. It gives them that top floor, and Wild now are going to be holding on for a desperate last 35 seconds just to try and keep BDS at bay.
That big question of can they keep them away? Yes, they've got the numbers disadvantage, but they're on the defensive side. Plant is going down. Is the cross here for the side of BDS? I don't think it is. Leakyfat finds one. They come up at the C4 from below. No, it's a shotgun from below. Leakyfat into a second. It's all down to Leighton by himself on the downstairs. He's going to have no joy here. Plant is going down from Brede, and he's got 4 players to deal with. Tim, I hope you're ready to say that line, because that's where we're going.
We are going to overtime, Des. It wouldn't have been a first play day had we not. And out of all the games I would have picked to take us there, it wouldn't have been the last one of the day. But as I say, both teams have staked their claim for this one. It's, I think, fair outcome for them both to walk away with some points, which is what will be the case now. Rather than 3 points to the winner and 0 for the loser, it will be 2 for the winner and 1 for the loser. I think, you know, BDS may well look at this and think it's a potential dropped point if they do come away with the win, but Wild have been good. They've been able to hold on to key areas and make BDS's life difficult, but the last couple of rounds just suggest that BDS have really switched on and dialed back in.
Bomb located by attackers.
All right, and they carry on that momentum by staying on the attack inside here as well. So round 13 they'll attack, round 15 they'll attack if it's required. In round 14, if they win the defense, the game is done. 8-6, BDS walk away the winner. And that would feel so bitter for Wild, I imagine, who have put many of us to the wrong. I was sat here saying, look, this is the funeral, boys. Get yourselves ready, get your finest suits on. We're putting Wild in that coffin by the time that this game is done. It would have been over pretty quickly if things had gone according to plan. But Wild, I think, have definitely shown that these changes they've made can work some real wonders. It's not like it's 1 or 2 players popping off as well. The whole team has got themselves involved in this game in some way, shape, or form. And it's looking good. It puts a lot of promise on them for future games. It's far from done yet. But they definitely could turn around and say, well, we proved all the haters wrong. And what a C4 to find users at the start. That's the thermite offline, Tim. A dream start to find before even a single wall has been touched.
BDS, it's the oldest trick in the book. The nitro out of electrical window, over the edge of the stairs there. You know, it's a great one from Packbull. He's absolutely nailed the throw on it, and he's taken users out at the beginning of the round. Not just users, but he's taken the thermite out. Like, what a loss that is. They've still got the Maverick of Brede, but things just got a lot more difficult for BDS in the first round of overtime.
It did. I mean, that could be the start the Wild need as well. Get this round on the board, and that pressure there is for BDS for the next couple of rounds. And that you lose this one, that's it. You're chalked. Game is done. And just when it feels like the French side, our French and English mix and Turkish mix, they've got everything together coming now. Just when it feels like maybe there's a little bit of stability starting to be formed, like you say, that entry kill could yet prove to be everything for them. Well, for now, just waiting to see what comes next. BDS are the ones who have got to make the front step forwards. Half the round has already elapsed at this point. There's no Dekebi on side as well, which they lean on and crutch on an awful lot. I know they're a great team, Tim, but they do lean on that operator one hell of a lot. And I worry that without it, they won't be able to put the pressure here onto Wild and find themselves a couple of kills.
Wild have already won this top floor site twice in their defenses. BDS did not have a successful attack up here, so they're going to have to book that trend if they want to get themselves anything. 1 minute 10 left to go, trying to get some joy out of that same angle that they found Frecon previously. It's not going to be the case this time. The catwalk is clear, and Wild have got themselves locked into sight with 5 left alive. BDS are starting to circle like sharks, sensing blood in the water, but it doesn't matter, because the shark gets bitten as Leighton manages to find Shaiko. 5 versus 3 now, as Wild could well give themselves another match point opportunity.
It's absolutely bonkers, the waves of up and down that we've seen in this game. Leakyfat not finding the shots, and Dodo brings him out as well. Far from going extinct like the Dodos themselves, is keeping himself going, keeping his team cooking. 2 more to go. Solitov finding 1. Immediate trade by Leighton. Wild are about to go up to match point yet again, Tim. They've only got to find 1 more in the next couple, and this one's done.
It's just been great how they've broken BDS's sort of momentum and spirit more than once now. They did it round about the middle of the game when BDS had come out really, really strong. And then, Wild had a really good run of rounds, but then BDS came back at them, round 11, round 12. And I did wonder, going into overtime now, how are Wild going to react to that? They've had 2 tough rounds there where BDS really got themselves back into it. But again, they've just shown great character. They've stood up and they've come back and got that next defense. They've locked it down on the top top floor, and they will now have 2 opportunities to close this match out.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The key thing now is that for the first time in 7 rounds, we get the side swap again. Get to see Wild being the one that now step across to being on the attack and BDS on the defense. A welcome respite coming out for BDS, or an opportunity for the side of Wild to get this one done and dusted. Time will tell. And I feel on the attack, I'll come back to what I said earlier on, they rely a hell of a lot on the Maverick. They like getting these little slithers of wall opened up and using that to put pressure on towards the BDS side. BDS are very used to that, as we saw. They had the response, they were able to start fighting back through it, and that then left the side of Wild a little bit short on options. But they've kind of gone for a very BDS-esque composition here, looking at it, Tim. No Thermite on side, but you've got the double soft breach from above coming in the form of the Ram and the Buck, the Dekebi on side as well to cause a little bit of bother. And maybe a little bit less common. You normally see a Nomad coming out for BDS, for example. You've got the Gridlock coming along here as well. So it screams to me they want this vertical control. That means clearing the map. So then the BDS have really, I'd say, given up mostly for free. They haven't been super aggressive on their contests as we've seen so far around the map. But I just think if you give them the time to get set up here, Wild could really look to do some work. And there's the first one they need. Solotov, second entry death in a couple of rounds here. It's not been ideal for him.
No, tough day, particularly at the back end of it, as you say, just dipping out of rounds quite early, and while taking advantage again of that 5 versus 4. Leakenbach has played this role a couple of times, kind of sneaking his way into positions. We've seen it, you know, countless times over the last 12 months from him, really, but he's just in that position once again. He's kind of tried to keep himself off the radar, sneak himself to the top of the reception stairs there on the meeting corridor, but they are well aware of his position here, and as you can see, they're going to go and challenge him here, and Croc looks for the alternative angle, but unsurprisingly, Leakenbach with the pressure mountain says, you know what, I'm out of here. But if they can hold down that flank and make sure that he's not able to come back and hurt them, there's a potential to just leave him out in the cold, and they know that they're pushing site 5 versus 3. However, Useless manages to find a big kill onto Packball.
Yeah, it feels like they were so involved here in trying to get rid of one that they get caught out by the other angle. Yeah, they almost managed to collapse onto him as well. Really good movement and pace coming out from Wild there. They knew what they wanted and they were going so hard for it. But BDS just managing to dodge around here. Still brings us down to a 4 versus 4. Shot out pretty early on there. I don't know if it was Leakenbach or someone else underneath that managed to get rid of it. But either way, hasn't gone the full distance. Maybe shot out by themselves here just to give them enough of an angle to watch down without destroying the entirety of the floor. But they've got that vertical control they need, Tim. They've got the Buck online. They've got the Ram on side. All they need here to open this up like a sardine can is ready to go.
55 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser is down on the ground at the minute, but nearby, I think, so not a major problem for Wild as they start to work with these vertical angles, trying to push BDS around in sight, but they just need to make sure that they don't let this get away from them. Now down to 40 seconds. Need to start doing some more work. Shaco, he manages to find Freck, takes him down. 4 versus 3, advantage BDS, and with time ticking by, even the verticality in their possession might not be enough here for Wild to get this one done.
I'm not sure if they panicked a bit there, but they weren't quite in sync in getting that opening up. Otherwise, it was a freebie on towards Shaiko. Just maybe a little bit excited as we got towards the last 40 seconds, and that opportunity, that taste of bringing down BDS was very firmly on their lips. 3 left standing, 2 on their feet here with guns up. 4 players on the BDS side. They've got to make a move. A C4 comes through and they get the stop. That's exactly what they were looking for. Won't be able to stick this one as he's the last one left alive. 3 on the side of BDS. They'll get the close here with a final C4. They've always got a second one in back pocket. And Tim, we're going all the way to 15 to decide who wins this game. What a way to end play day 1.
What a matchup it's been. You know, it's been so competitive between these two. Both had big moments. That was a nice defense from BDS there. Just using the nitros again, using those explosives has been something that they've excelled at during this game, BDS. It's one of the things we don't always sort of shout out too much, but, you know, operators have this kit. They have these explosives. They have, you know, whether it be flashbangs, soft breach, whatever it might be. If that's your operator, attack or defense, you got to be an expert. You got to be great with every piece of kit that they bring with you, because something like nitros, something like explosives like that, they're free kills. You're very rarely putting yourself at any risk to get that kill. You're very rarely being shot at when you get that kill. So BDS, you know, showing a great mastery of that utility like that has been great for them throughout the game. But Wild, on the flip side, they've shown, you know, great spirit. They've a number of times had to stop the momentum of BDS and come back at them, stand tall, win gunfights with, let's be honest, some of the most mechanically gifted players in the game at times. And they've done that. They've stood toe-to-toe with them. So both sides have shown, you know, some really great characteristics through this game. And it's been pure entertainment throughout. I've loved this game.
Hasn't it just? Yeah, and now you've got a switch where it all comes down to one round. It's like every other round before it, no longer important. We're basically playing a little best of one here with Wild on the defense and BDS on the attack. Going over towards a very cookie-cutter attack, I'd say, lineup coming out of BDS. Again, that the Kebi coming out on side. A lot of vertical destruction when they need it in the form of the Ram. And then a lot of drones coming out in the form of the Twitch and coming in from the Brava at the same time. Probably looking out here to get rid of those cap cans as best they can, get a few jammers out of the way, really try and cause some bother. And taking a little bit of a lick out of Wild's book as well, they've got themselves trying to go for a similar story onto the main breach itself, using the Maverick to get some of these bullet holes open up so they can start looking to challenge inside of sight when the execute comes through. But think about the last time around they executed into the default plant spot. Having someone on that wall was absolutely pivotal. It stopped any kind of cross coming through. It prevented C4s. So that Maverick being in that spot is the key place to be as this round plays out.
Just looking to roam up to that window, ignoring the boogie drone, ignoring that Ram gadget, just again to try and maybe cover their own presence there. See if they can pick up a cheap kill onto the window, but it will not be the case. 1 minute 45, so almost halfway through the round here. Still 5 versus 5. Neither team wanting to overcommit at this point.
Croc, man.
Just trying to keep themselves in it as long as possible. The timing, so unfortunate.
Honestly, a second sooner, and he manages to get rid of the man there as well. The C4 came through, didn't quite manage to find him, and he sees the head as well. No, Freck! Frozen in fear, arguably, as the BDS tide continues to roll on forward. A 5v3. Last phone call ringing out from the Dekebi at the same time, and Wild have got to hold on for dear life here, Tim.
And it's going to be a tough one to hold on to, because BDS, with the bit between their teeth, they know now that this victory is close. 1 minute left to go. It is still up to them to push it forward and get the job done. But you'd have to say in a 5 versus 3, this is going to be a big upset, a big throw if BDS don't get this done. Now then, Dodo is up on the upper floor. Is he able to get a big flank off here? Breedy manages to take down Packbull. There comes the flank. Croc manages to pick up Liquefact. Dodo cannot support at the minute. 2 versus 4. Plant going down. BDS have it all to lose now. It is theirs. This one almost certainly.
Tolotov has gone in towards the count cam though, and it's now down to a 2v2, Tim. You say it's theirs to lose. They're on path to do that. Breedy and Eustace have got to hold off here against Dodo and against Croc. They've got so much to do, and they've found one more. It's the finish off down to a 1v2. Dodo, the new boy's got it all to do against the final 2 players. A BDS, right sort of idea. Hits a shot, but not enough to see him finished off. Off towards his right-hand side is the right sort of idea, but there's also one off towards his left. Gonna have to chase him down here, Tim, and there's no time left. We're down to 11 seconds. He won't find it. Users will get BDS over the line, but no one will dare say that Wild were not within an inch of taking that game away from BDS.
Absolutely not. BDS closing it out well at the end, doing everything they needed to do. It was nice to see them getting that diffuser down, not chasing kills, just locking in, close out that game. But Wild, what a performance from them. They've certainly played their part. We've gone all the way to 15 there. It was unexpected, we have to say it, but Wild have turned up, and I think, as I said, there's going to be EUL teams there thinking maybe we need to reevaluate this.
I think there's definitely going to be more teams looking at Wild and not saying freebie, and more teams just like, oh my God, this is going to be hard, right? Like some of the teams that we've seen play today with the flaws they've had, you come up against a team like Wild, I can 100% see Wild taking a good few scouts in this stage if they keep on playing like they did today. That was a performance, and no one can dare say otherwise. That was a performance deserving of a top 4 team as well. You're coming up against one of the best in the world and playing like that, bringing them in like a 1v2 of their life. Very impressive, and I really hope that carries on, because being honest, Wild were a team that I wasn't very excited about this stage. I didn't really think we were going to see much compared to other teams, but they've delivered, and that now means we've got a full 9-team league where I hope we have a really competitive EUL stage moving forwards.
Absolutely, like you say, you know, Wild there were, it's not just about the outcome of the game. It's not just about taking BDS to all 15 rounds. They were so entertaining whilst doing it. I loved watching it. You know, you find yourself as a neutral, I'm sure, like, it would have been difficult not to back Wild there. You know, they were so much fun, hitting great shots, and they were willing to take the fight. They were playing with confidence. They weren't playing scared. They were happy to go and get in the faces and take gunfights. Brilliant to see. Really enjoyed it.
Well, I really hope that continues, but for now, let's get over to the desk. I'm sure they've got tons to say over there about this game as well, so let's go to them now.
There's an ENCE. Thank you very much. You were wonderful today, and what a wonderful way to end Play Day 1. You could see it really summed it all up. Shaiko's head in his hands laughing at the end there because he knew he only just got away with it by the skin of his teeth. If he didn't see his tweet, his X, whatever you want to call it, go check it out right now because he thought, alongside the rest of his team, that this was going to be a breeze. It was not. Wild put up one hell of a fight.
And it started with the very first round by getting one tap by Pac-Bull. But it's crazy. I mean, when you see his tweet...
Who says Pac-Bull can't shoot?
Yeah, I mean, when you see Shaiko's tweet from today, how confident he was, I'm for sure he did not expect that kind of resistance. I don't think anyone expected that kind of resistance, speaking of Wild. And I'm so happy we were wrong. I'm so happy that we see a competitive Wild here. I'm so happy to see tier 2 players put together, playing under one vision, one direction, being able to go toe-to-toes with a team that we considered 10 minutes ago the best team in the world.
The reason that I predicted BDS and I thought this game was going to be such a storm wasn't to do with Wild.
No.
It was more to do with BDS, how good they were at the Esports World Cup, how well they played through Manchester Major and stage 1 of this competition, right? And if you consider all of that, they are the best team in the world right now, and they were going up against a team of unknowns. So that it wasn't a slight on Wild.
You never once said this roster's not good enough.
No.
Up against BDS.
What I said was we simply didn't know.
Yes.
This was two players who, in terms of Wild, you know, kind of left the team in the summer and then came back to form a new team for stage 2. We didn't know what Leighton's IGLing was going to bring us. We didn't know how Dodo was going to play, how Freck was going to play, how Croc was going to play. We didn't know Pat could shoot and one-tap to Shaiko the same way he did. We knew he was creative, sure, but we didn't know what Wild was going to present us. And what they presented us was a performance that was full of heart. It was full of soul. It was basic Siege. It was together. It wasn't quite enough because BDS can just outfrag anybody if they have to, and they had to, but it was excellent.
I mean, look, it's BDS won. And the obvious thing to do here is always to highlight the winner. But I think on this rare occasion, we really do have to continue to shine a spotlight on the losers here because it's not a true losing effort, is it?
No, especially over time, especially against a team that was that dominant against the best teams in the world only a few weeks ago. When you're coming from the record that Wild had, you know, they had a 12% win rate coming into this stage.
That was one game.
That was, yeah, they won one game out of all of 2024. Yeah. So I think coming into this, obviously they had not a lot of expectations, but also a lot of people looking at them and thinking, how can they rebuild? Especially with so many unknown players. And I think here, it's a start, it's just one game, but that gives me a lot of hope for this roster, really.
And I know that one man we're all going to be keeping an eye on going forward for sure is Pac-Bull after that performance there. Let's take a look at some of his numbers. Leo.
I think what's very interesting about this guy is actually the fact that he did that without being the in-game leader, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, we talk about Pac-Bull as a support player. We talk about him, you know, being an IGL, but actually he's handed over the reins to Leighton, and I think Pac-Bull might be able to flourish just in a backline role, being a supportive shot caller. I thought he was excellent today. I think the way he set up the first game was, the first round with this one tap, was absolutely excellent. He was taking very, very confident plays, very confident and aggressive gunfights. And this isn't necessarily what we know of Pac-Bull. We know him as a much more supportive player. So even though he was on the losing team, I did just want to give him a shout out for that reason.
Yeah, and this guy's been around for a long time as well in different places when it comes to Siege. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of him fresh, aren't you?
Me too.
But now it's time to speak to a member of the winning team. You know him, you love him. BDS's LickyFac joins us right now. LickyFac, what happened out there? That was a series, I mean, that was a matchup I don't think you were expecting.
Hello guys, yeah, no, that was a really, really hard match. Like, we didn't have any info on Wild. That's the hardest part. And also there is a lot of young players like want to prove. So playing against us first play day was like, okay, we have nothing to lose, and they have everything to lose. So I think we got surprised, and they play really, really well.
I think it's a very good summary to put things. I think it's very also hard for you to prepare when you don't know anything about the roster. Even for ourselves, like preparing this desk, we're like, we don't know these guys, so how do you know what to expect? I just wanted to talk to you about your win at EWC. I think in general, I see this team from teams that win big events and then they go back to their regular stage, and it's quite hard to get back in that footing. Speaking of TSM or other teams that won big events and going into it, what was your momentum? What were you thinking going into this stage after such a big win?
No, like we got scared now. Yeah. Okay, we got deletion, almost lose to the worst team last stage. So now we are focused, like really focused on our goal, and it's like a warning for us. Tomorrow we have to be much better to win against G2.
Licky Fack, I'm pretty sure that you saw Shaiko's tweet, right? What do you make of that now?
No, the fun fact why we left after winning is that during stream we're like, okay guys, we are going to lose 8-7 against Wild, we don't need to scream anyway, we are going to lose 8-7, and losing 4-6, going 6-6, and after going 7-6, we were like, no, we didn't say it of course, but we were like, no, and Shaiko tweet, I tweet as well, a small tweet, so no, like, if we lose this match, our career was finito.
Well, I saw finito. I actually did see, we saw you all on camera as soon as you got that, you won the final round, you got the winning kill, and I could just see you all just go, we got through it. But now it's all eyes to G2 tomorrow, and they put on one hell of a performance here today, so they're another threat ahead of you tomorrow now.
Yeah, but I guess again another team like who we don't have any info. We have Consulate to work on. That's it. But yeah, we kinda know G2. It's still Alema, Doki, the coach still the same. So yeah, we will play like we used to do and win the match.
I think looking into the game specifically, I thought, especially in attack, I mean, it's a defender-sided map, but still, I thought there was a huge struggle into getting the foot in the building, getting more control. And looking at G2 today, they were really strong into preventing attackers to get in the building. What do you think went wrong there to try and to really gain more control in attack?
I think it's we got scared of losing this game. I think it's a big part. And no info, we don't know at all how they played. So I think after we lose like a couple of rounds, like at 6-4, we're like, okay guys, we after the coach said, okay, we need to try this way. We tried this way. We got pumping, this kind of thing. So at 6-4, we know, okay guys, they are playing like this. We need to play that way, and that's why we did the comeback.
For sure. Look, you guys, in my opinion, best team in the world. You don't need to be scared of anything. So Licky Fack, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Cheers. Just got away with it. They just got away with it. But I think we're all Wild fans for a brief moment there, weren't we? Let's now take a look at standings after Play Day 1 Fresh.
Yeah, so the standings, as you can see, it's going to be G2 topping the pile after they utterly dominated their arch nemesis in Fnatic. Secret, Wolves, they both got a clean victory. And then you're going to see, as you've just seen, BDS an overtime victory against Wild. Virtus.pro, not played yet. They got the luxury of sitting and watching all of the other teams today, and then Into the Breach, ENCE, Fnatic make up our lower end of the table. Obviously, all three of those teams lost in regulation today, with Fnatic losing by the biggest scoreline, 5-round differential. That's why they're bottom of the pile.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, but it is early doors, and there's only so much we can take from Play Day 1. One thing we can do, though, Leo, is actually pick a team that we think has really stood out to us here. It has to be Wild, in my opinion, but what about for you?
I think it's definitely Wild because of the expectation, but just because you picked it, I'm going to pick someone else.
Do it.
I will pick Wolves.
Yeah.
Wolves are Secret. Both work really well. I think I had both high expectation for them, lots of first stage changes, and I really hope to see them qualify to Montreal because they are the ones that are looking to be in the top 4. Now, looking at EU in general right now, I don't know how you feel, but I feel like it's getting more and more balanced. There is no weak link. We haven't seen Virtus.pro play. They were quite weak last stage. I'm hoping for them to really be back in their form. But I just hope that we have that stacked European league, because what made Brazil so strong the last 2 years was how strong they were in their league. And I think right now that's what we're doing. We're proving that we have a strong region.
Yeah, because ultimately when it comes to it, Fresh, when the teams get sent out to Montreal, you want to have hope that any of them could potentially do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I have no bloody clue who's going to go. I have an expectation that BDS will, but after that, anybody in that 2nd to 9th spot from last stage, I genuinely don't know. Obviously, there's teams that kind of answered a couple of critics, like you said, Wolves G2 today, and there's teams that kind of let us down a little bit today as well.
Yeah.
I would say ITB Fnatic, but it's a long old season.
It is.
And all of those teams have that quality. You know, it feels like the level is very, very close together in a lot of our teams.
We had one game that went all the way here today, so you can thank us for that. We're having a great time. Hope you are as well. And we are back again tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule for our second play day here for Stage 2 of EUL. Teams back in action, and teams we haven't seen yet as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're going to kick things off with ENCE against Wild. They've got a very quick turnaround, by the way. Last game today into first game tomorrow. VP, we will see go up against Wolves. The match of the day, of course, it's going to be G2 BDS. It can't be anything else, especially with the context of how their 2 games went today. And then we will see it through with ITB Fnatic. 4th game tomorrow. Both of those teams lost.
Yes.
Both of those teams with a big point to prove.
That's chip on your shoulder match 4, isn't it, Leo?
That's a very good match as well. If there wasn't a G2 BDS, I would say also maybe match of the day, because it's the match where you expect a lot from these 2 teams, and they've let us down in the first play day, and they're going to face each other. It's the perfect opportunity to show that it was just a bad beginning, bad footing, but you can find it back.
Leo, Fresh, it's been a pleasure. Back on the EUL desk. It feels like it's been a while. And thank you so much. As you can see, right here and there, I don't even need to say it. I'm not even going to say it. Just be there, all right? Day 2, EUL, Stage 2, Play Day 2 is coming your way then. Bye.